Testing. Him. Testing, 1, 2, 3. Testing for my nerves. Hi. Can you guys hear me? Can I get a awoo? If you can hear me. Can I get a awoo? Awoo. Yeah, I'm still in this howling business. Oh, you can hear me. Okay, perfect. Thank you. So demure? How is that demure? Howling is demure? I'm glad you think so. Hi, Tiwi. Thank you. Thanks for saying you miss me. Oh, wow, we do get the awboos. Oh, yeah. I miss this. Hi, guys. Hello. I'm happy to see familiar faces. Nice to see everyone. Feels like it's been centuries. I've forgotten how all of you look like. Have you changed your profile pictures? Why does it look like you've lost so much weight? Have you been doing well? Have you been surviving without me? Why do you all look so slim? Your profile pics aren't as plump as they used to be. Okay. You look like an A, Pookie. Pookie looks like an A. A small A. Interrupting your sleep. I'm sorry. Thanks. Okay, guys, give me the rundown. Have most of you watched it already? My voice changed? Yeah, it's called maturity. I've matured. I've become so much more mature. Wait, give me a yes or no. Have you guys watched the video? You've been rewatching my live streams? Thanks, Duckling. Why would you why would you do that to yourself? Oh, okay, a few of you haven't yet. That's even better. Hi, kitty. You're too scared to watch? Exactly. That's why I'm here. That's why I need to watch it with all of you. Haven't watched it yet. Perfect. Okay, we all haven't watched it yet. That's perfect. Oh, that's good. I know Jelly has watched it. Oh, Lily has watched it. Okay. Kisa watched it. Okay. Foggy has watched it. Okay. Montaya has watched it. Wait, just letting you know there's nothing to be afraid of. He did a pretty good job. Oh, okay, that's good to know. Whew, that's good to know. Guys, you have no idea. I've pretty much... I'm tired of being the butt of jokes whenever it's like male YouTubers, especially commentators, that pretty much just want to put down women as the butt of the joke. So, that's great. The thing is, like, it's not like I don't watch MUJIN stuff. I do like watching his stuff. Like, I learn a lot from MUJIN, especially regarding the world around me. Regarding the world around me. Like, I watch it, but how do I say? The thing is, I was there in Mujin's live stream when he played 𝓥𝓲𝓮𝓻 I don't know if you guys know, but he did try to play 𝓥𝓲𝓮𝓻 with another YouTuber. I'm not sure who it is, though. I forgot who it is. I don't think I know who that is either. But I was there during the live stream, and I can just tell you that I do not vibe with the crowd. You know, it's just that it's the regular crowd, you know, that likes to put down the game for shits and giggles. And I understand that the game is very different for a lot of people. I'm just not about the business of making fun of what people like, so I just I wasn't vibing with the crowd. And Box? I'm not sure who that is, but I guess. Oh, so you saw it too. Okay, perfect. Good. So you know what I mean, right? you know what I mean, right? But like, how do I say? I have also pretty much accepted the idea that maybe I'm too much of a snowflake. So rather than how do I say, flaming people for not liking what I like or making fun of what I like. I'd rather just not interact with that crowd, you know? So I'm just like, I'll just be in my own little space. I do appreciate though, because in terms of how do I say, eloquence, well, I'm sure he reads off a script, that's one thing, but I feel like he words things quite well. He does his research, I guess. I feel like he does. I mean, most of the stuff that I read or watch from him are stuff I know nothing about, so I assume. I mean, I feel like he has done a lot of research, which is really cool. So most of the time, I'm just like, yeah, I like his reporting, basically. And there are quite a few videos that I've watched from him that felt impartial. Like, it did feel like he was kind of impartial, but he puts on his own opinions as well. He's quite opinionated, I have to say. But I mean, like, of course, that's his personality. But in the end, he does go like, it's up to you, that kind of thing. And I appreciate that. But yeah, it's just the crowd that I don't vibe with. They brand it as just a gooner game and blow things out of proportion and overreact. Yeah, that's what I can't take. He played lads with his box friend long time ago. You didn't like the vibes. So you see what I mean? You get what I mean by the vibes, right? Are we just snowflakes, guys? Should I rename our group? Should we be called the Snowflakes? Should we just be called the Snowflakes? I don't know. The only male CC that you know who actually do make good vids with the actual research are 2. Ah. Which 2 snowfalls? Maybe share so I know who it is. The only critical part about it for me was that he also referenced the spicy cards more than the emotional sweet cards, but this was expected, you guess? The critical part about it. Oh, that's what you'd criticize about it. So he references the spicy cards. Okay. I feel like that's almost inevitable, especially if you don't play the game. I mean, I feel like he played the game for 2 hours max, but how do I say? This is not everyone's cup of tea. Not everyone does this, and they don't have to be honest, but how do I say? The mindset he had when he played the game was very, I'm gonna just check it out and make fun of it for shits and giggles, that kind of thing. And that's fine. Really, that's fine. But I feel like if you're gonna play the game just for the sake of making fun of it and not taking things... But that's the thing. Am I expecting too much for people to take things seriously? I think so. I think I am. I shouldn't be expecting everyone to take the game seriously. So I feel like it's inevitable that I will hear things that I don't like, and that's only natural because the game is important to me, you know? Like, I have a lot of affection for the characters, the story, MC. I don't self-insert, but I have a lot of affection for MC, kinda. Well, not kinda, but really. That's why I've accepted that I will hear things that I don't like, and I just have to learn to let go and pick my battles, I guess. You know? For my own mental stability. For my own peace of mind. I'll be mistakenly considered Zane's army. I don't mind. Let's all be Zane's army. At dawnbreak, we rise! It's okay to feel the way you do, because historically men have always been antagonistic. Yeah, that's the thing. Exactly. They've been antagonistic towards femfolk in gaming. I feel that. Yeah, I think that's probably why I'm pretty guarded when it comes to these things. Yeah. He might change now, who knows? But back then it was not the vibe. Yeah. That's why I'm very scared to watch this video. So I'm glad we're all here. So if I do go off on a tangent, or if I get too emotional, you guys can calm me down. You can just go like, mother, let's calm down now. one thing that lore information about Caleb was not true. Because in World Underneath, it was shown otherwise. Oh, I'm not sure which one you're talking about, Bloom. But I guess it's in the video. I'll see that then. I guess we'll see that. Saw some things as humorous here and there. It was clear he didn't care about the story, as they were both skipping the dialogue and narration. Yeah, for a game where the core of the gameplay is literally the dialogue and narration, if you skip that, then I feel like any opinion you have for the game should be kind of moot at that point. Like, not useful. you know? It's like, hi, I'm gonna try out an action game and not do any of the action. And then I'll give you my opinion on the game. You know, that kind of thing. But then again, Ultima games are very niche. So it's just a lot of people do not like reading in general, maybe. I don't know. Calvin is really funny and he seems really you mean Calvin Winters, right? I actually reached out and I said hi. Just wanted to say hi to him. He seemed like a fun guy. Now, I'll be honest, it's not like I agree with everything he says, but I like how he has his own opinion. And he also plays the game seriously, so that's what I appreciate about him. Guys love hating us and our interests. That's so sad, though. It's so sad. You showed the ones that made me wheeze in a laughing bit for your mom first, like Raphael's Bond memory. That's nice. I actually, when my mom visited Hong Kong, because she doesn't live in Hong Kong right now, she lives in a different country. So she came to Hong Kong during winter, I think? I forgot. I think it was winter, yeah. And I did show her Raphael's card. She had no idea what I was showing her. She kept asking me, when are you gonna get a boyfriend? When are you gonna get married and settle down and have kids? All your cousins are getting married. Your cousins have kids now. And I'm like, I have 2 husbands. Do you want to see? The only way that this would have been really funny is if I also added the you know how there's the option in the tete-a-tete part, the conversational part of the with him experience, you know, where he's like, introduce yourself to my parent, like that. I didn't do that. I think that would have been too much. my mom would have called for an intervention, probably. I don't know. He reacted to your video once. You liked his vibe. Oh yeah, I think I saw he reacted to that. Yeah, I saw that. I was catching up with the stuff he said, and oh my god, I felt so vindicated when he was talking about, you know, the other game. And I was like, oh my god, yes, that's exactly it. So immediately I went to say hi to him because, like, I need your level-headedness in my circle. So I said hi. You told my mom my boyfriends are downloadable. Downloadable. Sorry, Ma. I can't show you my boyfriend. He's too big. I can't upload him. I can't update it. He's too big for the download. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Oh, that made me laugh. I'm sorry. Oh god. Oh, okay. So glad to see your name in the screen. I'm glad you see your name in the screen, Sam. Sorry, can I call you that? 𝓥𝓲𝓮𝓻 𝓖𝓾𝓲𝓮𝓵𝓲𝓷𝓮𝓼? I'm gonna call you Sam, okay? You think Phoenix is good? He's a diehard Zane fan. His Glorious King, I know. I loved watching Phoenix go down the rabbit hole. That was a lot of fun. There's another VTuber that I also watch. 𝓵𝓲𝓮𝓻. I loved watching him going down the rabbit hole. He doesn't play anymore, but I did like it. I enjoyed it when he was going down that rabbit hole. Hi, Starfish. Hello. Hi, Poppy. How are you? Lads is the first niche globally successful otome game, so the scale is really big. Yeah, that is true. That is very true. Hi, Chelly. Hello. Thanks for dropping by. Welcome to the stream. I almost said welcome to the scream. Damn. Okay, wait. I'm sorry. I'm gonna have to cut you short on your guess the word game. Hi. Hello. Welcome. All right. Fun news, guys. I think by the time I upload every single reveal for my 1.0 model, I'm just gonna start streaming with that model. You know? It's a shame. I didn't think this whole Valko thing would really affect me to the point where I felt like it doesn't feel right promoting my my 1.0 model. It felt wrong. It felt so wrong. So I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna upload the reveal one by one. So if you guys see it, I hope you like it. He used to love to watch Ver. He was the only one who noticed and appreciated the block feature of the guys. I do think Ver did play the game seriously. I do think so. But it's one of those things, right? Because he's a what's the word? What is that word for playing many different games? Variety, right. He's a variety VTuber. I feel like the only way to make content consistently is if he keeps playing different kinds of games. I also think that it's also because, you know, depends on the person. I tend to have a very hyper-focused personality. A very obsessive nature. When I like something, I go deep, man. I go deep. But at the same time, it's very hard for me to like something. That's why when it comes to fandom, I've only ever been in 2 fandoms, I believe. Yeah, 2. Literally 2. My first fandom experience was in the K-pop fandom. Unlucky me. I had to go with the most volatile one. I still am. I was in the BTS army. I hate it when they say BTS army. Like we're just called army, you know? But ever since they got into global, they kept calling them the BTS army. I'm like, that's not what we're called, but okay. We ended up getting attacked so much. So I was like, really? The second fandom I'm in, we're also experiencing such a hateful period. Like, why? Why? What is this luck, honestly? His audience too plays a part. Yeah, exactly. Variety streamer. Give you the key to the basement. See, Jelly, you keep saying basement, but I don't know what you're talking about. We have no basement. No basement whatsoever. Hi, Taylor. Hi. We haven't started yet. We've just been catching up with everyone. Maybe that's why you like me as a creator so much. Oh, thank you, Duckling. Thank you. But I feel I like how I like this little community we have, you know? It's actually kind of scary when I see my numbers go up. When I saw we reach 4K, I was like, oh dear. Don't get me wrong. I'm happy that I'm growing. But at the same time, I feel like I owe you guys something. I feel so bad. I can't upload as usual. I can't stream as much. You know? Kind of like, I feel like I owe it to you to create content. But then I started this channel just because I wanted to share content. But yeah, I do really appreciate you guys. But especially since this community we have is more on the critical thinking side. I like that you guys have critical thinking skills. Have I watched the latest music video? I did! I can't believe they have a Korean version! I especially love that song, Normal. Guys, if you haven't listened to BTS's Normal, it's so good. Please do. Yeah, we call this shit normal. You can only focus on one thing in that category at a time. Yeah, exactly. I can only focus on one game at a time. So I think I would make a horrible variety streamer. I'd have to be really hyper-focused in one thing. You don't owe us anything? Oh, thank you, Mimo. That's so sweet of you. Thank you. Did I see Jimin? Someone needs to put a shirt on that man. Someone needs to put a shirt on that man. He going wild. Oh my gosh. Where are they now? I think they're in Spain, right? Oh my gosh. Honestly. Seeing them grow is also amazing. You should have fun in streaming what you want. Thank you. I am trying to stick to that. I'm trying to keep the mindset that I should only do things I find fun. But I do feel guilty sometimes having nothing. Because it's inevitable, right? As human beings, we end up comparing ourselves. I see other creators pushing stuff out and interacting with people more. And I felt like I should do that too. I want to do that. But it's just that I get so tired so quickly. What kind of dungeon? No dungeon. No. Jelly, as mod, I would like you to ban the word dungeon. He's your bias? I'm so glad your bias is Jimin. Is that why is it Min Min? Min Min? You have Jimined and now you cannot Jim out. Even though my channel is growing, don't ever sell out your principles. Yeah, I try. I mean, I'm glad because I've also been getting sponsorship emails. Funny thing. Funny thing about those sponsorship emails. I forgot. I have 2 emails, guys. One for VTuber stuff and one for business stuff. Guess who forgot about her business email? That would be me. I missed a lot of sponsorship emails. There were so many. But then to be fair, I would have turned down a number of them because most of them were like loot boxes, top up businesses that I don't think have any sort of affiliation with Love and Deepspace. So I was like, yeah, even if I read these emails on time, I would have to say no anyway. Your name means firefly. Oh, I didn't know that. Which part? Is it Min or Min or is it Neha? Min Mini Neha? Min Mini Neha? Like that? That's cool. From which language? As a filthy casual BTS fan, you need to do some research now. Taylor. Yeah. They are going pretty strong even after their service, which is honestly I feel good. You know, I feel proud. Min Mini. Oh, in Tamil. Oh, I see. Min Mini means firefly. I learned something new, guys. I learned something new. Yay! Okay, alright. Are you guys ready to watch the whole thing? Should I take out a notepad so I can make notes of what I want to say? I have a feeling there are things I'm gonna agree with and things that I'm not gonna agree with, so maybe I should take out a notepad. Wait. I have a notepad app, right? I do. Oh dear, what is this? Okay. Don't save. Okay, I have a notepad. So I can take notes. If it comes to that. if it comes to that, then I can take notes. Wait, should do this. No, I should... Okay, I should do this. Just leave it at that. Okay. Alright. I'm ready, I think. Oh, I'm kind of nerve-wracked. But you guys said it was okay, right? So I guess I feel a little bit better. Okay, here we go. Okay. Everything's ready. Let me see. Should I do it this one? Yes. Okay, here we go. I already have it there. It's already at the end. Okay. Yeah. What's happening? Oh, okay. Do you guys want captions? Does that help? Let me put on captions. They have the auto-generated one. Is that okay? I could always pause and yeah, perfect. You've avoiding all the outsider videos about lads. I wish I had your willpower, duckling, but I do not. I end up watching a few, and boy, do I regret it. Okay. It was pretty good. I'm glad you think so, Yet-chan. I feel a little bit more confident watching it. Like, I'm not saying I doubt him. I don't. But at the same time, you know, what are you gonna do when you don't really have much knowledge on the game itself? Okay, alright, captions is on. Here we go. I'll try my best not to pause, but if there's something I need to say, I will say. Oh, wait. Can you hear anything? I realized there's no audio. Why? Okay, let me try again.
If I had $1
How's that? Is that too loud? Let me play.
for every time a Chinese gacha game player showed up to the development studio of their...
How's that? Is that too loud? Is that okay? Should I make it lower or louder? You think he did his research pretty well. I'm glad. It's a bit loud. It's loud? Okay. Wait. Alright, try again.
Their favorite game, while... If I had
what was that, a
$1
knife?
for every time a Chinese gacha game player showed up to the development studio of their favorite game while...
How's that? Is that better? A tiny touch lower? Okay. Tiny touch lower. Why is there a knife? This is so scary.
If I had $1 for every time a Chinese gacha game player showed up to the development studio
That's
of their
good.
favorite game while holding a knife with the intention
Perfect.
of assassinating staff there, then I'd be at least $2 richer.
Okay. All right. I didn't catch what he said, so let me try that again. I'm also gonna do the recording so I can fix this later. There. Okay. Okay, I'm ready. Whew! I'm scared, but I'm ready. Okay, all right, here we go.
If I had $1 for every time a Chinese gacha game player showed up to the development studio of their favorite game while holding a knife with the intention of assassinating staff there, then I'd be at least $2
Yeah, I know about this one, the
and what's
MiHoYo
crazy
thing.
here is that this second dollar would be given to me as recently as June 2026. When
It's funny, it's like I saw this exact comment also on 𝓥𝓲𝓮𝓻.
that exact thing happened.
Now it's a little quieter? Okay, sorry.
But as a bonus, it also came bundled with a package of literal cow shit, vandalism, and a large police response.
You'd be surprised to know you can go on Taobao, and if you type cow dung or cow manure, they do sell it. I tried it myself, and it was funny because it was a hot search topic. I literally typed cow, just you know the word cow, now, and then after that, literally it auto completed it for me for cow manure. And it was considered a hot search. So I was like, holy shit, okay.
Love in Deepspace is the most successful
little too
female
happy.
targeting gacha game of all time. Easily able to earn tens of millions of dollars on any given month of the year. They
I do
were,
like his
without
voice, though.
exaggeration, on top of the world with no competition whatsoever until one day they decide to shoot themselves in the foot
Wait,
with a...
what? You guys didn't know about the cow dung thing? They sent cow dung to Infold. Not that they brought it, they ordered it, and then it got sent to their offices. Now, each office, well, most buildings have a delivery box where it kind of looks like a locker, and then they put all their deliveries inside the locker. But because of all the cow dung that got sent, there's a lot. It ended up stinking up the place. So yeah, that's the horrible thing.
fully loaded shotgun. 1 week after announcing the biggest update the game has had in a very long time, they do something unprecedented, going back on their word and canceling the entire
scene
update.
that they edited.
The immeasurable disappointment their community felt would spark one of the biggest and most impressive global efforts in gacha game history, uniting people all across the globe to buy up entire city billboards, donating hundreds of thousands of dollars to charity, and even convincing Queso, of all people, to spread awareness about this injustice. And bear in mind, this is all truly nothing more than the tip of this iceberg, as it's easily one of the most complex topics I have ever covered on this channel. But it's not like I had a choice, seeing that my own community had left over 14,000 messages about this topic in my Discord server, and even went as far as compiling an amazing Google Doc about it. And so, why did this money print...
Wait, someone compiled a Google Doc? Is this available online? Was this on Twitter? Who made... This document was compiled by 𝓥𝓲𝓮𝓻. Oh, it's a bunch of people. Okay, I'm starting to have more faith.
And went as far as compiling an amazing Google Doc about it. And so, why did this money printing machine decide to destroy itself? And how did this become a worldwide phenomenon? Well, without further ado, let's do this.
I like this.
All
I
right,
like this.
so most people agree that the first gacha game came out in 2010 and was developed by Konami. It was called Dragon Collection. The best way to describe it was kind of like a knockoff Pokemon, where you went from dungeon to dungeon and collected as many monsters as possible. And in between certain levels, you'd receive a luck-based treasure chest that has the ability of giving you some really rare items that can boost your stats like crazy.
There are a lot of similar Chinese games like this, like exactly like this, that every time I look at it, I'm like, what am I looking at? What game is this? And most of the time, the people you see playing it are these like, they're not exactly old, but you know, they're adult men with their office outfits. They have like 3 phones on their hands, and then they have the game running on 2, and then some sort of like, I don't know, kind of like a guide or something on the other. I can't really see it properly, but I've seen them do this. I had no idea it was gacha.
And if you wanted to open more of these treasure chests now without having to go through other levels, then you could pay money to buy them. This simple mechanic that wasn't really popular at the time would change Konami forever.
Oh, by the way, did you guys know gacha came from the word gachapon? It's a Japanese you know the 𝓥𝓲𝓮 in Chinese we say 𝓥𝓲𝓮. You know, but it direct English is twist egg. It's like those little eggs that you put money and then you twist it and then an egg comes out with a capsule and you open it. It's supposed to be like from the onomatopoeia sound of like the kaching, like that, you know, like gacha. So they call it gachapon. They just basically digitalized it, which is really cool. By
2012, their console game sales were slipping, but their social games on social platforms like 𝓥𝓲𝓮𝓻, meant to be played on mobile like Dragon Collection, were defying every single expectation. By 2012, Konami's net income was up 80% thanks to this game and other games on social platforms. 80%. And this made other developers, of course, take notice. Why is Konami making so much money? How can we incorporate this into our games? And so, gacha would start to take over Japan. But it would remain in Japan for a while because, well, the entire concept was from there. The word gacha comes from the word gachapon, which is essentially...
There you go. I should have kept my mouth shut. He talked about it. Okay, let's go, MUJIN. Sorry. I should have just kept my mouth shut. Yeah, so this one, they call it 𝓥𝓲𝓮, like you look, which means to like twist, and then the dan comes out. Dan means like egg. So these little capsules will come out. And it basically, again, there is a rarity. You have no idea which one comes out.
A
So
vending machine that
they
you can find in
digitalized
many
the whole
different places
concept.
in Japan, with each one having a different themed set of toys, figurines, keychains, etc. And after placing money in it, essentially buying a pull, you'd be receiving something randomly from that set. Now,
You know what's really crazy is that in like the physical gachas, they are so expensive. Hey, this is in Hong Kong. Look, we have the batatong. This is the gacha. This is the gacha. The cashiers are in Hong Kong. Yeah, this is the octopus car that we use for transportation. This is literally what we have in Hong Kong. So like each roll you could see is quite expensive, 40 Hong Kong dollars. Like 40 Hong Kong dollars is how many pulls I can have in a game. It's like, I guess 30 pulls? I guess 30 pulls? I don't know. Like, if you think about it that way, I'm like, damn, just one round in this thing is so expensive.
Now, of course, some items in that set will have a very low drop rate, making them rare and very sought after. And the whole point is to keep buying pulls until you get what you want.
Yeah, same.
And that's kind of how gacha games work.
I need to
Now,
stay
as I
away
said,
from these.
gacha games would remain niche and would be mostly focused on Japan for the longest time. But this, of course, would all change in 2020 when Genshin Impact would come out and bring gacha into the mainstream. Now, of course, it was helped quite a bit by releasing mid-pandemic as everyone was locked up in their homes, but one could argue that the reason why it succeeded so well was because it felt like a full-fledged game with gacha mechanics.
Here's the thing, though. The whole gacha mechanics was even before Genshin. Genshin made it popular, I agree, but Otome sort of had it even way before. But this is like more on the Japanese side again, for like the dress up Otomes, where you have to gacha for the outfits in order to pass a story chapter. So that's how I first got into gacha. Genshin completely opened my eyes to a different kind of gacha. I didn't know you could gacha for champions, which I thought was really cool. So I ended up going really deep in Genshin. I think I played Genshin on the day of its release. Since, you know, pandemic, no one could go anywhere. I went way deep into Genshin.
Rather than gacha mechanics,
yeah, lads is like the Genshin of Otome, exactly.
With a game built around it. Due to all these elements combined, it still holds the Guinness World Record for fastest mobile game to reach $1 billion in revenue, achieving this feat in 178 days. And just to really illustrate how crazy this was, the previous record holder for this Guinness World Record was Pokemon Go. And that's not all, because Genshin Impact also holds another Guinness World Record, the fastest mobile game to reach $5 billion, which was held by Clash of Clans. And while it did rewrite certain expectations for gacha games, it didn't really rewrite the demographics that it was targeting. Gacha games have always been about targeting the single male with disposable income. One look at the characters that you can spend money on and some of the most popular gacha games in existence, and you understand very quickly that the targeted demographic has not changed. You don't even need to take my word for it. The CEO of Hoyoverse, the developer behind Genshin Impact, would, as far back as 2011, talk about this topic to investors. He'd say that the otaku have been suffering from huge psychological pressure and that they hope that they can play their games easily so that they can enjoy this feeling of being saved. He would then say that the games that they're making were specifically made for touchable devices because of a fairly innovative feature they came up with, which is the touch feature. Yep, it's fairly straightforward. This was for one of their first major games called Honkai Impact.
Can you believe this is the... Like, I've played Otome games where you can tap on the character. Like, you can tap on their chest and then they would say stuff. In fact, it's also how you build affinity in a lot of Otome games. You have to tap on the male character. And then depending on where you tap them, they either don't like it or really like it. But that feels like a mechanic that happened later in newer Otome games. And when I found out you could do it here in Honkai, you can tap on them and they react as well. I was like, I feel bad. I feel violated. Maybe because I'm a girl. I was like, oh, I am so sorry for touching you. I remember this.
You can pretty much touch the very hot women they can pull for, and they'll react to it. which will also increase your friendship level.
There you
with them,
go.
just like real life.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly.
But if you've played gacha games,
just like real life, right?
If you've come across this logic, then you must have taken a step back at some point and asked yourself, yeah, I get it. The established demographic is men. But what about women? Yes, there's a lot of men that are lonely out there that would want companionship from a hot waifu. But let's not pretend that women don't want the same thing. I mean, come on. True. Have you seen some of the books that some women read? One could argue that in some cases, they're even freakier than men. No! So where were the gacha games that were...
No, I feel so exposed. No! No! Stop! Don't let them know! Don't let them know what we really like. This is dangerous information. It must not be released out into the ether. Men should not have hold on such knowledge. God damn. Freaky books, no. I feel so embarrassed. No. I hope he doesn't mention any of it. Oh my god, I feel so embarrassed right now. Don't look upon our shame.
Were catering to their needs.
Oh,
because
God.
They also had disposable income, and it seemed like no one was tapping into that. At least,
true.
Not successfully.
Okay.
You see, there's always been a type of game that's existed since the early 2000s called...
Oh, thank God. Okay. Thank God. Thank God. He just went straight into otome games. Okay, well, okay, wait. Here, context. Okay, so what we're getting is context. What he's trying to do is make the audience know what a gacha game is. And I'm guessing it's because later on he'll talk about probably... Since they did the document, the Google document, maybe they're going to talk about how people were complaining about the odds in the gacha system, which I thought was kind of fair. So maybe he will talk about that. I'd be interested to know, because I know he plays gacha games as well. I want to see if he thinks the rating system is bad. I don't know. Let's see. I'm a little nervous, but I see what he's trying to do. But personally, I hope he touches more on the history of otome games, since it is an otome game. But yeah, anyway, I'm yapping.
Called an otome game. A story-based romance video game targeted towards women. Yes, these games would be monetized.
Oh, no!
They had varying degrees of success,
No!
but they were all...
No! No! Shit. Why do I feel like my shame is being blasted on YouTube? Guys, you know MUJIN's audience? It's huge. I feel so exposed right now. It's like the skeletons in my closet are knocking on my closet door asking to be showed, and MUJIN just yanked the closet door open and then dragged the skeletons out and like threw it at all the audience. Crap. Oh no. No. But here's my baby. Hi. Hello. Hi. Oh god, I miss him.
Also extremely niche, never able to truly reach a mainstream audience. There would be multiple attempts by multiple developers to make a gacha game centered around the otome genre, but none would truly stand out. For example, even Hoyoverse, before releasing Genshin Impact, would release a game called Tears of Themis, targeting the female demographic specifically while incorporating a gacha system around it. And guess what? It didn't really work out that well. It had released in China in July of 2020 and then globally on July 2021, and honestly, the revenue right now is so low that it can barely make a dent in their other titles.
See, here's another thing, especially since it's a miHoYo game. I have no doubt that the funds that they have from Genshin will funnel into maintaining the other games if needed. I mean, they have no choice, right? Like, so far, it seems that either they do not want to anger the player base, the otome player base, because you see how scary they can be. I would not be surprised if they had to funnel some of the funds that they earned. I don't know. Is this like a business no-no? I just feel like, based on what I hear from my friends who work in business, that this is something that they can do. So... I don't know, because if you look at how much they earn, right, compared to, wow, look at Hong Kong. Look how I'm so happy to see Hong Kong there, actually. Yeah, it's really
Like, it can't even make 10% of what Genshin Impact or Honkai Star Rail are making right
sad.
now. And so the logic was, for many developers, that if even Hoyoverse can't make a successful otome game targeting the female demographic, then who can? Well, that's where the developer Paper Games came in. Now, here's the deal. Paper Games has been around for a while. Their first game came out in December 20.
I played Tears of Themis before. That one I actually played for a good year. Less than a year, I think. But I just fell off it. I don't know why. I just lost interest. But the story is not bad. It's actually very interesting.
2012 in China. It was called Nikki Up to You Addressing Story. And from day one, they were targeting women. This was a dress-up game that was made for them. By 2015, they would release another game called Love Nikki, and for the first time would expand into Japan, the biggest gacha market. In 2017, they would start taking a step in other directions by releasing the game Mr. Love Queen's Choice, a fairly standard 2D otome game. Now yes, it would be niche and would be fairly successful, but more importantly, it would teach them priceless lessons for their magnum opus, a game that would change everything for them and the industry.
Oh, is he going to mention Shaw? Because that is one thing I find very interesting. They saw what happened to Shaw, how people, not to mention it is considered like an unspoken rule in the Chinese gacha fandom, not necessarily industry, but fandom, that it is considered a sin amongst sin to drop another male lead out of nowhere. Like, they prefer it if you show, here, there are 5 men, and then that's it. There should be no more. That is considered the holy gospel for a lot of the otome game players in China. So, the fact that they drop Shaw, but I think that's the thing. It's because they're touching into global, right? I have full belief that Infold really wants to break into the global market. They seem to have some success with Mr. Love's Queen's Choice. And they had faith in their Love in Deepspace after seeing how much love they got for the first trailer, you know? The cursed trailer where Xavier looks like Xavier, but at the same time, it's not Xavier. Same thing around where evil Raphael is. Like, if they had both of them, what was I gonna say? They already planned to release Love in Deepspace globally. That's why they did it on release, okay? Minus the beta testing. That's why I think they're trying to, I think they're trying to go against the norm of only showing you the male leads that was at the beginning of the game and slowly ease in a new one, that kind of thing. But unfortunately, it did not go as planned. It did not go as planned.
In 2020, Paper Games would release a teaser trailer for their upcoming game called Love in Deepspace.
Oh, wait.
And for any fans of otome games, for any women out there that were hoping for a next-generation experience, this caused a massive earthquake. This was the first 3D otome game to ever exist, and at this level of insane quality. No one had done this before. No one was crazy enough to even come up with this idea. This shook the entire industry to its core, and many were very interested to see how it would end up performing once it would finally release.
You know
Here's
what I mean,
the problem,
right?
though. There was no release date whatsoever. They just
See, the thing is, I honestly did not know this was an otome game. All it says was Lun or 动作小黑 动作小黑 like action love action mobile game. That's all I knew because it says 戀愛, right? It didn't really specifically say the word otome. So I didn't know it would be like otome. So when it wasn't until like the beta testing, I saw clips of the beta testing, which I wasn't able to join, sadly. It wasn't until I saw the clips I was like, wait a minute. This is literally otome. Oh my god.
just dropped this teaser, created a massive earthquake in the industry, and just left. They would literally disappear, and people wouldn't hear any updates from them for years. That would be the reality until 2023, when something would finally come out from the studio, but it wasn't good news at all. news outlets would report that Paper Games was about to take on a loan of $70 million.
But they paid
And what
it
was
off,
really
didn't
interesting
they?
here is that the person giving them that loan was Hoyoverse, the creators of Genshin Impact. It turned out that Paper Games had overextended itself and was developing too many titles at once and ran out of money. So they asked Hoyoverse for a loan and Hoyoverse gave it. But the collateral was really interesting. If Paper Games had failed to pay Hoyoverse back their money by the agreed upon date, then Hoyoverse would get 10% of Paper Games' share, effectively owning 10% of the entire company. At the time, people didn't really know what to think. This was a massive loan, and Paper Games was not making anywhere near close that money.
I did not know that. Oh no. Conspiracies is now... Conspiracies are clicking in my brain. Oh no!
What people didn't know, though, was that the plan was simple. Internally, they were hoping to repay this loan by releasing Love and Deepspace. They were banking everything on the success of that game, and it was about to come out on January 2024. However, even with so much riding on this game's success, no one, whether it be from the staff or the executive team or the CEO himself, could have ever predicted the ridiculous success that this game would find all across the globe.
I imagine.
This game's impact on the otome game genre was like what Genshin Impact did for gacha games. In 2024, Paper Games made over $1 billion. And you bet your ass that they repaid Hoyoverse every single dollar of that loan amount.
Yeah, this one I know.
It had done what so many others had attempted to do, but failed, bringing this genre to the mainstream and incorporating gacha mechanics within it too. But why? What was the secret formula that no one else understood?
Oh no, guys, I feel so nostalgic seeing this trailer. I'm getting sad. I want to play.
Well, for many men, the attraction to gacha games was about having a power fantasy, collecting sexy and strong characters that will progress through a story that centers around them. Thing is, though, women don't really want that. Love and Deepspace offered them something different, a game centered around being individually known and cared for. It played more like a 3D dating simulator that caters to your needs, like a genuine routine that becomes a part of your day rather than just a traditional gacha game.
I would
here's
agree
how
with
it would do that.
That's the thing. Even the devs, during that press conference, they made a promise that this game would be a companion game. A game that would be that it's not supposed to just be a game, but also supposed to serve as your digital companion. Not necessarily the men, but it's supposed to be in tandem with your daily life. And that comes from the with him function, you know, the workout, the AR, the sleeping, all that, the reminder, that kind of thing. And I like how MUJIN explains that. Actually, not a lot of the people who do research on Love and Deepspace, at least the ones that I watch, they don't mention this. So I'm actually happy he mentioned this.
The game would initially release with 3 different love interests, Zane, Raphael, and Xavier. And Silas would release right after, with Caleb joining the rest of the cast in 2025.
Silas, the jump scare, my heart.
There would be a million different ways of being able to interact with them in-game, making them truly feel like, well, they're real. While you're in-game, they would call you through a video call, you'd be able to text them, and sometimes, I mean, this is a Silas thing, but he would call you his kitten. When it would be your birthday, they would all individually take the time to celebrate it and would sing you happy birthday or do some other things for you. And of course, you could go on dates with them, spending quality time while able to do a variety of different activities together.
But then these things aren't called dates, though. These are just things you do to help you for your daily life. I think that's it. Maybe he just doesn't understand what all these things are for. So the workout is supposed to be a companion for when you work out, to give you motivation to work out. And then the work or study function was supposed to help you focus, like some sort of focus system that when you work out and you feel like you can't focus, you tap on the screen, he looks at you, and then you feel like you can... You know, instead of doing it by yourself, you're doing it with other people, that kind of thing. And I feel like that's the part he did not really get. Because I wouldn't call these the dates. But I don't know, maybe some people do play it as if they were going out a date. I don't know. I don't know. Do you? I just don't think that's it. But I'm honestly very glad he didn't have the one with Caleb doing his push-ups, because I think that would have... That would have been too much of a shock for his normie viewers. Oh no. You rarely use any of these. Yeah, that's the thing. There are actually a lot of players who basically play the game just for the story that don't use a lot of these features. When I first started playing, I did use the workout function. When I saw Raphael on the treadmill, I would also be on the treadmill with him. That to me was actually kind of helpful. I felt like I wasn't working out by myself. But then the gym started getting very busy and people could see what's on my phone. And then I had to stop. And I couldn't use this for the work function. I mean, I'm a working adult. Maybe for students who study, I guess. But at the same time, like, minors aren't supposed to play. But then I do use it for study as well when I study Korean. So I can see that. But yeah, I feel like this might have been a concept that MUJIN was not. Or I don't know. Maybe I'm speaking too early. Let me see.
But I feel like what would really take it to the next level was how developers would keep adding features that made this game a part of your daily routine.
Okay, there.
Other gachas asked you to log in every day to get rewards, but here you are being asked to log in to make your life easier. Like, for example, look at this feature called Remind Me, where you'd get a notification on your phone from your favorite love interest reminding you of something important to you, like, I don't know, someone's birthday, or the fact that you have an important meeting coming up. I rarely
use this function,
And there'd be this other feature that would come out as well that you might have heard of called the period tracker.
This
now,
one
look, there are a lot of period tracker apps out there for women to keep track of their periods. But Love and Deepspace was like, you know what, dude? This game is a part of your daily routine, so might as well have that feature too.
Yeah,
so when you would get close to your period or your first day of your period would arrive, you'd have your favorite love interest point that out and vow to take care of you while giving you extra attention while you deal with cramps from the seventh circle of hell.
I like how he made
interestingly enough,
from the seventh circle. Okay, that was funny. It does feel, it does be that way sometimes. I like how he added that. I like how he added it without being weird about it. Thank you. I appreciate how he added that without being weird. Because, like, the amount of content creators who talk about the period tracker and go be like, oh my god, like, do girls actually... I'm like, really, dude, have you not met women? Do you not know your mother? Like, honestly, like, some men on YouTube, they act as if, like, women are such magical beings. And when they talk about periods, it's like, oh my god, it's so forbidden. It's disgusting, gross. Gouda. It gets tiring. It gets really tiring. So I appreciate him talking about this without being weird about it. Thank you. Thank you.
This whole period tracker thing was some sort of a Twitter controversy when it came out back in early 2025.
I remember this.
Some people would call Love and Deepspace a gooner game for having a period tracker. But that's just Twitter being Twitter. Because if you're going to call this a gooner game, might as well talk about the scenes where you're being figuratively railed. That's right. Let's talk.
Oh no. I'm scared. He's putting our business out. He's putting out our business over there. Like, our business has been viewed 200,000 times. Like, right now, guys, do you see this? 200,000 times. Our business is being aired here. Oh dear, I feel so exposed. I feel naked. I feel like I need to stop the video. I feel like I need to start the video. No, I don't know what to do. Why did it have to be Catch-22 of all things? Actually, you know what? I don't know which would have been worse, Lingering Lust or Catch-22. Visually, I feel like Catch-22 is worse. I mean. Okay, wait, let me just go back a bit. I need to mentally prepare myself.
Space a gooner game for having a period tracker. But that's just Twitter being Twitter. Because if you're going to call this a gooner game, might as well talk about the scenes where you're being figuratively railed. That's right. Let's talk about monetization. How was this a gacha game? Well, you weren't pulling for the characters. You'd be pulling for something called memories.
You'd
meet the characters through the main story. So in other words, they'd be available to you for free. But memories are these special 3D cutscenes where you interact with these different love interests and, well, end up doing a lot of raunchy things.
Wait,
Yes,
no.
these can get really spicy.
Wait. Sorry. Did he just call them 3D cutscenes? Oh no. That's
Might as well
not
talk
it,
about
right?
the scenes where you're being figuratively railed. That's right, let's talk about monetization. How was this a gacha game? Well, you weren't pulling for the characters. You'd be pulling for something called memories. You'd meet the characters through the main story. So in other words, they'd be available to you for free. But memories are these special 3D cutscenes where you interact with these different love interests and, well, end up doing a lot of raunchy things.
Okay, you know, he's not wrong. He's not wrong. But that's not the entirety of the memories. Oh dear. Wait. Maybe if we continue.
Yes, these can get really spicy. And it really caught me by surprise. I wasn't expecting this level of raunchiness when I streamed this game for the shits and giggles back in 2024 with the
he
streamer
talks about
Box
it.
2.
Wait, am I giving him a lap dance? What's going on right now?
Oh my
Oh,
god!
right.
Dude, what is this? We
He's
just get a
sweating,
free
bro. God damn!
We're literally fucking.
What's happening?
Is that my tits?
Hey, yo, is that your leg? No, that's your leg. That's your leg. Hey, man.
Okay.
Holy mother was sweating and. Hey!
Oh no, he's bending me
Oh,
over.
he opened your legs, bro.
Yeah, it was
Yeah. That's what made me like, okay. 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 Unfortunately, this is the part where I'll have to take notes. Okay. The reason why they are not just memories, I feel like he fails to mention that the cards are almost like a 30-minute to 45-minute story content where it's 40, if it's a 45-minute story, it's only 2-minute cinematic scene. And it's not just dropped on you for the sake of being hot and spicy. There is a story behind it. It's about bonding. It's about lusting over your partner. That's the one thing that I really cannot get. Like, I feel like men cannot understand that the whole idea of otome games is that it's a relationship, and they make it seem like it's goonery to have sex with your partner. You know? That's the part that I feel like men do not understand. Like, sex with your partner is supposed to be a bonding thing. It's how you show love to your partner. It's how you spend time. It's how you like express devotion. But I feel like men do not understand this. To them, Gooner game is just showing skin, touching body, and lusting over the guy. But then that's not it. The whole point of the spicy scene was there was an emotional connection before that. There's buildup that leads to it. And that's what makes the 2-minute scene very spicy. Like, yeah, I'm not going to say like we don't goon to the men. And I've said this so many times before. If you're going to call the action of gooning and make that the reason why a game is a gooner game, then every game is a gooner game. Every game is a gooner game. You can goon to any game. Then all games are gooner games. But I feel like men don't get it. The reason why Love and Deepspace is not necessarily a gooner game is because, yes, women will goon to it, but the game does not sell the sex. The game sells the relationship. And I feel like they can't get that. It's like hard for men to grasp. I don't know. I don't even think I'm explaining it myself very well. But like if you compare to like, I guess the more male targeted gooner games, right? The women are just objectified for the sake of fan service. There is no relationship between the characters. You're just oogling the women, you're touching them, you're bending them over in different angles, panty flashing, weird noises, and I don't know, bouncing around. And you know what? That's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. But that's what makes it a gooner game. That's not what the men in Love and Deepspace are doing. They're not in weird angles. They're not bending over. They're not bouncing their tits or bulging out their junk. They're not making weird noises for the heck of it. It's because you guys are in a relationship and are going into a situation where you are about to please each other. that's why they are making the sounds. And not just because of the sake of fan service. And I feel like men don't get that. Which is why, like, it's kind of annoying where men like, oh, girls hate it when you call it a gooner game. They're such purists. I'm like, no, bro, guys, goon all you want. Heck, women probably goon harder than you. You just expose us with all the fiction, right? The dark fantasy fiction. We probably goon harder than you guys. But at least know the distinction between a romance game and a gooner game. And I feel like the disservice in this one, because he just called it a cinematic scene, at least for the but then again, I guess for the people who are watching this documentary, most of them already play Love and Deepspace, so they're okay with it. But if you're a person that doesn't know what Love and Deepspace is and you go in, that part would be kind of misleading, in my opinion. But he's been doing a good job so far. Like, there's only so much you can do when it's not a game you play, so I can get it. I get it.
Definitely unexpected on my end. So essentially, this is what people spend their money on, okay? Of course, seeing that this is a free-to-play game, you can earn this currency for free by playing, but many would choose to spend money because other than these raunchy cutscenes, you'd also be unlocking outfits for these love interests, as well as gear that would make you more powerful for story combat sequences because the—
Wait, what? That's not true. That's only for Myth, right? Is he talking about Myth or just cards in general?
Of course, seeing that this is a free-to-play game, you can earn this currency for free by playing, but many would choose to spend money because other than these raunchy cutscenes, you'd also be unlocking outfits for these love interests, as well as gear that would make you more powerful for story combat sequences because this is an action game at the end of the day as well.
Okay. It's one of those things where, like, you're not wrong, but also depending on which card you're talking about, you can also be wrong. But then, like, it's not like you would expect him to talk about solar and lunar cards, right? He probably doesn't know the difference between solar and lunar. But at least he got the basic gist of it, at the very least. Yeah, the different Stella cards. He's talking about the outfits for crystals, but then he said gear. He said they unlock gear. Oh, wait. Maybe talking about the cumulative rewards. Yeah, maybe. But the gear, I'm not sure.
For story
I think gear
combat
is
sequences because this is an action game at the end of the day as well.
Yeah, I think gear is most likely Myth cards he's talking about.
All these elements combined would make this game one of the most successful gacha games of all time. Other developers in the industry would be so impressed that they would ask team members from Paper Games to conduct workshops or presentations talking about the logic and strategy behind making this behemoth. Like this presentation that was conducted back in March 2026 in the Game Developers Conference. It will be called Designing Crush-Worthy Characters in Love and Deepspace. This would be fascinating because in this presentation, the lead character designer would describe how the team designed characters that millions of players became emotionally attached to. This emotional attachment would be why this game would make so much money. The women playing this game would sometimes spend money when they already had a good enough amount of currency. And they had two main reasons to do so.
Okay, I feel like this is something only Chinese players do. Are there any whales in the chat right now? I would not top up unless I need to top up. Everything else I make sure I save. But like I feel like it's mostly just the Chinese girlies that tops up as frequently as possible as a form of supporting the game. You know? Because again, this is very K-pop coded. We buy a certain amount of albums and songs on iTunes to make sure the game stays elevated. But for K-pop, it's more like for the fans that do not have the money to buy the song, they would crowdfund and then send the funds over to fans so they can buy it. You know, so that basically you're donating to fans. But for this game, it's kind of like a similar mindset where if you spend, you keep the game elevated, and then the elevated is supported. It looks very good on the chart like this, right? But I feel like it's mostly, I don't know. Are there any whales here who would do the same? You used to whale pretty heavily on lads. Yeah, so do you just top up for the sake of topping up? You tend to buy packs with wishes to preserve your diamonds as much as you can. Yeah, I guess. I would do that too. But But that's only when I pull. I don't make it like a weekly thing, you know? And even then, if I have a lot of diamonds, then I don't pull at all. I don't spend at all. Have I watched 𝓥𝓲𝓮𝓻 talk about the Valko? I think I watched a bit of it, but not entirely, no. You know a lot of Chinese girls who spend 30k USD on this game. What's a whale? Oh, we call people whales who spend crazy amount of money on a game. I think the term is supposed to be they spend money like water, so they're whales. The people who don't spend as much are called dolphins. I keep calling myself a whale for Raphael, but I think I'm more of a dolphin then, since I don't necessarily spend on every banner. Most of the time, I only spend on myth. That's it. You would top up to max rank cards. Only for Raphael and Silas. You buy cheaper packs when there is a banner. But that's the thing. So you're saying you will buy when there's a banner. But what I'm talking about is they would make it a weekly goal. Even if there is no banner. They would buy a pack or, you know, the diamond thing. At least with the, as long as they have the dual saving. You know, the purple and the red diamonds. That kind of top up. They'll do it frequently, with or without a banner. Just for the sake of making sure they have a number of spending that's done for the month. You know what I mean? So whether there's a banner or not, they would spend money just so that the game would be at the top. Here. It's very K-pop mindset. But then that is basically the fandom culture there. So, you know, the way to support the game. Yeah, only buy, yeah. So most of you only buy for the banner. Okay.
For one, they're absolutely in love with a love interest in the game and they want to spoil them. And number two, they want to support the developer. This is not a mentality that you see for many things. Many women genuinely wanted Paper Games to make more money so that they can continue updating the game because no one else had ever made a game like this. And before you knew it, this game was competing head-to-head with the giants of gacha such as Genshin Impact and Honkai Star Rail. By mid-2024, it was making tens of millions of dollars per month. So as I said, it was no wonder that Paper Games made over $1 billion in 2024, while also becoming the #1 highest earning app on the Chinese App Store, which is a very big deal.
But here's the thing, don't forget to put it into perspective. MiHoYo has 3 games on the rank, while Infold only has like 1 in the top 3. Sorry. Yeah, like Infold only has 1, but MiHoYo has Honkai, Genshin, ZZZ, and I don't know the rest. Yeah, none. They have 3 games on the top. They earn a lot of money, whilst Infold is just Love and Deepspace. I know a lot of people are thinking like, oh, Infold is rich, they have so much money, but like if you try to put it in perspective, they're still considered they're not small, that's for sure. But they're not huge either.
It was making tens of millions of dollars per month. So as I said, it was no wonder that Paper Games made over $1 billion in 2024, while also becoming the #1 highest earning app on the Chinese App Store, which is a very big deal. But by the end of 2024, they would take it another step further, incorporating something that's not really present in mainstream gacha games like Love and Deepspace, VIP services. You would become a VIP if you spend a minimum of $690. And as soon as you reach Tier 2, which starts at $2,100, you would receive gift boxes sent to your address.
Wait, has this been verified though? That's one thing I wanted to ask. Is this verified? Because like if this is true, that's like crazy unfair for the US for the global fandom. What? Like really? Is this true? That's crazy. Like I'm basically paying a quarter of what you guys have to pay in order to get VIP. It's insane.
Have special merch and other little goodies. And when you get to the VIP 2 tier, you start getting personalized gift boxes sent to your address, with more exclusive items signed by your love interest in-game once you reach higher tiers, with some being at a minimum of 5 fucking figures. Look at how many people on the Love and Deepspace subreddit would post when they got VIP, like it's a celebration. And you know what's even crazier? These prices that I just showed you are exclusive to the Chinese server, taking into consideration their local purchasing power.
The global recently got their gift boxes. I feel like it might have something to do with delivery. Like, do you know how many times I want to do giveaways? I really want to do giveaways for you guys. But then when I check my my statistics, the majority of you are in the US or Europe, and I can't send you guys shit without paying a fortune just to send it to you, okay? Even then, I don't know if you'll definitely get it. That's the thing. I wonder if, like, delivery prices also plays a role in this. I don't know. I don't know.
But outside of the Chinese, Japanese, and South Korean servers, it has been reported, like in this thread right here, that the minimum for global players to become VIP is to spend around $6,000. Almost 10 times the Chinese minimum. That is a lot of money.
Wait, I'm sorry. I need to do the math. Hold on. Currency. I need to know. I need to know so it hits me harder, okay? 6,000 US dollars. How much that is in Hong Kong? Holy shit! Holy shit! What? What? That is barely my monthly salary. Holy shit. Holy shit. That is 47K. 47,000 Hong Kong dollars? Oh no. No, 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 no. Holy shit. Guys, like, what are we doing? That is insane. Why? Why? That does not make sense. What is this?
By March 2025, 𝓥𝓲𝓮𝓻 would start outgrossing Genshin Impact, Honkai Star Rail, Wuthering Waves, Uma Musume, I mean just about any other gacha. The CEO of Paper Games was hailed as a genius, and he would become a billionaire.
That much either, yeah.
He'd be interviewed by so many different publications. And he'd say that the reason for his success was simple, specifying, it's not that women don't like to play games, but there are no good games for women to play.
Yeah,
He'd also point out that when it came to Paper Games, 70% of their workforce is female. So he wasn't necessarily the genius here, it was the team behind this game. For one of the first times ever, you had a high-budget game for women, made by women, in the otome genre. And that's what so many other game companies were missing. That's why games like Tears of Themis just couldn't really hit the mark. And this is how 𝓥𝓲𝓮𝓻 became a worldwide phenomenon.
But that's the thing, like, despite that, there's still a lot of Chinese players who think 𝓥𝓲𝓮𝓻's writing is very bad compared to other otome games. Now here's the thing though, there's a different kind of storytelling, like because without trying to expose too much of myself, I have a very mixed family, like from different parts of the world. When I show like stories, like Chinese stories, to my relatives who do not speak a word of Chinese, they think the pacing and the writing style is very different to the point where they cannot wrap their hands around it. Like, for example, TGCF, all right? Heaven's Official Blessing. I don't know if you guys watch that. It's a manhwa. Well, it's a story, a novel, BL novel, but it also has a manhwa, and it also has an anime. The pacing is very different. The style of writing is very different. There's a lot of inference and reference that you have to do, whilst in English, how do I say? Like, when I read English novels, it's easier for me to predict what happens next, just because I read a lot of Chinese content where I have to do the referencing and the inferences myself. You know what I mean? But so when my relatives who are not of Chinese descent read stuff like that, because I like sharing it with my cousins, right? They'll be like, I don't understand the story. I don't know what he's trying to say. And I'll be like, no, so because in culture they have to do this, so they're saying this, like it's very different. So when I feel like, what I do think is when I look at 𝓥𝓲𝓮𝓻, the writing does seem to teeter in the middle a little bit, in the middle. But then again, I do not read the text in Chinese. I read it in English. And I do feel like their writing still is very Chinese style, to be fair. It's still very Chinese style where you have to like refer to a lot of stuff by yourself. And if you don't read like a lot of parts seriously, it's hard for you to refer or infer. So I feel like the reason why Love and Deepspace, number one, is really the 3D animation. The 3D models and the way they have the subtle expression that really sell it. Something as small as a very human glance, a look, a chuckle, a smirk, a glint in the eye, the hesitation, the stuttering of the, like when their eyes seem to tremble, their lips are curled, they hold on to themselves when they're annoyed or when they try to look away. All these small actions really sell the story a lot better. But does that mean the writing is bad? I don't think so. Personally, I think the writing is great. But then I will say, like, one thing but then I don't know if it's relevant to this story, to MUJIN's documentary. It's like the 3D animated part really, really, really sells. It really sells. And and honestly, it has also ruined otome games for me. Because now I want that in any otome game I play. That if I don't see it, it's hard for me to, like, get into it. Yeah, the micro expressions, that's it. Referential? I don't know. I only know reference and inference. I think those two. The shyness, the cuteness. Yeah, exactly. Like that part really, really sells. And that's the biggest thing. So if all these other games like Tears of Themis or even Light and Night or Beyond the World Beyond, if they had the 3D animations, I feel like then we can figure out really who has the best story writing. I feel like they would have more successes, which is why I really like that ever since Love and Deepspace came out, a lot of 3D games are starting to come out as well. But now, I think it's that they see that the reason why Love and Deepspace is popular is because of the 3D animation. They focus too much on that and completely ignore the story. They use too much AI. So, like, there's no balance now, which really sucks. But yeah, I feel like that's probably the reasons why Love and Deepspace really, really survived. You gotta thank the people who created the characters, who designed their mannerisms. Amazing, honestly, amazing. God tier work, really.
Billboards even popping up in Times Square. I mean, it would become such a phenomenon that you'd have media publications like Reuters making mini documentaries about how this game took over women's love lives. Listen to how they would describe it.
Chinese civil servant Zhou is in a 6-month relationship with her first boyfriend. He's a wavy-haired, handsome painter. He's also fictional. She...
Did they have to say it like that? Like, her boyfriend, he's a wavy-haired, handsome painter. He's also fictional. Like, bitch! I know he's fictional! You didn't have to rub it in like that! The way they were, like, hyping up his character. She's in a relationship with her first boyfriend.
Handsome.
He's a wavy-haired, handsome painter.
He's also fictional.
He's also fictional. Like, bitch, I know! I know! You didn't have to! Oh, this is so painful.
Qiyu is one of 5 romantic interests.
Qiyu. Oh, this hurts. This hurts.
In Love and Deepspace, the world's biggest mobile dating game with some 80 million users, according to research.
I remember this cosplayer. He did such a good job, though.
Sensor Tower.
80 million users. That is an insane amount of users. But yeah, this app did such a good job of incorporating itself into your daily routine that it kind of made it meaningless for many women to even seek out a boyfriend. It was that crazy. There'd also be a couple different documentaries by the publication South China Morning Post. In one of them, they talk about women that would specifically...
Not this one! Not this one! Ah! Not this one! Oh, this one was painful. This one was painful to watch. I don't know if I can watch it again. MUJIN, why must you bring up all the embarrassing ones?
Specifically hire cosplayers to dress up as their love interests from Love and Deepspace and go out on dates with them. And in another, they would do the same thing as Reuters. Talk about how some women were replacing real-life men with, well, Love and Deepspace love interests. Such massive success comes with its own fair share of critics. And by 2025, you'd have multiple media publications come up with a narrative that it's because of games like this, these otome games, that birth rates were declining.
Okay, that's ridiculous. That is absolute bullshit. That is absolute bullshit. I hope he talks about that. That is bullshit. Birth rates going down because of otome games? Bullshit. Kiss my ass. You can suck my dick on that one. Like, bullshit. Like, okay, they're not entirely wrong saying they're replacing men, okay? But they fail to realize that a lot of women who play this game are married women. Are in very committed relationship. Heck, some of the women are even gay. Like, it's I get that's how, as a general, they see otome games, but I feel like it's so hard for them to understand that what we basically like is a story. That's it. It's like anime. We are fans of an anime. That's basically it. It's no different from like being a fan of anime. I guess that's it. But I understand why people would think that, because if you go to the really how do you say, because yeah, the ones that are so the really hardcore ones, you know, the really excessive ones, like, yeah, okay, but don't judge the excessive actions of a few onto the whole fandom. That's the only thing I can say. But what am I gonna do? Like, honestly, but then blaming this on birth rates as if like there aren't any actual real life world problems. How about absolute crimes against women? Maybe stop killing and murdering us. Maybe then we'll feel like getting a boyfriend, you know? Maybe let the economy be a stable one where it's actually not expensive to be alive. And then we'll think about procreating. Okay, I can barely pay for myself. What makes you think I'm gonna start paying for my offsprings, for my spawns? I'm not gonna spawn any minions if I can't pay for them. Like, there are so many reasons why birth rate is low. Please do not blame it on an otome game. That is absolute bullshit. Absolute bullshit. Like, that's I'm getting mad now. Let's let me continue.
A lot of criticism would be directed towards the game and the women that were playing it. Some of these women would start blaming incel culture for this, while others would point out that it's just simply because it's popular. This new dynamic would lead to some nasty fights within the gacha community, like how, for example, on the Chinese internet, some Love and Deepspace fans would go head-to-head with Snowbreak Containment Zone fans, a game that heavily targeted the male demographic.
Okay, this one I need to know about, because I honestly did not even know of this game's existence until they started saying like, oh, this is revenge for Snowbreak. And I was like, really? What is Snowbreak? I had no idea this was a thing. Like, what is this? Is he gonna talk about it?
Things got very nasty there, and I would need to make a whole video to do it justice. But it did end with the government intervening and pretty much censoring the hell out of Snowbreak. But it's just an example to illustrate to you how this huge wave of attention that this game got didn't only bring positives to the community. However, as long as the developer could keep the Love and Deepspace community satisfied...
Oh wait, he's not gonna talk about it? Is that it? Community dissatisfaction. Oh, he's not gonna talk about it. Oh man, okay. Well, if he makes a video about it, I would like to. That's the thing. People are saying it was Love and Deepspace that caused Snowbreak to get censored. But I didn't even know it existed. But then again, that's just me. I don't know. How about we do a poll? How many of you actually interacted with Snowbreak? Let's do a poll. I'm gonna see. Like, I mean, I have a small community, but I want to know. I interacted with Snowbreak. Okay. Yes or no? Huh? Wait, what's this? Huh? What is this? What am I doing? Wait, help. Wait. I started a Q&A. I didn't realize that. I didn't even know I could do that. 1 second. Let me just... it should be a poll, right? Okay, sorry, a poll. I interacted with Snowbreak. I want to see. So just click yes or no. There. Okay. How many of you are going to say yes? You watched the trailer, but you didn't play the game? Oh, see, most of you are saying no. But then again, like, I do have a small community. Maybe it's just us. See, Connor 𝓥𝓲𝓮𝓻 mentioned in his vid. Okay, I need to go and check it out then. I'm just thinking, if you ever played the game or interacted with the community of Snowbreak, like... See, most of you are saying no. Oh, 5% of you are saying yes. But then again, we are a small community, so I can't really, like, rule us out. It's very possible that a large number of players interacted with it, but then I know I haven't, so... You still have no idea what Snowbreak is apart from it's a game? Apparently it's a very gunnery game. I've seen, like, one character, like, it's kind of like a character introduction? Kinda? I don't really know what it is, but there's a lot of fan service. Like, a hell of a lot of fan service. It's a lot. Okay, I'm gonna end the poll. It seems like most of you, if not all of you, the majority of you actually do not know about Snowbreak. I don't either, so anyway.
However, as long as the developer could keep the Love and Deepspace community satisfied, nothing could stand in the way of this money-printing behemoth. But with so much attention and expectations aimed towards this game, and with so much money being made, as time went on, it seemed like Paper Games was simply not prepared to blow up that much. And that lack of preparation gave them many more problems with their own community than they could have ever bargained for.
I agree with that 100%.
So remember how I said that this game was all about how it made its own audience feel like they're being individually known and cared for? Well, it wasn't just the game doing this. It was the developer too. Here are some examples. Throughout the year, there would be multiple time-limited events in the game,
this
like other gacha games. And whenever that would happen, they would take the opportunity to make these educational videos directed towards their female audience that taught them different things that they could find useful, well, as women. Here's them, for example, hiring the Beijing 2008 Olympic champion for judo. And in this 12-minute video, women who play this game would be taught about women's self-defense. Here's another example in which a faculty member at the mental
a small community of lads over in China may have been involved. I do agree with that. I do agree with that. And I did mention this in my previous live stream before. It's because of a very public collab that Snowbreak, right? Snowbreak. That Snowbreak. I don't know why. Yeah, Snowbreak. I keep wanting to say Snowball for some reason. Like, they were doing a very public collab, like a postal service collab. And if you're going to do, like, a very, like, general public kind of collab that has nothing to do with your fandom or your community, of course it's going to reach the general public. I feel like the people who had a problem with it are mostly the general public who are like, oh my god, you're going to show this to my daughter! Rather than the Love and Deepspace. Like, I do not doubt that there were definitely some Chinese lads players that said something about it. Absolutely. But as a whole, I feel like, I don't know, I just feel like the majority of us never actually talked about Snowbreak. But then it could also be because I curate my timeline, so I never see it. I don't know. But like I did mention before that that's also what they're trying to do with Valko, with the whole women against women safety. They are trying to get the general public to see that this game, without any knowledge of the game, by the way, they're trying to make them think that Love and Deepspace promotes material that does not align with women's safety. So of course, if you're a general public, especially you're more on the conservative side, and you see that it, I don't know, romanticizes a man invading your house, even though he did not do that. They would be angry. And that's what they were trying to weaponize. They were trying to weaponize the general public. And if it created a big enough stir, then the government would have to step in. And they did, sadly. But anyway, I'm sorry, I'm yapping. Okay, continue.
Mental Health Education Center of the China Academy of Art would conduct a workshop about mental health. But this wouldn't just be limited to a woman's needs. Paper
like
Games, being a
this.
Chinese developer, would also take this as an opportunity to
Yeah.
teach their massive global audience about Chinese
Yeah,
culture.
they
Like how
have
in this video, the
Fai Chen
director of Heritage
everywhere.
Protection Division would teach the 𝓥𝓲𝓮𝓻 audience about China's cultural heritage. Them using the game's revenue to fund things like this made many women express the fact that this wasn't just a community or a developer, this was a safe space specifically for women. You can see
Yeah.
this expressed in so many of these different comments. I'm not really making it up. There are people saying that they're literally crying watching the self-defense video. And this comment right here, I think, sums it up, saying, "It's crazy and also super amazing how a dating simulator is inspiring me and others to take care of ourselves."
It's not a dating simulator, though. I know. I'm being very touchy about, like, labeling. That's the thing, though. Maybe it's because I'm so used to being in, like, the Chinese side of the community. Because if you say dating simulation, you're gonna get your ass whooped. You're gonna get your ass whooped. You have to say otome.
Recognize our self-worth, and even learn self-defense. This is what Love and Deepspace was for so many people. But unfortunately, as time went on, this priceless relationship built on trust would start having cracks form in its foundation due to bad decisions made by the developer, mostly
Okay,
relating
okay.
to the game itself.
So that's why he was mentioning all the women's defense. I think he's gonna get into the whole Valko thing now, probably. Showing that it suddenly went against that.
What do I mean by that?
I can see the build-up. It's a really good build-up.
Well, let's go back to the example of Genshin Impact.
Oh, shoot.
It makes a lot of money, and in return, it's meant to give you constant updates. One update typically lasts for 40 days. Then the next update comes along with new events, and more importantly, new story, advancing the plot that everyone's playing the game for. Every update would also typically have 2 brand new characters that you can pull for. And every year, you'd have a major update that would introduce an entirely new region.
So that's it, right? So for Genshin, main story update is every year, isn't it? But I feel like the comparison with Love and Deepspace is just not right because it's a different kind of game. Yeah, they're both gacha, but Genshin is a game you're supposed to put hours of gameplay into, whilst Love and Deepspace, not really. It's just supposed to be there as a companion app where you. I think the idea to play Love and Deepspace is maybe spend an hour on it max. And then the rest of it is like just using the companion app side of it, like the with him side, the workout, the sleep, the working, the studying, like that. That's supposed to be on the side. But yeah, I feel like comparing the two is not necessarily the right thing to do. But I have a feeling maybe it's because MUJIN himself, it's actually too much of a big deep dive. I get it. He's gonna have to dive into hundreds of other otome games and see how they function. Because I feel like that would have been a better comparison. But to the Genshin, I feel like they're both fruits, but it's apples and oranges. You know what I mean? Kinda?
Now, as I mentioned before, Love and Deepspace does have a story mode. You'd have
Yeah.
story segments that are in 3D. It's like a 3D visual novel, right? With cutscenes and voice acting. And you'd also have combat. This is easily, by far, the most important aspect of the game. Story is what allows you to meet the new love interests that release, while also advancing the plot with them in it. Because they
Okay.
interact with each other as well. They have stories that tie in together and they know each other, sometimes being friends. So while yes, many
Wait, is he talking about MC or the men? He's talking about MC, right?
players get very excited about pulling for a banner because it involves a raunchy cutscene, if you had to ask them whether they prefer getting a banner of their favorite love interest or more story, the majority of them would always choose more story.
Well, yeah, because it's free. I feel like that's a little bit unfair to say. Because, of course, if a banner is out, you get content, but you only get it if you saved up enough to pull for it. But when you have the main story, then it's free. It's accessible to everybody. I feel like the comparison is not exactly fair. I don't know. Probably MC, he meant the allies. The allies don't meet though. I think he means the MC, because otherwise Caleb and Zayn as friends is a stretch. Ah, I guess. Yeah. No, but they don't really mention it. I don't know. But yeah, I just think like saying that the majority of them would always choose more story. Well, yeah, because it's the main story and mostly because it's free. You know, it's free content.
But by 2025, it seemed
Like, I find it so hypocritical. These people saying, yeah, I want more main story content. But I can tell you a huge amount of them do not even read the main story if it does not involve their favorite love interest. So, like, when I see these people saying, like, I want more main story, I get so pissed. Because I'm like, did you even read the chapters before Silas's chapter? Did you even read the... I feel like you don't, you know? Because that's why I get so irked when I hear people saying, I want more main story. I don't know. I'm sorry. That's just me. That's just me, though. That's just a personal thing that I have. He's saying we care about the story, not just romance. I guess? Wait.
as being friends. So while yes, many players get very excited about pulling for a banner because it involves a raunchy cutscene, if you had to ask them whether they prefer getting a banner of their favorite love interest or more
Yeah, but that's the thing. We don't pull because it has a raunchy cutscene, though. We pull because it has more story. A lot of the cards actually provide a lot of nuance, and that is the relationship part of this gacha game, of this otome game. I don't know.
story, the majority of them would always choose more story. But by 2025, it seemed evident that both banners and story content were just not meeting expectations. They weren't
Okay.
necessarily releasing fast enough for a game of this caliber, making this much money. And multiple complaints would start arising within the community that the scheduling is too inconsistent and the communication is just non-existent.
Yeah, okay, I can agree. The schedule is... I can't really say inconsistent because you can pretty much pinpoint which month they will release a main story update because it's always every 3 months. Sorry, every 6 months. And in between, but it's the in between that gets like a little bit foggy because sometimes they also add like branch stories in between. I get that. So I guess you can say it is inconsistent, but yes, communication is non-existent. I
Genshin
agree
Impact
with
had a
that.
new update every 40 days. That was well established. Other gachas functioned very similarly. It was simply the industry standard.
But then other gachas are huge though. It's huge. Other gachas are huge. And then we have fully cinematic and animated scenes. That's different. It's like they have to create a mini movie. I feel like that's unfair. I don't know. Not to mention, Love and Deepspace has a very small number of staff members for their size, especially for the amount of games they have. I don't know. I just feel like asking them to hurry up is really difficult. I feel like they need to expand in order to hurry up to produce more. I don't know.
But with Love and Deepspace, it seemed like they just released things on a whim, like as if they were winging it. When it came to limited banners, right? The ones that you had to pull
I don't... okay. That one I have to disagree with. They do not. No. A lot of times, a lot of the events align with Chinese holidays, Chinese themes. If not the themes, then their birthdays. Very rarely is it on a whim. Whoever told them that clearly does not know much about the scheduling of the game. But a lot of times it aligns with the Chinese holidays and the seasons. They don't wing it. This is the one I do not agree with. They definitely do not agree with. They have seasonal releases, they have holiday releases, they have thematic releases. I don't know why they say they're winging it. That is definitely not true.
for within a specific time frame, otherwise they disappear, there'd be mainly two types. A banner made specifically for one love interest, and a banner with all love interests combined. Now look,
Okay.
when it comes to combined banners, there's a lot of misinformation out there about how it works. I saw
Okay.
many, even Love and Deepspace players, saying that you have a 1 in 5 chance of getting the banner that you want.
What? Really? Do any of you think that? Wait, what? Really?
Many, even Love and Deepspace players, saying that you have a 1 in 5 chance of getting the banner that you want.
Wait, what? No. Do they? I don't. Are you sure? I don't think so. Do you guys think you have a 1 in 5 chance to get the love interest that you want in multi-banners? Guys, let me know in the chat. Yes or no? I need to know. Do you guys think it's 1 in 5 chances? Yes or no? In multi-banners, mind you. With the precise wish. Oh, thank God. Okay. That's the agenda anti-Valko people are pushing? That's insane. What? 1 in 5... That is crazy.
But that's not true. There's this mechanic that allows you to select the one banner that you really want
Oh my God, thank God. Oh my God, he explains it. Oh my God, thank you.
and 2 others that you'd also not mind having. Once you hit a 5-star, you'll randomly get one of those banners. If you don't get your precise wish, the character that you
Yes.
wanted the most, then this
Yes.
mechanic guarantees that the next time you hit a 5-star, you will get the banner that you wanted the most.
Thank you. Oh my God, thank you. Okay, no, I'm not saying that's what he's saying. I just want to know if what you guys think. I am so glad all of you are saying no. I guess the people who say this are new players, but also I feel like it's that anti-Valko agenda as well. Like, who would think 1 in 5? That's insane. That's crazy. That's criminal. What? I don't know. Like, I have been told that they would prefer they just have to pay for the card that they want, but then it's not a gacha game anymore. It's paid to win. You're paying. So imagine, let's say one card is equal to 100 Hong Kong dollars. Okay, let's say it's equal to 10 US dollars. All right, 10 US dollars. But in a gacha system, that may be like every once you do 5 pulls, you hit guarantee. There's a possibility that you gain that card before you reach 10 USD dollars. That's the whole point of gacha. But there's always a cap. There is always a cap where you will not spend more than this much. No matter how many love interests are in the game, you will not spend more than this much in order to get the card you want. That's the 50-50 system. That's why I do not understand people saying that if Valko gets introduced in the game, the chances of getting the card you want lowers. Like, that doesn't make sense to me. The only way that actually applies is if they're talking about the standard pool. I feel like that's the only thing. If it's the standard pool, then yes, that makes sense. But in the standard pool, it's so easy to save up for those. So I feel like, I don't know. I don't know. Until the multi-banner is always at least 65 pulls. There you go. I don't know. I don't know where the idea is coming from. Like, that's why I was saying my math isn't great. So I thought maybe there was a math explanation behind it. But at the same time, I feel like no. Once you reach a guarantee, you get a 50-50% chance that it's the card you want and the card you don't want. And then if you miss that chance, then the next card you get is guaranteed the one you want. So no matter what, you'd only have to pull twice until you reach it, no matter what. Like, the worst possible scenario will always be you reach pity twice, no matter what. And if you're lucky, you reach pity once, no matter how many love interests are in the game. So I feel like it doesn't make sense to me. I don't know where the logic comes from. Yeah, you also get crates from the standard, even better. So it's easier for you to, like, complete your standard 5. And not to mention, there's also, yes, the Wishing Well shop. Exactly, that too. Like, ever since Caleb released, I think I completed all his standard cards within a few months. Like, I don't need the Wishing Well anymore. So I feel like, I don't know, because the only time that actually applies, it would be for the standard banner. But even then, there's so many ways to counter, like, constantly pulling. So I don't know.
So regardless of how many love interests get added to the game, whether it's 3 or 6, the odds will always remain the same.
Yeah,
now, I want to make
exactly.
something clear. Remember how I said that Genshin Impact released a major update every year which involved a new region? Well, the version of this in Love and Deepspace is a new love interest. A new love interest signifies a new region. It adds more story, more lore, more depth. I mean, it was just the best thing you could hope for.
Not necessarily, no. Not really, no. Because then we'd have 6 love interests a long time ago. Not really. I don't know. Because then, like, 1.0, we have 3. 2.0, we'll have 4. 3.0, we'll have 5. 4.0 will have 6, 5.0 will have 7, 6.0 would have 8. It's not exactly accurate.
But by the time the 5th character came out, which was Caleb, a certain issue became very hard to ignore for the wider community. And that had to do with the fact that Paper Games now had a workload that they clearly couldn't handle anymore. More characters coming out with their limited resources meant that some characters would be completely neglected in favor of newer ones. And this leads us to my wonderful creation that I call the neglect ranking.
Oh no. Really? Okay. Okay. Okay, here's the thing. Just remember the only reason why everyone can pinpoint which month is Valko's birthday is because of a pattern. That is one thing that there are a few rules that Otome Games will always follow, is that if there is a birthday month, the entirety of that month will not be shared by other love interests. Okay? Wait, should we hear it first? I guess we should hear it first. But seeing it called the neglect ranking is really triggering me. I'm like, okay, I feel like, I don't know, this is content fed to you by solos or something. I don't know. I don't know. What do you mean by neglect? There's no such thing as neglect in this game. He's a normie, he's trying, he's wrong, but he's trying. Oh, okay, alright. Hi, Mishrox, hi. Okay, yeah, maybe I should just let him. Yeah, let him.
I made this to really illustrate to you just how disorganized the release schedule of this game was, as if they were truly winging it. Now, as I said, the most important aspect of this game is story content, but for the sake of this argument, let's look at banners first. So as you can see, the most neglected love interest in this game is 𝓥𝓲𝓮𝓻. His last banner was his birthday. This happens every year for every character, by the way. And it was 9 months ago. Meanwhile, Caleb was 4 weeks ago, and Silas was 7 weeks ago at the time of recording. Now, yes, you can make the argument that Silas and Caleb released after the initial 3, but is it really fair to neglect 3 of your 5 characters in favor of the 2 newer ones? What if you play
this is hurting my soul. I'm sorry. This is hurting my soul so much.
this game just for 𝓥𝓲𝓮 or Raphael? This was very inconsistent and showed that there was no real release schedule that made it fair for everyone. But if you thought this was bad, then wait till you see the main story neglect ranking.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh no, I don't know. Help. Help me, chat. I'm dying inside. I'm dying. I'm dying inside. No, I think he said the wrong name. But yeah, I'm slowly dying. I'm slowly dying. I feel like he doesn't know that each love interest will only have one solo banner, dedicated solo banner per year. Either he doesn't know that, or the people who wrote the Google Docs did not know that. Only each love interest, each one of them will only have one dedicated solo banner. Each love interest will only have one dedicated solo birthday month. I feel like he seems to have forgotten. No, not seems to have forgotten. He doesn't know that. I feel like he doesn't know the pattern, which is why this is not necessarily a neglect ranking. It's more like a puzzle piece where Infold has to input what was planned in a span, in a year, in the span of a year. That's what I wanted to say. So it ends up being like a puzzle piece where each love interest will have a dedicated month for their birthday, and then each love interest will have a dedicated month for their solo banner. And a lot of times it is a pattern that repeats from the year before to the next year, which is why a lot of prediction schedules that you see online end up being true, because Infold follows a pattern. The only time that this pattern actually gets screwed up or mixed up is when there is an introduction of a new love interest, which is where Valko comes in. So then that's when you'll have to reorganize your prediction. But even then, most of the time you get it right because you have 6 consistent months where you know it is going to be dedicated to Zane, Raphael, Xavier, Silas, Caleb, and Valko because it is their birthday month. So you have to fill in the gaps in between. 6 love interests, 6 months, and another 6 months in between. So each of the birthday month, there is another month. And within those months is where the multi-banners start coming in. Multi-banners, myth banners, reruns. Their schedule is not winging it. This actually hurts my soul. I don't know. Either the people who made the document did not tell him about Infold's own planning patterns, or I guess it was never mentioned. But the fact that that's the thing, this whole neglect is an absolute myth to solos. I hate that we're using solos now. It's such a K-pop thing. To solos who only care about content that is related to their love interest. There is nothing wrong. There is nothing wrong with being dedicated to at least one love interest. There's nothing wrong. But you have to understand, this game is not Love and Raphael, Love and Xavier, Love and Silas. It is Love and Deepspace. It consists of 5 or supposed to be 6 love interests. That means your love interest is not going to be the only one that the game is going to focus on. They will take turns. If there's 5, then you can imagine that in this rotation where it's Zane, Raphael, Xavier, Silas, monthly rotation, of course the one who went first is gonna have to wait a long time until it's their time. Just like how after Raphael, he's gonna have to wait a long time. After Xavier, he's gonna wait a long time. After Silas, he's gonna wait a long time. After Caleb, he's gonna have to wait a long time. It just so happens that because of their birthday month and their myth, you will feel like it's consecutive. Heck, as a Raphael girly, I felt suffocated between the months of April, March, and May. It was so suffocating. But then after April, March, and May, nothing for the next year unless it was a main story update. And that's just how it goes. That's just how it goes. There's no such thing as being neglected. It's just called taking turns. Now, the only thing, but anyway, that's in terms of banners. Now he's going to talk about main story, right? So it's a shame, but I feel like this entire part is a miss. It's a big shame. It's a huge shame. But again, I feel like unless you know the game, you wouldn't know much about Infold's patterns. But at the same time, I also feel like the fandom itself does not recognize the patterns. That's why they really follow prediction posts so easily. I feel like a lot of players do not recognize or do not notice the pattern that Infold has when releasing banners. That's why they constantly look for people who make the prediction posts. That's why they follow them. But at the same time, it does you a bit of disservice because you end up only listening to these prediction banners. You only listen to the rumor spread. And when your mind is set up and that is what you expect, you are 100% of course going to be disappointed because you made up a definite answer in your head that this is what's going to happen when really that's not the case. But yeah, exactly, Duckling. They have a very predictable schedule. But saying neglect is just like, I don't know. I feel like he can only say this because he doesn't really know what otome game looks like. It's the same thing. There are otome games, especially now this is the Japanese side. There are games where they have like 8, 10 love interests. And for 3 months, they will focus on just 3 love interests. Like that is the banner just for them. And then that means the other people will have to wait another 3 months for the other 3 love interests. So that means the last 3 in the rotation would go through an entire year without anything that focuses on their love interest. This is normal. This is so normal, guys. Anyway, I feel like most of the people who think neglect either do not know how otome games run. Lads is most likely their first otome game. And they have a very K-pop mindset, really. It's very K-pop. I'm sorry. It's very K-pop. Anyway, let me just continue. There are ultimate games with 20 allies. I know! And do you think they released banners for 20 immediately? No. Absolutely not. Oh, anyway.
Here, the most neglected is Caleb, the most recent character. The last time he was in the story was in January 2025, 18 months ago. His debut arc when he first released.
Yes. Yeah, this I feel like this is something people can use to argue because it is about a narrative pattern that I feel like, yes, we can say it is because of the type of narrative that they're trying to bring, but at the same time, you can't prove it anymore because Valko is not there. You can't prove it anymore. There's no more proof. There's no more proof. Like, you guys have... If you were in my previous live stream, you know already what I mean by a narrative pattern, especially with characters and their foils. We have the 3 bright characters, and that started the foundation of the game. By bright characters, I don't mean their story is bright, but their outlook is more on the positive side, the more angelic, the more good side. Zane, Xavier, Raphael, their outlook is very bright and friendly. Whereas Caleb, Silas, and Valko, they are more from the darker side. So that is the narrative pattern they're going for. Except Zane, Xavier, and Raphael were building the foundation for the story to start up, which is why you have them at the beginning of the game, and then Silas starts off the darker arc of the game. So after Silas came out, that's when they start having the branch stories, right? Where Raphael, Xavier, and Zane would further go into the lore and how each of these characters take part on different aspects of the lore, right? Like Xavier talks about Ever's, what was it? The whole machine thing to manipulate dreams. For Raphael, it was about this giant. They're actually also looking for parts of the tome of the sea god. So Ever knows about that. They're looking for that too. And then for Zane, it was about the experimentation on using what were they called again? Wanderers. I'm starting to forget what they're called now. Using wanderers to further extend their experimentation. So this is the foundation of the game. That's why they had them. Now, in between those those three as the beginning, as a narrative pattern, obviously the next part, the second phase, would have been the darker trio, which would have been Caleb, Silas, and Valko. They were supposed to start off their branch stories now that they came 3. Because think about it, and I said it before, I'll say it again. If we had branch stories where it's just Caleb and Silas, people are going to complain, why is it so short? Why is it less? Well, it's because there's 3 of them before. Now there's only 2. Then make it longer. If they made it longer, how do you think the other 3 would feel? They would think it's unfair. Like, make it make sense. Now, you can complain that, hey, Silas and Zane had their duo story, the mid part in between. Xavier and Raphael also had the mid part in between. Well, yeah, because these were the only existing characters at the time of release. If you put Caleb into this duo, then that means one of them will have extra story. Okay, if you made Caleb go into a pair story, who would he pair off with? Who would he go with? If he went with any one of them, it would be unfair to anyone. They would have said, oh, but Xavier was already in Tuar yesterday. Why is he paired up with Caleb? Silas was already in Death and Rebirth. Like, dude, it's like there's a pattern here, guys. Infold is following a pattern. But to be fair, this is all about a narrative pattern that can only be proven once the game was released, and once Valko's story was released, and once branch stories between Silas, Caleb, and Valko is released. Other than that, there is no solid proof that I can provide you, apart from the fact that ever since the game's release, the game has been following a pattern. But yeah, this is something that I think Info thought you would know. I don't know. They expect you to know, I guess. Because, like, if you wanted Info to tell you, don't worry, the branch story will release in October. the three branch stories with our new love interest Valko, the surprise factor would have been gone. Ever since Silas was leaked out, they've been very, very touchy about leaked content. Really touchy. And I think they really wanted Valko to be that surprise drop that would have excited a lot of players. But unfortunately, it backfired. Unfortunately. I'm sorry. I'm yapping. I'm yapping. And I'm barely 20 minutes. Okay, I'm gonna shut up.
When it came to Silas
sorry,
and Zane,
guys.
14 months ago. And when it came to the most favored characters, really, in quotations, most favored,
to listen to.
Xavier and Raphael were in the main story 6 months ago. This meant that the last story content for this game was on January 2nd, 2026. We're now halfway through 2026, and there was no new main story content, period. That's without mentioning the characters that haven't been featured in the story for way longer than 6 months.
My heart hurts.
So in comparison to other gacha games of the same tier as Love and Deepspace that make as much money, this was ridiculous. They were inconsistent with their release schedule and were not communicative enough about things to look forward to, about dates. And let's also not forget the fact that they refused to make a PC client for this game, even though their other games had it. But this was the game that was making them the most money.
That's the one thing I cannot understand. Why can't they release a PC client? But I think it's because they wanted Love and Deepspace to be a companion app. So that means accessible through your phone. If you cannot interact with them physically on your phone, I think they are afraid that the magic would disappear. And I get that. But right now, the existing player base that is giving you a lot of money are asking you for a PC app. The least they could do is provide one, I feel. I don't know. That's what I feel. Like, for newcomers, yeah, experience the game through your phone. But it's so heavy. It's so heavy for your phone now. And it's because of how detailed this game is.
And so as I mentioned, this would be a recurring topic within the community starting as early as 2025. It would cause multiple dramas with different points of views giving their opinions on why it takes so long to develop the main story and release content. But overall, the biggest loss for this game were longtime players that had spent a lot of money on it, losing hope that anything was going to change,
what that player
feeling
said.
like the money and time they were spending in this game just didn't matter. Like this money was being funneled to other projects and Paper Games was simply not interested in making it any better. This would start forming a narrative that they were too greedy, prioritizing memories and banners and ignoring the story. It seemed like they simply didn't really have what it took to be this big of a developer with so much success. They just weren't ready for it.
I feel like two things can be true. Is Infold kind of greedy? All companies are greedy. I don't know why you would expect a company not to be greedy. All companies are greedy. Their main reason of existence is to earn money, isn't it? I don't know. I feel like this is normal. But at the same time, saying they're not focusing on the main story is absolute false. Absolute false.
As evidenced by the fact that things would get significantly worse because they would somehow commit an unforgivable taboo in their own local market of China.
With the functions that aren't companion-based, like combat, it makes sense to take that into consideration. Ah, I see. Yeah, 50 GB for one game is insane. I agree. They keep it in mobile too, in order to optimize it to those devices which are lower specs. Ah, so the mechanics that they need to employ is not that expensive. Is that it? Oh, okay. I didn't think about that.
A mistake so grave that it perfectly encapsulates the expression of shooting yourself in the foot.
Shooting yourself. No, Nino, we all want more main story. We all want more main story because obviously we want to know what's going on. We all do. I just feel like demanding it to happen faster, it's hard, right? Especially for creatives. Do you want them to rush the story? I feel like saying that they do not want to focus on the main story when they have consistently provided main story updates every 6 months without fail is a little bit unfair. They haven't actually done, like, they haven't actually missed a 6-month main story update. They've always consistently uploaded 6 months. There was a time in between, like for Death and Rebirth or For Your Tomorrow. Like, those were in between, yeah. But otherwise, they were quite consistent and they would always update, if not give you more. But I think that's it. They just wanted it to be faster. And I feel like saying that they're not paying attention to it when they haven't even been late once is a little unfair, I think, at least.
9/11 is a
What?
tragic event that would occur on United States soil on the 11th of September 2001. It's
Huh?
best known for the 2 passenger planes that were hijacked full of passengers that collided into the 2 towers of the World Trade Center.
Wait, what? Why are we talking about 9/11? What happened? Did I miss something? I'm sorry. Wait, what? What?
It's the
Perfectly
expression
encapsulated.
of shooting yourself in the foot.
And then from there,
9/11 is a tragic event that would occur on United States soil on the 11th of September 2001. It's best known for the 2 passenger planes that were hijacked full of passengers that collided into the 2 towers of the World Trade Center. There would, of course, be 2 other
why
planes
are we
involved,
talking?
one that would
What
crash
hap-
into the Pentagon.
What happened? What happened? What is this sudden jump? What happened?
And one that tried to crash into the White House but failed. Now, this was an event that happened over 25 years ago.
Oh, is he gonna talk about the 731? What? Why is he talking about 9? Okay,
And
I'm sorry.
odds
All
are,
right, let him
if I
cook.
went
Got
to
it.
the
Okay,
US
let
right
him
now
cook.
and made a joke centered around 9/11, everyone would find it funny, assuming I have good humor, except for those who were directly involved in those events.
Wait, I'm sorry. What? Even as a Hong Konger, I know not to make fun of that event. I'm sorry. What? Wait a minute. I'm a little lost on this. 1 second.
That happened over 25 years ago. And
Yeah?
odds are, if I went to the US right now and made a joke centered around 9/11, everyone would find it funny, assuming
What? Everyone would find it funny? Really? Is it just me? Am I the only one that's sensitive about? Let him cook? Okay, but I feel like the premise is already kind of jumpy. Would everyone find the 9/11 funny?
I have good humor, except for those who were directly involved in those events.
Even for people who are not involved in the event, I feel like joking about it is a little insensitive, isn't it? Oh, is it dark humor? Is it? Americans do make joke about it? I didn't know that. I would not joke about it. I thought it was crazy.
Losing a family member, a relative, or a friend. Hell, I could probably make a joke about Pearl Harbor, a tragic event that occurred during World War II. And again, the majority would probably not care. That's just
I would care. I would never joke about Pearl Harbor. What? Maybe, is it a culture difference? I'm sorry, this is too much for me. I would never joke about that. Is this a culture difference, guys? Am I experiencing a culture difference?
just how culture works in the United States when it comes to sensitive events. Nothing holds weight there for too long. Now, on the other hand, when it comes to
Oh, is that true, guys? My US viewers, is that true? This is your dark humor? He's trying to say Americans are more comfortable with dark humor compared to Asians. Oh, is that why I don't find it comfortable? It's a difference between younger and older generations too. Oh, okay. So some of you are actually saying yeah, and then some of you are asking me to tell him to let him cook. But I feel like you don't understand that for me as an Asian, this is something I would never make fun of. But then, yeah, I think that's it. I think that's the cultural difference, isn't it?
to East and Southeast Asia, actually, you know what? Probably the majority of Asia at this point, but let's just focus on East Asia for now. Tragic events, no matter when they happen throughout history, still hold immense weight even today.
Yeah.
Their dates, their anniversaries, their names, they are ingrained into society. And
Okay, I wouldn't take it that far, but as a general rule, I feel like I would not make fun of it. So I guess that's it. That's the cultural difference. That's why it really shocked me when he said if he made a joke about the 9/11 incident. I would never make fun of that.
no one would ever dare joke about them.
Yeah, I would never joke about it. I'm feeling the cultural difference. That was kind of nice, but at the same time, I'm a little scared. Like, is it really okay to make fun of it?
This cultural clash can be perfectly illustrated during the meeting between President Trump of the United States and Prime Minister Sanae Takaichi of Japan.
I remember this.
Trump
I
would
remember
make
this.
a Pearl Harbor joke
Oh, this was so
right to the
painful
Prime
to
Minister's
watch.
face and
Oh,
laugh it
I
off.
remember
This
this.
is something perfectly acceptable in
Oh,
the
I
United
remember
States.
this. This was so painful to watch.
This is passable. Takaichi, on the other hand, I mean, you can see the facial expression on her. She was mortified. If
I
she would
would
have made a
not,
Pearl
no.
Harbor joke, or hell, I don't know, a Hiroshima or Nagasaki joke in Japan, she
The extent of freedom of speech is also a factor in the cultural difference. I guess. I don't know, but I always assume freedom of speech does not give you freedom to be an asshole. That's my opinion. But anyway, anyway. I feel like as long as it doesn't, I mean, even if it's fine for your, like if it doesn't offend you, that's fine. But it's offensive to me, so I would not say it. Then I just won't say it, you know? But then I won't fight you on what should be what should be considered offensive or not. Like, if it's really not offensive to you guys, then who am I to fight that? I just won't joke about it for my own peace of mind, basically.
she'd get impeached within less than 24 hours. That's just how the culture works there. And so, this is why it was extremely clumsy and stupid and tone deaf for Paper Games, a Chinese developer, to release a lore chapter on April 2026 about the character Xavier, where they talk about human experimentation and
I like how he mentioned this was Xavier's world underneath.
other dark
Because there are actually a bunch of content creators that just talked about the number, but that did not even mention that this was Xavier's world underneath story chapter.
themes, while titling it Test Record A0731. Like, even if I hired someone to sabotage this company from within, they wouldn't come up with such a genius idea. When you say the three
What?
numbers 731 to any Chinese person who was educated in a state school, for example, they'll immediately think of one thing: Unit 731 of the Japanese Imperial Army during World War II.
But, okay. You don't think this comparison is a little off? The 0719 is just a string of numbers as the case number, antis dragging that number, and weaponized to invoke traumas and disingenuous. I think that's it too. Like, there's a difference between... Like, okay. Here's the thing. The number 731 is not a date. It's not, it's a number for a unit, a group of people, soldiers. It's a unit called 731. So the fact that this is a record number, and it's not just 731, it's A0731, to me, personally, and this is me as a Hong Kong person that knows about this, I still feel like it's a stretch, especially when the type of experiment is very different. Although, yeah, it's still human experimentation in that context. Yeah, it's still human experimentation, but it's a little different. A little different. Not exactly the same. Like, you can still make a reach and say 731 reminds you of the unit, the Japanese unit 731. Okay, but I feel like this was mostly just used to weaponize against Infold, and that's what makes it feel so disingenuous. Yes. Otherwise, I would have been like more, you know, acceptable towards it. Do they teach this specific number in schools? Actually, not in my school. That's the thing. My mom really wanted me to be more English proficient, so I went to an English school. Although we still follow the Chinese curriculum, I think the education system is changing now that we've returned from the British to Chinese, and they are now cracking down on national security law, making sure each school is talking more about Chinese history. So now probably they are, but before, not really. Not really. Yeah. But that's the thing. I just feel like it's very disingenuous because they are just weaponizing this entire thing as a gotcha moment for Infold. Otherwise, like, yeah, I don't know. I don't know.
3-1. Like, even if I hired someone to sabotage this company from within, they wouldn't come up with such a genius idea. When you say the three numbers 731,
You want to know how well known this is to a regular Chinese person? If you go around Hong Kong, probably not a lot. Probably not a lot. But if you go around mainland China, then yeah, for sure.
to any Chinese person who was educated in a state school, for example, they'll immediately think of one thing: Unit 731 of the Japanese Imperial Army during World War II.
Oh, they
This
actually
was a
talk about
secret
it.
research facility that was operated between 1933 and 1945 on occupied
It was too horrifying. Yeah. It was so... The things they did is just not... Like, it makes you sick, Really, it makes you sick.
Chinese territory, more specifically in Harbin. This is where the Japanese would experiment on over 200,000 human beings
Oh, he's really
from
digging
China.
into it.
They would say it's to advance medicine, but in reality, many of these experiments were just morbid and sadistic.
Yeah.
I'm not going to go into full
Morbid is right.
detail because I'll get demonetized and age restricted, but you can read about this yourself.
Okay. See, he's not even gonna talk about it. Guys, really, I'm telling you, if you look it up, steel your stomach is all I can say. Like, don't read about it while you're eating. It's just, it's so horrible. You question if these people were actually human beings sometimes. Like, it's so ridiculous.
I'll give you an example, though. They'd have pregnant women in captivity in Unit 731, and those babies would be born in captivity as well. Those incredible scientists would come up with the idea to experiment on those babies, but not like
you
any
read about it,
experiments.
Nino?
Would just be
I'm so
like,
sorry.
hey, I'm bored. Why don't
But
we
thank
throw
you. You're
like
trying
a
to
few babies
understand
in this
history. That's a
frozen
good
river
thing.
outside and see how long it takes for them to die? Yeah, I wish I was making things up, bro.
Oh,
This was
damn.
Unit 731. This is well known in Asia, specifically in China, because of how horrendous it was. But it's not really taught to Westerners. It's not taught in schools. In China, though, to this day, even in 2026, you say 731 to anyone, they'll know what you're talking about. There's a reason, many different reasons, that Chinese still hold Japanese people in very negative regard, even in 2026.
Yeah, especially like the elderly. They'll be like, "Where'd you get that?" "No, you must use Chinese company." Same thing with my Korean teacher. "This is China. this is China technology. You should use Samsung." You know, it's like that. Like, I feel like a lot of elderly, especially the old generation, they still have that grudge. Understandably so. Like, the pain they went through is just, it's unimaginable. So I can understand why the pain and the hatred is still there. It honestly, like, it takes the healing. I feel like I'm not even in a place to talk about healing because I wasn't the one that went through it. So I cannot argue with them when they do have that sort of like trauma. Yes,
Without me
actually.
mentioning the rape of Nanjing.
Yeah, so Snowfalls made a good point. She says, Snowfall said, this whole game lore is about human experiment. Why weren't they throwing a fit when this got revealed in the plot? That's the thing. That's why it felt so disingenuous. This whole game was talking about human experiment, but because it got associated with a number, that wasn't exactly that number, by the way. And it wasn't even regarding a unit or group. No, it was just a record number. And then it triggered such. But here's the thing. I will say that because of its sensitivity, Infold should have known, or at least Infold should have guessed, if they should have protected themselves. They need better quality team, a better quality control team to scan all the images and make sure it doesn't cross any sensitive topics that is related to real life history, because that is the stuff of thing that is very big in national security, like the big national security. And it's because of that, that's why they got into where they are right now. So in this case, I would say Infold should have had a better team in skimming and scanning for these things. Unfortunately, it was like ammo that was hidden that they had no idea would be used against them. But if they had a better team that found the ammo, it would have never been used against them to begin with. Because right now they're trying to market Infold as using trauma to embellish a game story, which is absolutely not true. That is the dumbest thing a company would do. What kind of company would want to shoot itself in the foot, as MUJIN says, right? Of course, they're not doing it intentionally. So, of course, now that they found it, they apologize and even change it. But then that's not enough. That's not enough. No, they bring out more. So it becomes very disingenuous in the end. Anyway.
For example. And so as a Chinese company, to have a lore text about human experimentation with the number 731 is just, it's insane. It's genuinely insane. But when it first came out in April 2026, it didn't really bring much controversy. In fact, most people didn't even know about it or didn't really care. The reason why I'm telling you about this right now is because this is going to bite them in the ass very badly later. For now, though, the Love and Deepspace community was laser focused on one thing and one thing only. When is my story content going to come out already? But here's the thing, ever since the game released with 3 characters, there's always been a coming soon text on the bottom right, indicating that there's going to be more love interests to come out.
I'm sorry if I'm yapping. I feel like I need clarification. What were the people saying? Are they saying, when is my main story coming out? Or when is my Caleb story gonna come out? Because those are 2 different things. Were they just saying main story? Because if they're saying, when is my main story coming out? It feels like either you're a new player or you just never cared about the pattern to begin with and relied on other people to tell you about the patterns. Or you only cared about Caleb. In which case I feel like, I don't know, maybe you should play a game that only focuses on one person. I don't know. Like,
And so
I feel
when
like there
Silas
needs to be
and
clarification.
Caleb released, their updates were so major because they came with more story content, with banners, with all sorts of things. And so many were wondering when the 6th character was finally going to come out, because this meant more story finally after a 6-month drought. Well, around the end of June 2026, the Love and Deepspace community would finally get an answer to this.
Oh, it's LI specific? Okay, all right. In that case, I don't know what to say. Because I do get it. It is sad that you have to wait that long to see the love interest you love in the main story. It is sad that you have to wait that long. But at the same time, this is not Love and Caleb. This is Love and Deepspace. You are watching a story unfold that doesn't really rely entirely on a roster. They have a whole narrative pattern that focuses on how they deliver the story. And I feel like if they acknowledge this narrative pattern, even if they understood it, they would still say it's unfair. And in that case, I just don't know what to say anymore. Like, I don't know what to say. I'm actually scared now if they're going to write the story based on a roster. They're going to be like, oh, last time it was Silas, next it's Caleb, then we have to write the story about Caleb. I'm like, is that how you want your story to be written, based on a roster? So then after Caleb is going to be Valko, after Valko is going to be Xavier, after Xavier is going to be Zane, after Zane is going to be Raphael. Like, is that the pattern you want? Because then it becomes so robotic, and I don't know how that actually affects the story. Really, I don't know. I don't know.
And while this was meant to be a period of immense joy and excitement, it ended up turning into the biggest existential threat that this game and studio have ever faced since opening their doors in 2012. All right, so it's now June 22nd, and all of a sudden, out of nowhere, Love and Deepspace players receive an in-game message telling them that they're about to witness a once-in-a-century supermoon, asking them to go watch a live stream that was going to take place on the same day. This really came out of nowhere, and it shows you that they're kind of winging it with their scheduling. I mean, it's kind of crazy. Something like this would typically get like a week's notice. In any case, the supermoon countdown would take hold. People waited with bated breath.
Look, it wasn't entirely out of the blue. It dropping, yeah, was kind of out of the blue, but it's also still within expectation, because we knew in that month we would get some news about the main story. We just didn't know why it was about moon gazing. Although some people already had ideas that the moon is related to like wolf content, so they knew it was love interest. But for me, it was just like, I had a feeling they're gonna do this and sneak up a teaser. Like, that's the thing. If you're a player, you would know that this was not out of the blue. But then he still says out of the blue, unfortunately. So, like, I don't know, maybe the document didn't mention it, but I feel like the document probably did not talk about story pattern or schedule patterns. I feel like maybe they weren't knowledgeable on that. But anyway, I'm just sad that I can't watch this live stream unless it's my own.
And then, all of a sudden, it was right there. A new character would be announced. Valko. Half wolf, half human. And as you can see by the chat on the globe...
Wait, what? Wait, what? Half wolf, half human? What? Okay. I mean, to be fair, we don't know much about Valko, but if we're going with the story and based on what we know, he's not exactly half wolf, half human. Okay, maybe I'm being too nitpicky, but it's kind of funny. Half wolf, half human. Is that what Raphael is? Half shark, half human?
global live stream that has almost 1 million views, the community was extremely excited. All of them spamming "ow" like a wolf,
Yeah, that was
unable to
fun.
wait to see him in action, both in combat but also the story, because a new character, as I said, signified a new region. So this was huge.
Yeah, not a lot of people would give it that much thinking. I get it. I know. I wouldn't call them dumb either. But I'm just saying, like, if you were an active player that like actively noticed these patterns, you would have already knew that, oh, it's June. We're either getting a main story at the end of June or the beginning of July, because that's what happens in all the patterns. So I'm like, I just feel like that's that like if you play the game, you would know that. But I guess like there are some people who just play the game that are not that active in fandom spaces as well, right? So if you're not that active in fandom spaces, you wouldn't know that either. So there are also those people. But like, you know what? Props to you. If you're not in fandom spaces, then you probably have a very nice and calm experience, and you're not letting people ruin your experience with the game. So props to you. Half robot. Caleb, half robot, half human. Okay. Not enough of him as robot for him to be half robot, half human, guys.
However, in another live stream they would do shortly after, they would announce something else. Another major feature, which was the Home 2.0 update. You'd have a home that you can hang out with your love interests, and this time around, they were adding a kitchen where you can cook together with them and take pictures, etc.
Oh my god, Melissa took PTO for Valko's release. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. That is so sad. Like, so then what did you do then? Did you still keep the PTO? Did you do something else? I'm so sorry things didn't work out. I'm so sorry. Also, Kitty, love in first space. That's exactly it. Love in monster space.
In the announcement trailer, they would use this sentence saying, "Never bathe in the pot." This was very, very tone deaf, just like with the whole 731 business, because the Chinese viewers, they felt that it was in reference to what had happened back in the year of 2024, where a man in Shanxi made the soul of his girlfriend evaporate to heaven by pouring extremely hot noodle broth on her using a pot. So due to this, the phrase "bathing in a pot" had become dark lingo online, referencing this specific case.
Oh dear, okay. I feel like this is a bit of a miss on MUJIN's side. But anyway, maybe it's not
For
that.
example, you could tell someone, "Hey, go bathe in a pot," and people would understand you weren't wishing them well. So already this was causing a lot of controversy, even though a new love interest was just announced and it was meant to be something very exciting.
Wait,
At the same time, and Valko
Okay, that is unfortunately a huge miss on MUJIN's side. That is unfortunately a huge miss, because let's be real. Women suffering, crimes against women is everywhere. It's everywhere. It's worldwide. It's not just in China. The recent cases aren't just in China. It's everywhere. This was a huge reach. This was a kitchen update. This was in a live stream that had horror themes or Halloween themes, you can say, because Valko is a werewolf, and werewolves are creatures that are most commonly depicted in horror stories, right? They're part of the horror trio of vampire, werewolf, and zombie, the main horror trio. So they wanted the entire live stream to be horror theme. That's why we went into a forest during the live stream for horror, you know? So they were fitting that vibe, not to mention with the whole Three Little Pigs, the part where they put the wolf in a boiling pot to keep him out. There's, yes, the supernatural aspect, exactly. This is a huge reach, honestly, a huge reach. And unfortunately, I think MUJIN bought into it. This is something he bought into. I don't know, maybe the people who wrote the documents, I don't know. I don't really know. I don't know. I just feel like this part was a big miss. But then again, he is basing it on the document, right? So I don't know. I don't know. This one was a huge miss.
trailer, they would also use yet another controversial sentence while teasing him, saying, "Invite the wolf in." In the Chinese
Oh,
live stream,
wow.
they had used a Chinese idiom, meaning to invite disaster by letting an enemy inside your home. Seeing that his character concept involves him breaking into the female protagonist's home, that didn't help. What also didn't help was that his dialogue
Wait, what? Did he say break into the... No, he did not.
involves him breaking into the female protagonist's home.
No, he did not, though. Who's writing this document? I need to talk to you. He did not break into your house.
That didn't help. What also didn't help was that his dialogue included, "What's wrong with inviting the wolf in? Just peek inside and she'll open her door for
Wait, what?
you."
Just peek inside and she'll open her door for you? What? Okay. Wait, no. I think he read this wrong. Because in the Chinese, the pronoun they use, ta, is a pronoun for men. So it should be just peek inside and he will open the door for you, meaning Valko is letting her in. I feel like we're forgetting the idea here is that Valko is a wolf and MC is a hunter. She's a hunter. So in that sort of dynamic, Valko is in danger because of her and not the other way around. He's basically saying if MC peeked inside, he would open the danger. So now it's starting to sound like he is the one that's inviting danger into his house. He's the one that is letting her in because she is the danger to him. Remember the song where like howling for love for an enemy, that part? He acknowledges that the people around him are saying that he should ignore her, but he can't. Valko is the one in danger from MC. But because of his attachment and his obsession with her, he's ignoring the danger and letting her in. So that's why I feel like the 𝓿𝓲𝓮𝓻, even though there is wordplay in the word long, because long means wolf, right? But it doesn't have to be a definite meaning of wolf. It could also mean just like what the idiom suggests, bringing danger into your house, which could also mean Valko inviting danger into his house. That's why this translation, unless we know the story, it's really hard. It's really hard. Like, I feel like most of the time people are forgetting the dynamic, because that's the thing, especially from the Chinese anti-Valko side, they're calling this the rabbit and wolf dynamic. It's not. They are not a rabbit and wolf dynamic. They are a wolf and hunter dynamic, where in this case, Valko is the one that's in danger. And it's that's where the misogyny is so blatant here, immediately pinning MC as the helpless woman, when this game was made so that MC is a strong female character. She has her own choices. She let him in. Sure, he coaxed and say like, "Oh, look, I'm injured. Won't you let me in? Isn't it too late?" Then she said yes in the end. I feel like a lot of people are forgetting that. This is a huge miss for MUJIN, unfortunately. A huge miss. But yeah, this one is entrance from the window, but that does not mean he's breaking in. I don't know. I don't know. Okay. This gets better, let him cook, but I don't know. This part is a miss no matter how else he tries to play on it.
So, combining this with the whole bathe in the pot controversy, some Chinese players felt that Love and Deepspace was packaging illegal home invasion as a romantic fantasy, using language that explicitly frames a woman's private space as available to enter without consent. So this, on top of the whole bathe in the pot thing, went against the idea of this being a safe space for women, and it caused a lot of controversy as well.
Okay, maybe he's just reporting what people are saying, I realize. Maybe he's just reporting what people are saying, but not necessarily what the real thing is. Could be. I don't know. Okay. One peek is enough for... Yeah, Lily. But he said she, so then it starts playing as if MC's the one that's letting him in. But no, in Chinese, they say he. In English, it also says he, but then MUJIN says she, unfortunately. I think MUJIN also misunderstood this part.
And if that wasn't enough, the Valko trailer that was posted on Chinese social media would get bombarded with over 750,000 comments, many of them very negative, because many players...
But here's the thing, though. I hope he mentions it. I don't know if he does. This 700, this comments, is one person posting the same comment 100 times. Like, I hope he mentions that. This is one person commenting, spamming the same thing 100 times. What you cannot spam is the likes, unless you spam different accounts. But there's more likes than there are comments. So I feel like this is a huge show on how many people actually enjoyed it. But because of the spam that was bombarded in the comments, they were too afraid to say anything because the attacks would be horrible. So visually, yeah, this looks bad. But if you compare it with the likes, which is the thing that you cannot spam, it seems like this would overrule the comments, especially if you look in the comments and the one comment, like 100 comment is one person copy pasting. And then if one person comments, they would spam reply 100 times. That is the number you are seeing. And that's what they like doing all the time. Like aunties, when they're complaining, that's what they like to do.
750,000 comments, many of them very negative. Because many players would express the fact that not only did they not feel safe around him because he'll break into your home or whatever, but they heavily disliked the way he looked, calling it too much of a Western look. Saying things like, can it be released on the international server separately? And telling the developer either go offline or make it look better.
Okay, so the people who say make it separately completely do not understand that the stories are intertwined. They do not understand the stories are intertwined. I feel like if you only say that, really, it's
referring to Valko. Here's this comment, for example, getting 300 likes. No obligation to support the new Western main lead, refund, and shut down the server. With many also expressing the same thing by saying, just please release it on the global servers and leave the Chinese server alone, I'm begging you. At the same time, very toxic elements of the Chinese community would sprout out and would start insulting Western players, calling them Western white whores, while also telling Paper Games, hey, you forgotten who your main...
This is basically the sentiment of a lot of, like, angry Chinese players. Now, here's the thing, though, guys. I do not think 100% that the people who spam this are water armies. No. There are legit angry players that do this. This is the crazy behavior right there. Like, this is legit. Not necessarily water armies. They would really say stuff like this. They do. It's just that I think, like, after they opened the floodgates, then, like, competitors would take advantage of the situation and then turn it around. Like, at the beginning, there were actual players that really said this.
Donor is. You've forgotten who makes you the most money. Us, the Chinese players. There will be some very nasty comments all around made towards Westerners because of Valko being teased.
What the fuck?
But it wouldn't just be his Western look that would turn them off. It goes back to what I was talking about the community grievances that had started spawning in
Mallory, I'm so surprised you know what 𝓥𝓲𝓮𝓻 is. You know what YTM is.
2025. The whole idea about the inconsistent release schedule, how some characters were getting main story releases and some others weren't, and for some reason there'd be complaints about the fact that the gacha odds are now worse with a 6th character. Instead of having a 1 in 5 chance of getting the banner you want, you have a 1 in 6 chance.
No.
I really have no idea why this became a thing because I explained in this video how the banner system works.
Okay, I'm glad he agrees. Oh god. I'm just making sure.
I guess we can call...
I thought maybe he could explain why they think that. I thought I was, like, crazy. Like, maybe it's because I'm so stupid with math, I wouldn't know.
All these people LARPers. And on top of that, there will be complaints about inconsistent story narratives, saying that Valko is a core leader of a villainous group in the story that has harmed all existing protagonists. So in a way, some didn't want a romantic interest that hurt the other romantic interests. But honestly, this was surprising to me that this was even a narrative because even in his own trailer, it's explained that Valko is the 𝓥𝓲𝓮𝓻 Tech chairman.
Thank you. But I understand why people will think that because Ever was backed by a backer that started the Gaia research facility. And whoever funded the Gaia research facility has now funded 𝓥𝓲𝓮𝓻. So I understand. So basically it's like the money, you can say that if Valko was the backer, then that means he funded for the Gaia research. But that's the thing. We don't know for what purpose yet, if anything. We still don't know. So, like, it's too early to say that. Everyone is learning Chinese. online terminology nowadays. Yeah.
not having anything to do with ever. So this was yet another rumor that spawned on the Chinese internet that for some reason spread like wildfire. Are you starting to understand why this whole topic is so convoluted? Like, I'm genuinely so confused half the time. And on top of that, for some reason, I guess maybe it's a cultural thing, many Chinese female players feel like a wolf or a bear character is gay. So there were many complaints that Valko was gay, actually. This was really something that you could find a lot on Chinese social media. And I guess the problem with having a gay character, in their opinion, was the fact that Love and Deepspace would attract gay male players. And they don't want that. They only want this game to be directed towards women.
Okay, that's not... Here's the thing. I feel bad that this is said because that is not entirely true for all the Chinese players. They're only scared that the game will start catering towards a male-focused narrative. That means it will no longer be about the female struggles of the female experience, that they would also include the male experience. That's what they don't want. Not necessarily that gay men cannot play, but there is also a group which is, you know, the Yitaime, the YTM, the more obsessive fandom that would think this way. Yes, I would agree. So, like, I hope you guys know the distinction. The regular fandom does not give a shit. Be whoever you want. Do it like Chinese even. Do whoever you want. They are scared though. Like, for example, they don't normally watch male reactors reacting to Love and Deepspace because to them it feels like a disconnect. But there's still a bunch of people who are interested in what straight men think about the game. That's fine. They don't really care. So it's not saying that men cannot play or gay people cannot play. They just don't want the game's like focus to be on anything other than the female heart. You know what I mean? So yeah. Valko's not even a bear in terms of LGBT. Yeah, I don't think he is. He's too slim. He's too lean. Yeah, okay, he is big. He is. But that's only in Asian standard, Chinese standards, like that you see on media. Yeah, okay, he is a bit on the big side, but he's not big. I wouldn't call him a bear. I feel like he's far from a bear.
Now, on this extremely ratioed post on Chinese social media, they would do their best to communicate with their player base, to calm any grievances they might have and tell them.
To be fair, I feel like they shouldn't have done this. They saw how angry the people were, but then for them to answer like this, and I don't know if you saw it, but the tone that they had in the replies is very cutesy. I don't know if that gets translated. They answered in a very cutesy way, you know? Like in Korean, we would call it like aegyo, like act in a cute way. They were also replying in a cute way, which I thought was so dumb. They're like, oh, please, sweetie, please, just give it a say. Oh, it's okay, sweetie. Oh, please, I beg you, sweetie. Like, are you serious? I was like, they're really angry. Are you sure this is the right way to respond? That was... I don't know if the translation managed to deliver that, but they were being very cutesy. That was so dumb. Who would think to do that? Oh my gosh. It was supposed to be Valko replying to them. That's like, but then like read the room. Come on. This was so bad. This is what I consider tone deaf.
Hey,
like,
trust
this
us.
Is so bad.
For example, this is them replying to someone that called Valko gay, saying, all the male protagonists are heterosexual. Yesterday, today, tomorrow, and forever. And they would reply with things like, I'm sorry, after you've calmed down a bit from venting, could you please take a look at this wolf and give him a try?
Yes,
please.
Nito!
Damage control was in full swing. These replies would be
eyes.
posted on Chinese social media known as 𝓥𝓲𝓮𝓻, and the comments weren't really impressed. They really just didn't like the character, and they didn't really like the direction.
Oh my god, look at that! 一對 Look at his cute, bouncy ears! No! When he sees you, he's so happy. I hope he could beg for your forgiveness. I'm sorry. Why are they doing this? Oh, a little bit of internet slang, Chinese slang. Like Q, the letter Q is their way of saying cute. Cute. 可爱, cute. But because, you know, like it sounds like Q, how cute how cute how cutie they will say Q. But I'm like, oh, are you serious? Like, this is not it, man. This is
the game
not
was headed
it.
in. This was in massive contrast to the global audience, okay? Like, this is Valko's trailer that was released on Twitter, and it didn't just get 5 million views and a lot of likes. Many of the top comments, in fact, all of them, were very, very excited for him. It would actually be hard to find any negativity on this post.
I don't know why
none
they
of these
thought that would
players are
help,
local,
honestly.
okay?
I
They're
don't
all
know
outside
either,
of China.
Carmen.
The
I
people
don't
that had a
know.
problem with paper games were in China. It wasn't all of them, but it was a very loud and toxic chunk of the community. So much so that they would take this to ridiculous levels, sending literal cow poop to the studio. Many players would go around the building and take pictures of themselves giving a middle finger to the studio. And there were some that employed an amazing tactic used by South Korean crazy K-pop fans, which is also sending the studio funeral flowers. There'd even be a wolf paw in front of the studio meant to advertise Valko, and it would get vandalized. The police would have to show up and install yellow tape around it so that no one else messes with it again. And
so the way they vandalized that paw is they hung these leaves and they threw like rice, which is a way of purification in some ritual, shamanistic ritual. So they're basically like calling Valko a demon. Like, honestly, such jobless behavior.
And to make matters worse, someone live streamed themselves with a knife in front of the building, trying to make their way in. Here are some images, with a third image being censored with the weapon. I wish this was a joke. Here's a 9-second clip that was recorded in front of the studio that kind of shows you the chaos that they were dealing with after Valko's announcement. With someone just screaming insults towards the studio. Watch.
Yeah, it's that one. Yeah, you know what? I don't understand what she's saying. It was so I can't understand it.
And so soon after,
I don't understand what she's saying. I didn't understand it.
Start being reported on by international media outlets. And on top of all this, 𝓥𝓲𝓮𝓻 would lose over 1 million followers across all their Chinese social platforms. This was a very big deal, and it was becoming uncontrollable. No matter what they tried to quell the damage, it was done. But that didn't mean they wouldn't try anyway. On June 27th, 2026, just 5 days after the initial announcement of Valko, Deepspace would make an announcement for the global audience, in which they say, "Dear Deepspace hunters, recently the development team has received a great deal of feedback and many suggestions regarding the game. We have also heard your concerns about the team's capacity to consistently deliver high-quality content in the future." So this has to do with their inconsistent updates, right? We would therefore like to take this opportunity to respond with the care that your trust and expectations deserve. From the
something 消費者 or consumer. Did she say 消費者？我聽唔到喎，完全聽唔明咯。我聽不懂。
very beginning, we have hoped to make Love and Deepspace a romantic world that continues to grow alongside every Deepspace hunter, a world filled with more diverse experiences and lasting companionship. This hope has guided us throughout.
I just saw Carmen's comment. What was that, Pipsqueak? Stop! No, don't taint Pipsqueak that way. Don't taint it. Oh, I imagine that would piss them off even more. They send a video of Caleb. What was that? Pipsqueak. Oh no. Oh, that would be even worse.
Throughout the game's development and remains at the heart of everything we are working toward. The development of Valko and his related content is part of the long-term content plan for Love and Deepspace. However, we recognize that the way the information about Valko was presented did not give sufficient consideration to your expectations and concerns regarding the game's future content plans. As a result, many hunters have been left with questions and worries since Valko's initial announcement. We sincerely apologize for any frustration and unease this has caused. We have also heard your concerns about whether future content can continue to be delivered consistently without compromising on quality. Please be assured that the Love and Deepspace development team has continued to grow since the game's launch.
Okay, so I feel like in order for this line to make sense, MUJIN should have talked about the Xavier companion, the bugs in the game, rather than the story updates. Because then that's when those are the actual legitimate concerns, you know, the lighting issues, the bugs. excuse me. Excuse me. The bugs, the Xavier companion that they still haven't fixed, because to this day I checked, it still says he gathers enemies when he doesn't. Like, those are stuff that are worth being talked about. But he only mentions, like, oh, he does get to that. Okay, I'm sorry.
The main story chapters you have been waiting for are currently in active development. The stories of Farspace Colonel Caleb and 𝓥𝓲𝓮𝓻 leader Silas will continue,
really
and a new
tried.
series of Solar Slot Memories will also be arriving soon. The development team will continue to deliver richer game experiences and high-quality content on a consistent basis.
See, this is the part where it's very like corporate language. The main story chapters you have been waiting for are currently in active development. That doesn't mean they weren't before in development. They're just telling you, yeah, they are in development. But a lot of people took this sentence as if they're only working on it now. Girl, they did not say that. Calm your tits. They did not say that. They just said it is in development. It doesn't mean they weren't developing it before. They were just telling you it is developing. That's it.
We also understand that these concerns are not simply about the pace of updates. They come from how deeply you care about Love and Deepspace and the love interests who have been by your side throughout this journey. It is because you cherish every moment you have shared with them that you hope this companionship will continue for many years to come. For this
See, I appreciate that. They still tried to make it seem like if anyone else were reading this statement, they would not just view the fandom as like a rabid bunch of women demanding things from the game. They actually acknowledge, like, we know it's because you care about the characters. We know you care about the quality. I'm like, thank you for mentioning that.
reason, we want to make this commitment to you. The stories, companionship, and future of every love interest will always
Oh, he doesn't mention. Okay, he doesn't. All right.
remain an essential part of the long-term plans for Love and Deepspace. This will
Because I feel like those are the ones that are that make more sense. You know, the optimization, the fact that this game is now 50 GB. These are things that need to be addressed. But now they're focused, at least now, even this document, the narrative is too focused on the main story update consistency. He says it's inconsistent, but it is consistent. So then I'm like, I'm confused now.
will not change for any reason. Enclosed with this letter are Deepspace Wish 10 and Empyrean Wish 10. Please log into the game before July 23rd to claim them from your in-game mailbox. Once again, we would like to thank every Deepspace hunter for the encouragement, honest feedback, and support you have given us throughout this journey. We know that it is your unwavering love and support that give meaning to everything we do and guide us forward. In the future, the development team will keep working hard to bring you more high-quality content and a better game experience worthy of your support. We hope you have a wonderful day and link.
Oh, is it 32 GB for you? When I downloaded the game, when I updated it, it says like I needed like 20 more or 10 more GB. I can't remember. And at the time, it was already around like 40 something GB. So I'm like, holy shit. And then after the upgrade, it was like 50. Maybe it's because you took out something in the game. Did you take out the home system? Maybe that's why. I don't know. But I haven't logged in to uninstall that part of the game yet. So for now, it is still 50 GB on my phone.
Lincoln City, and many more wonderful days to come. Signed, the Love and Deepspace
Bye,
development
Sasha.
team.
Thanks for dropping
And
by.
so look, this was in reference to the fact that in this game, there's currency. Currency you can earn by playing the game that you can also buy. This announcement for Valko came out of nowhere. Some people were probably not prepared, didn't save up enough to be able to pull for his banner, and they didn't really want to miss out on the memory. This was
Wait, that's false though. There are 6 LI truthers who have been saving since last year. What are you on? What do you mean? Maybe it's the new players he meant. Most likely the new players, I guess. But otherwise, I feel like a lot of people either actively already saved up because they knew about Pulse Hunter. I still remember it as Pulse Hunter. I'm sorry. Like for that banner was called Pulse Hunter from the beginning. I will forever remember it as Pulse Hunter. Everyone knew about that type of banner. Everyone were going to make up for it. Like we were all saving for it, or at least the one who were actively saving for Valko. I don't know. I feel like this part saying it came out of the blue is not entirely true for the fandom, at least.
Love and Deepspace acknowledging
Monta 400 wishes, damn!
that the announcement
700 wishes, Cordia, damn! No, not many people were clueless about the 6 LI. There were even rumors, I think, about about the 6LA. They even got the rumors right. They got his hair right. They got the wolf aspect right. They got the eye glowing gold right. Like, it wasn't entirely unknown.
Announcement came out of nowhere, and that in the future they would keep them updated ahead of time, while also taking into consideration that they should probably have a more consistent schedule that takes every love interest into account.
Oh, I hope you managed to clear up enough space, Tomoko. I know you've been trying to clear up space since forever. I hope you managed to clear up enough space.
This gave hope to many global players who might have had grievances with the game's development schedule, and many had a lot of optimism. However, global players were not their main concern right now. It was the Chinese players, and they were about to pull out a very dirty strategy to punish the developer into kneeling down and obeying their wishes, which is removing Valko from the game.
Yeah,
and that strategy involves getting the attention of the Chinese state. And so, remember that good old test record A0731?
So that's how he comes back.
Yeah, well, even though it came out in April, it would get brought out again in June during the Valko controversy.
See, like, okay, just remember, I think we have about like 90-something people of players, and then most of you are older players, I guess. So I guess, like, it's safe to say, like, we know, but then again, maybe it's just us. Maybe it's just our community. There's probably people outside that don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Like, there has to be a large number of people who did not know for MUJIN to think that way, or for the people who wrote the document to think that way. So maybe that's why. Or maybe he read the document wrong. I don't know. I don't know. I just feel like saying no one knew that a 6LI would come out is just not true. Especially since we've been talking about a 6LI since, I don't know, Caleb's release. Right, yeah, since Caleb's release. Like, it just doesn't feel right, you know?
And so a new narrative would form. Paper Games is an enemy of the state, and they have a Japanese mole inside that is there to mock the Chinese people and their suffering. So within just a few days...
Wait, that's new? I didn't know people were saying that. Really? They were saying that?
After Valko had been announced, this narrative would spread like wildfire, so much so that it would force Love and Deepspace to make a statement on the 29th of June talking about it, as well as the other grievances the community had. It will be posted on the Chinese social media website known as Weibo. And here's what they'd have to say after translating it through Google Translate. Recently, we have noticed many discussions circulating online.
Guys, if you were to read any of the Chinese official translations between Weixin and xiaohongshu, I highly suggest you go to xiaohongshu. Xiaohongshu has a better translating machine than Weixin. Weixin, the translation is a little wonky, but xiaohongshu is very accurate. I think it's because ever since the whole TikTok shut down, their translation machine is so much better. So if you want a more accurate translation, then go to the one on xiaohongshu, because whatever they upload on Weixin, they upload in xiaohongshu. So between those two, I would say go to xiaohongshu.
Regarding the game and promotional content of Love and Deepspace. We sincerely apologize for any misunderstandings and
I didn't know about the Japanese mole either.
Thank you for your continued attention, and we will humbly accept opinions from all parties. To avoid such content affecting the gaming experience of our players, we would like to clarify and explain these issues as follows. Number 1. Date controversy in the world's depths. Harmony with Light and Dust. We received feedback from players that the Harmony with Light and Dust update on April 21st contained a number that could easily lead to misunderstandings. We took this very seriously and immediately conducted an internal investigation. It has been confirmed that the number is a fictitious date, a placeholder without any actual meaning, and has not been packaged in any way. We fully understand the potential.
But here's the thing, it wasn't a date though. Although I checked, even on xiaohongshu it says 𝓤𝓏. 𝓤𝓏 means date. But then it was just a file number. So I don't know why they say date though. But yeah, basically they said the number was generated, but then they should have checked. So you see, they are admitting a little lacking part in their own company, system. They know that they need to now employ people to be more sensitive about these things, which is a learning curve for them, right? So that's good. They apologized, they even changed it, and then now they took it out entirely. But the fact that people are still calling them, like, I don't know, like promoting these things, that's where I feel like is not right.
Potential misunderstandings that this random number may cause, and will complete the online modification as quickly as possible today. This issue exposed the lack of sensitivity among some members of the development team. We will strengthen training to prevent such situations from occurring.
𝓥𝓲𝓮𝓀, if you most of the people they abbreviate it to XHS, X for Xiao, H for Hong, and then S for Shu, but in English it's called red note. Sorry, because most of the time everyone talks about 𝓥𝓲𝓮𝓀, it's like XHS, so I just keep saying 𝓥𝓲𝓮𝓀, sorry. But yeah, 𝓥𝓲𝓮𝓀 is red note.
We will also further improve our internal review mechanism, paying attention to every detail to ensure the quality of online content. Number 2, controversy arising from some marketing copy. In the promotional material released on June 25th, marking 3 days until the livestream's countdown, the phrase, "taking a bath in a pot," was accused of containing a suggestive reference. In reality, this copy was a teaser for the upcoming Home 2.0 update's kitchen gameplay, written in a non-everyday style to match the livestream's Strange Tales of Rules theme. So this is badly translated, but what they were saying was the teaser was like in a horror theme. This was meant to match this horror theme.
Yeah, horror theme. But here's the thing though, I admit, at the beginning, I wasn't entirely sure why they made it a horror theme until it finally sank that, oh wait, yeah, Valko was a werewolf. At the beginning, they were talking about this strange beast that was coming from the woods, you know, the restricted zone. So it was supposed to be horror theme. But I think it's because like immediately in your mind, it's like, oh, love interest, you didn't think horror. So I do admit it did take a while for me to realize, horror, because he's a werewolf. And werewolf is part of the main 3 horror characters, which is werewolf, vampire, and zombie. So I'm like, okay, start to get it. So I can see why it's hard to piece it together.
This is why they used that phrase. It had nothing to do with that incident that happened in 2024. They would then continue and say, due to the widespread circulation of misinterpretations for this content, all related content has been removed to avoid unnecessary confusion for players. We urge everyone not to believe such rumors. Furthermore, the inviting the wolf into the house text in the trailer released on June 28th, The Law of Instinct, is simply a copywriting element related to the new male protagonist's werewolf identity and has no other meaning. We have noticed some controversy surrounding this text. To avoid affecting the player experience, this text and all related materials will be uniformly changed to pure love.
Yeah, so they even
Wolf
took
King.
it out.
And then in the last part of the statement, they would clarify, we don't make characters specifically for one audience or demographic. This idea that it's a Western male character is just not true. And also this rumor about us being an all-gender-oriented game is utterly absurd, ignoring our consistent positioning as an otome game. In other words, no gays allowed, okay? This is a female-only game. Stop with these stupid rumors. They'd also defend themselves. As a Chinese...
That's the thing. I wouldn't say no gays allowed, but I guess in the perspective of the YTM... okay, all right.
Chinese company who have always considered this our responsibility and have never stopped promoting Chinese culture overseas. Like, they just took a stand here and reminded everyone, yo, these rumors are absurd. We do so much to spread Chinese culture overseas to Western players. You saying that we only care about Western players and don't care about Chinese players is ridiculous. And so this post would get over 1.6 million likes, but also over 200,000 comments.
See, yeah, here, another thing. 1.6 million likes. You cannot spam likes. That means the ratio of likes mean people were happy about this notice. They liked this notice. Or I don't know, do you think people like it just for the sake of finding the post again? Because especially on 𝓥𝓲𝓮𝓀, you can just star it in order to save it. You don't have to like it. But there is a tab for you to check all the things you like. I don't know. I just feel like this should have been a big wake-up call where all these negative comments is honestly just the minority copy-paste spamming like crazy. Yeah. They had a casting call that was literally... Oh yeah, Vice, you talked about it. Was it about the dumbbell curl also? You know?
The top comment would be saying, I'd rather take Valko off the shelves. With over 136,000 likes, the reply to that would be...
Yes, okay. So then that is a lot of people likes. That is true. But here's the thing. The people who would say they'd rather take him off the shelves, it's because there is a legitimate number of players who were not happy of a new melee drop. That's true. But the connection with the 𝓿𝓏𝓲𝓮𝓬 or the boiling pot, that one was not entirely the players. Not entirely the players, I think. Good night, Ching. Good night. What is white 𝓿𝓐𝓏? That is the it's a derogatory term to call the female players who play otome games. Like, I would say it wouldn't be far-fetched to equivalent it to like femcells, as people would say it. Like, it could be like a very derogatory term for women who play otome games. But it's mostly just targeted at the women who are, you know, doing all these crazy things. Like, to the point that they will hurt others. So yeah, that's what they call them. It's sad though, because like this is literally just a term for women again.
B, remove Valko from the platform, and another reply would say our demands are: number 1, remove Valko; number 2, compensate for gacha resources; and number 3, the production team should deeply reflect on their own problems and issue an apology, while promising to not add any new male leads.
See? Okay, so this one, so there were legit players who agreed with this. They did not like the idea of a new male lead. Again, I told you, in the otome sphere Bible of the Chinese players, dropping a male lead out of nowhere, quote unquote out of nowhere, at least to them out of nowhere, without, you know, proper warning, is considered a huge sin in the otome space. You know, you cannot drop them. I think there's a term for it. They call it airdrop. Hong something, I forgot. Airdrop. I need to look it up. There was actually a forum that was talking about the acceptable development systems, like how a game should function, or how a company should function for otome game. There was a whole forum on it, and I need to find it. Maybe I'll find it and we can go through it together. But there is actually a set of rules where putting them out is just not. I agree with number 2 though. Yeah. Give more gacha resources. Yeah. Slow down the gacha pool update. Yeah. I would love that for sure. Yeah. But number 3, here's the thing. I don't know why the what do you call that? Where the rumor. Yeah, I was looking for the word. I don't know where the rumor came for, like, what was it called? 6 and the 7, 8, 9 love interest. They were saying there was gonna be a 7, 8, 9 love interest. Where did that come from? Because if you think about it, we have 12 months, and we could only have one birthday and then one empty month. They could only fit 6 logistically. So where did the 7, 8, 9 rumor come from? Like, do you guys know? Like, where did that come from? Why did they say there was a 7, 8, 9? I don't understand it. Like, if you can find out, then please do tell me, because I do not know. I really don't know. I do not know. Anyway.
In fact, all the top comments are just shitting on the developer, saying that they deserve all the controversy going their way,
okay,
and that this was a bad statement.
No. I know which one you're talking about, Jelly. I know. But then that was an old one, wasn't it? That was an old discussion. I don't know. There's actually, I read somewhere that there was a new one, not based on the old one. It's different. So,
now new rumors were popping up. Paper Games was arrogant. They don't know how to apologize. They don't know how to take a step back. They're an enemy of the state, and they're not even apologetic about it. What?
They're so apologetic, though. What is he doing? Is that wait? Is that what he says? Wait. Sorry.
While promising to not add any new male leads. In fact, all the top comments are just shitting on the developer, saying that they deserve all the controversy going their way, and that this was a bad statement. Now new rumors were popping up. Paper Games was arrogant. They don't know how to apologize. They don't know how to take a step back. They're an enemy of the state, and they're not even apologetic about it.
Yeah, so that's what they're saying, right? But like, they apologized like 3 times already. In fact, this is the most vocal Infold has ever been. Ironically, this is the most vocal they've ever been.
Any better to Paper Games, honestly, is the fact that they would replace the 731 number with 611. which was another tragedy that involved Japanese forces invading the town of 𝓥𝓲𝓮𝓻. 3,000 villagers were rounded up and killed, and you know
I
you know
didn't know
how
about
stories
that
go
one.
with the Japanese, okay?
I
They're
didn't know
literally
they
the
changed
evil
it to
villains of
611.
Asia
What,
up until
really?
after
They
World
did?
War II when they became
thought they
the
just took it
anime
out.
central capital of the world. I really need to specify here though, I haven't seen a single screenshot showing that whole 611 mistake. This most likely seems to be
Okay, I will be honest. No, I don't know about the 611 number, but I thought they just removed the numbers completely. I didn't know they changed it to a different
yet
number.
another false rumor created on the Chinese internet that spread even to the West. But like the other things so far in this video that you've seen, it had already spread like wildfire and created yet another rumor involving the CEO. Paper Games wasn't just an enemy of the state, the CEO also was. Why? Because he studied in a Japanese university by the name of Waseda University as an economics major. So he was the internal mole. He was the one who put 731 on purpose because he hates China. He's actually a secret Japanese citizen. But here's where things truly got out of control when it came to the whole 731 situation. I know, it already got out of control. They're being made to be an enemy of the state. How could it get?
They changed it to 611. People got mad again, and then they led to just removing the. Oh, okay. All right. I did not see the time they changed it to 611. I just saw it where they just. I think they just put a letter, like test subject A. I didn't see the number, or maybe I did see it. I just don't remember.
Get any worse? Well, you would have multiple media outlets in China create articles in which they would attribute the number 731 with Valko specifically. You'd even have the news publication Beijing Daily, which is of course government affiliated, talk about this too and talk about.
This is where like on the media side, they figured that since it was related to Valko, they just mixed it up. Intentional? I don't know. Maybe.
About 731 and how it's associated with Valko. In reality, this was false. This was an archive file that was talking about lore relating to 𝓥𝓲𝓮𝓻. But this misinformation had spread so far and wide because it was literally being talked about by news publications that many took it as fact. Oh, so Valko is not only ugly and looks like...
No Chinese can ever go studying in Japan ever again. Well, to be fair, the government probably doesn't want you studying overseas anyway. But yeah. That's why, did I tell you a lot of Hong Kongers are leaving Hong Kong just because of the whole handover back? Like, socially, I don't feel much of a difference. However, my friends, because I'm friends with a lot of expats that are in the teaching side, they feel it the most. Apparently, they had to go through seminars to learn about national security, which is how I found out about the whole education system being revamped a little bit. All their curriculum has to have aspects of I don't know, they say they have to have like Chinese nationalism involved and everything. So yeah, they're very big on patriotism. Like, you have to love your country.
Like a Western.
Like as a citizen, I don't feel it as much, but for different occupation, they do feel it a lot.
And doesn't care about the Chinese audience, but he's also an insult to Chinese culture and China as a country because 731 is associated with his lore. That's false.
Dear.
And many Westerners also were caught with this misinfo, believing it to be true.
Oh.
This was becoming a very big problem to Paper Games. I mean, these news publications were publishing.
Yeah, a lot of Hong Kongers went to Canada. A lot of my friends, they actually go either go to London or Canada, either one of those two.
Shorts in which they talked about Paper Game's statement and were associating 731 with Valko. And other than just media publications, you even have associations, like the China Women's Association that is affiliated with the government, also make content expressing outrage at the whole letting the wolf in sentence, or the whole never bathe in the pot sentence, pushing the narrative further that this game is not safe for women, that it's their enemy. They weren't alone in this regard, because there would be another association by the name National Defense Education that would make a blog post echoing those same statements. But believe it or not, things would get even worse.
This was the article on my previous live stream where some of you were asking me to check if it was legit. Even tagged me on Twitter, and unfortunately, yeah, it is indeed legit.
The people who wanted Valko gone wanted the attention of the government by any means necessary. And other than creating the
that's one thing I should probably mention. I don't know if you guys noticed, but especially if you go on Bilibili, in Chinese we call it 逼站. you will see a
And
lot
other
of
than
these
just media
kinds of-
publications, you even have associations, like the China Women's Association that is affiliated with the government, also make content expressing outrage at the whole letting the wolf in sentence, or the whole never bathe in the pot sentence,
Oh, they
pushing the
don't show
narrative
it?
further that this game is not safe for women, that it's their enemy. They weren't alone in this.
Ah, okay, they don't show it, sorry. There are a lot of newscastings where, you know, it's like a blue background and then the people are talking very fast. A lot of those are very AI generated.
regard, because there
But
would
then
be
that's just how they deliver the news.
another association by the name National Defense Education that would make a blog post echoing those same statements. But believe it or not, things would get even worse.
Oh.
The people who wanted 𝓥𝓲𝓮𝓻 wanted the attention of the government by any means necessary. And other than
they
creating the
did.
narrative of enemy of the state, they would also do something else that's sure to attract eyes from the government at any given moment in time. And that is creating countless complaints to the China Consumers Association, saying that they got
yeah.
scammed by this company. Over 60,000 verified complaints were made in the span of just a few days. And honestly, it doesn't even matter if they're real or not, okay? This is a way that many Chinese people boycott or target companies that have screwed them in some way. Because at the 40,000 complaint mark, automatic safeguards get triggered at any given company. This means that automatically, the China Consumers Protection Agency contacts that company just to see what's going on. And so, with this
But then the
unbelievable...
thing is, like, all they can do is alert. They can't exactly investigate that they investigate themselves. So a lot of it is very like surface level. It's like ticking boxes. And once it reaches that, then the government looks at it. But at the same time, because the content is so sensitive, right? They had to check. They had to check. Do I believe the government is in? Yeah, they were, but there is a lot of opinions online, the level of involvement that the government has. I think what the government did was check, right? Since it has been reported that Love and Deepspace uses traumatic moments of history, of their national history, and use it to glorify or embellish, beautify a game story, use it as promotional content, then yes, the government has to see if there's any proof for that. That's why they had that whole meeting, right? They Infold had to give out the documents, show that their process, what happened, and they have found that without saying anything, all right, this one is also just like, take it with a grain of salt, because this is also like secondhand information where they have been ruled as innocent. But the way I believe that they've been ruled as innocent is because of how they're pushing recent news about like company corruption or misuse of like unhealthy competitive practices, things like that. Just remember, the whole national security thing is the Chinese authorities really cannot have their image distorted. Any history, if told in a story kind of way, the story has to be truthful. The history has to be truthful. It cannot be distorted in any way because they think it makes their nation look weak. So that is why it's a whole part of national security. It's the core of their national security. One of those things is they cannot look weak. So that's why you cannot manipulate or distort any part of their history. Another thing is how when online division within a community has gotten so bad that it would leak into real life spaces. For example, the whole knifing thing, the cow manure thing, the throwing of rice and pomelo leaves, the whole middle finger. Once it's leaked into real life, then yes, the government has to step in because they have a whole security thing where they have to control that, right? So since two of those main big no-nos got triggered, of course, the government has to step in. So yes, the government did step in. However, did the government say delete Valko? No. I think they were warned, Infold was warned, which is get your shit fixed or else, basically. Get your shit fixed or else. And because of historically what happened to that other game, crap. I'm saying snowball again. I'm serious, guys. I'm not being mean or anything. I can't remember. The snow one. The Gunnar one. The snow anyway, that game, you know what I'm talking about, right? That game, historically, that's what happened. They got heavily censored, and they don't want that to happen to their game. So of course, the first thing they have to do is to cut off the source of their troubles, which is, unfortunately, Valko. Thank you. Yes, thank you, Snowbreak. Snowbreak. Why do I keep saying Snowball? At least I'm not saying Snowman, okay? Snowbreak. Yes, Snowbreak. Holy shit, I'm sorry. I don't know. It keeps saying Snowball. I keep hearing Snowball in my head. So Valko canceled here. So because at the beginning, the higher ups decision, I believe, is the one that decided Valko's cancellation. But I do think that the development team, remember the higher ups who care about the business side and the development team who is on the creative side, they're working for the same company, but they're not on the same page all the time. This is real world stuff. It happens in any company where the vision is different. The company side, the corporate side cares about the money, while the creative side cares about the vision. So of course the devs who put their blood, sweat, and tears into it, they want to release Valko for sure. But guys, I know a lot of tweets on Twitter, they're saying, hey, the government has given you the green lit. Go ahead, release him. But guys, that's not the problem. The problem is they are still being attacked to this day. They are still being attacked. There are still organized attacks that are going on. They need to be able to release him without creating another public outcry. Until they can do that, they cannot release him, which is why I said in the beginning, this is not a sprint, this is a marathon. If it's going to be like a few months ordeal, that's why in my first live stream, I said my biggest fear is the exhaustion. And I think we're already feeling it. We are already getting exhausted. It's going to be a long time. So that's why we're seeing a lot of investigative posts saying, hey, the police is coming to my side. Hey, they've uncovered this giant Raphael girly hater who organized a huge, well, no, she's not a hater for Raphael. She's a Raphael main, but she's a huge hater for all the other love interests. And she did coordinate a lot of massive like hate campaigns. Yes, that's what they're doing right now. The problem is it takes time. Things like this, especially on the legal side, it can take months. So saying in fold, hey, the government has given you the green lit. Do you want them to get in trouble again? Right now, they are trying to fight the people who are slandering them. It's not resolved yet. Can it be solved on our side? Unfortunately, no. The only thing we can do is to show in full that we have not lost interest in Valko. But the decision is still on their side, and whether or not they can quell the situation on the Chinese side. So I feel like we need to also, like, you know, manage our expectations. I hate how we have to say that, but we need to manage our expectations. All I can say, guys, like right now, we're doing great. We are doing great. We are. Just you have to be patient, and this is not something Infeld can do just because the government says like, hey, not releasing him is a bad decision. Because it really isn't. Actually, you know what? Those reports, those posts talking about how when it comes to like breaking into the global market, you need to not ignore the global side of your business. That is not just for Infeld, that is also towards the Chinese girlies who thinks that this game will survive only on the Chinese side, which I don't think they're entirely wrong. But for them to reach the amount of success they have now, they would have to include the global side. It's like this article is basically out to tell the Chinese players who really hate Valko, saying if you ignore the other side of the fandom, who is also a significant part of their like resource, then only failure awaits this game. They're not going to go far. And I really think that's who the article is for. And that's what they're trying to do, is quell the haters. And also warn any malcompetitive practice, malpractice of like company competition. So yeah, like guys, just remember, this is a marathon. We might not even be seeing him until the end of the year. You never know. So like, as long as you continue to show that you still want him in the game, I think we're doing great. And I think we're doing great so far. It's just, it's tiring. I understand it's tiring.
Unbelievable and unprecedented pressure that was put on Paper Games. Even with them already addressing this and doubling down, kind of defending themselves, on June 30th, they would post a letter pretty much announcing that they were going to cancel Valko's release and not release any more love interests in the game for the foreseeable future. Just as a reminder,
legally,
it had been barely a week since the first trailer for Valko, and they were...
I mean, they could actually be right. Maybe they never planned to release any love interest, so they weren't exactly, like, lying, you know?
already canceling everything. So this is like as if Genshin announced an entirely new region and a week later decided to cancel the entire thing and said, hey, by the way, no more regions. The game's done. This also meant that all the story content that was finally going to come to the game after a 6-month content drought was going to be canceled too.
Yeah,
it genuinely
that's true.
could not have
But then I don't like how they call it a 6-month content drought, because that's just generally how the game has been since the beginning of its conception, you know?
been worse
But
for
yeah, it's
anyone who
true,
likes
it's
this
true.
game. To announce such a big update and cancel it after barely a week, this had never happened, especially for a game of this scale. This
Yeah.
post would be viewed over 26 million times and would have over
Yeah.
40,000 replies. Many of the top ones were ratioing it. They were in utter disbelief that Paper Games would bend to such toxic and loud people in the Chinese community. This game was
Exactly.
created to
Oh, Jade's here. Hi, Jade. Oh, guys, I am in the middle of editing a video that is involving this this account, but you'll see. You will see.
make you, as a woman playing it, feel seen and acknowledged. And yet, with this announcement, they had essentially told all global players, we don't care about you even existing. That's how it felt. Even though they were put between a rock and a hard place, even though they were cornered by what was going on in China, this still felt horrible for
It
just about
does.
anyone who ever played this game.
Especially since like 2 days before this, they actually released a notice saying that we would never release him from the game. And then 2 days later, we are canceling. Like, I think that's what really hurt the most. We were given reassurance that no matter how loud the angry side was, they would still release him. And then that was like, reassuring, you know? And yet they went back on their word, and that really hurt, really.
You go anywhere,
that was
whether
the
it be
painful
Twitter,
part.
Reddit, any other place this community was present in, and you would see just the disbelief. They genuinely couldn't believe this had just happened. But honestly, if you took a step back, none of this really made sense. This was really overblown for no reason, and anyone with common sense could see that. A huge chunk of Paper Games revenue came from global players, so how come they were just forced to bend the knee so quickly? Well, that's because they had become the worst thing you can ever be in the country of China, becoming an element of chaos.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's get one thing straight. There was a timeline to this, and it wasn't always about being an
okay.
enemy of the state or whatever.
Okay, this is a good account. This is a good account. Actually, before I knew MUJIN was going to release a video, but I actually thought about releasing my own, like my own timeline. I literally retyped the script. I have like 3 different scripts just for this, but then I keep telling myself no, because I felt like I was just highlighting the bad side when we were kind of like in a harmonious state. So I never recorded it. I do have the script though. I was going to use this part with particle because in my video, because they managed to visualize the entire timeline so nicely.
Whatever. This
So
had started
nicely.
out with
Yeah,
consumer
this
dissatisfaction
one.
about Valko, about the fact that he looks gay and Western and all that
This
stuff.
was really
but then
good.
Chinese media publications would start twisting it into something way bigger than it actually was. It went from consumer dissatisfaction to women's safety to becoming an enemy of the state with 731 to Paper Games refusing to take responsibility, being arrogant. And eventually, because of how badly Paper Games was portrayed in media,
Multiple
this wouldn't just be about,
controversies
hey,
emerged.
let's just cancel this character. This would be like, hey, you deserve more punishment as a company. You deserve to go bankrupt. And hence why they had become an element of chaos. So what is that exactly? Well, it's a term I came up with, I guess. But in China, the most important thing that has to be maintained is order. As soon as something goes against that, as soon as something interferes, then they become a problem. A great example of this actually happened to Hoyoverse back in 2021. The reason?
A timeline for someone who actually played the game. Yeah, so you see, Duckling, this is why I can understand why MUJIN couldn't cover a lot of things, because as I typed in the document, I realized there's so many aspects about the whole timeline that I would have to talk about. The script just got longer and longer. The first script I actually typed it with Angel. We were going to record together and make a timeline video. But we had to rethink it because, like, in the end the fandom was in such like a harmonious thing. So we ended up not doing it, and then I said I would just make a more simplified version without talking too much about the conspiracies we were both into. And then it's just that as I typed the next script for a more like compact version, it got really long. I was like, holy shit, this is supposed to be a short script. Why am I typing so much? And then I was like, okay, no, this is too much. Then I decided that I should focus on just one part of the game where apparently there are a lot of Chinese players who are worried that the global players think that they did not want Valko just because of his character. They actually have a lot of more legitimate concerns. But then I'm like, the global side knows that already. So if I make this video, it would be kind of like moot. Instead, I would be making it for the Chinese girlies. Then I should just write it in Chinese rather than in English. Then I'll be like, okay, no, that my content is supposed to be like English mixed with Chinese. So then I'm like, okay, now I can't do it. So like, there's so many things. This entire situation has a lot of nuance to it, especially tied together with the whole otome culture. So I just couldn't. It was too much. It was really too much. No, we were just talking about it. Angel was helping me, like, we shared a Google document and then we were like typing it in together. But yeah, I don't know. I feel like it would just be repetitive. Right now, there's just so many videos about the whole situation. And it's not like this is a bad video from MUJIN either. It's just that there's some parts of it I feel like... But anyway, I haven't finished it. Let me just finish the video.
Hoyoverse had released a music video of Honkai Impact characters dancing in bunny suit outfits. They had not released it in China. Chinese players took grave offense to this and started calling Hoyoverse a traitor, an enemy of the state. Hence why someone tried to assassinate the CEO. Yes, it was over the stupidest thing imaginable, yes.
Yeah,
but that wasn't even Hoyoverse's biggest worry, because people would employ the same strategy used against paper games.
Like,
mass reporting Hoyoverse to the Chinese Consumer Protection Agency and creating a narrative online that they are an enemy of China. Eventually, this would prompt them to delete that bunny girl dance music video off every platform imaginable, while also releasing an apology. They would give their players some crumbs as a reward, while giving the Chinese players almost 3 times the amount of rewards, apologizing to them for doing this unforgivable thing. I had made a video about this almost 2 years ago, so it really shows that even...
I get why people are thinking they care too much about the Chinese side, but that's because, like, did you see? They have their physical safety is entirely dependent on their actions. Not just that, they could easily get the CCP involved. And then once the CCP gets involved, then you're in trouble, right? So I can see why they try to really, like, pacify the Chinese side over the global side. But yeah, at the same time, I can understand why the global side would be very salty about it, because then you feel like, so what, I don't matter? It's the same thing with Infold, unfortunately.
Even a company like Hoyoverse is not immune to this. This was after Genshin Impact had come out, by the way. The way they were able to get past this without any issues was by apologizing, removing the music video everywhere, and having the CEO join the political party of China. This was him pretty much saying, hey guys, I'm not your enemy. I'm not a traitor. Look, because when the government gets involved...
I did not know that. Holy shit. Really? They had to... Really? I did not know that.
Everything becomes existential. And this is exactly what was happening to paper games. On the 8th of July, 2026...
So what, does Infold have to do the same thing? Is that it?
The Ministry of Public Security would publish a statement about what was going on with Deepspace.
Okay, all right. So you know about this one, the Ministry of Safety, this one. The MPS, public safety. I know that this article can piss off a lot of people because it's misleading. But if you read the document, they are literally just reporting on what's happening without proving what's happening is wrong. You know what I mean? They haven't exactly made any slanderous comments. Like, it's just, they are just reporting, unfortunately, but it can be misleading. That's why. So, like, for this article, like, whilst they did not exactly do anything wrong, it's still just further deepened everyone's misunderstanding, especially the public's misunderstanding. Because they start talking about, like, what should be accepted in a fictitious game. Like, how do we should we separate the fiction from reality? They do go into all that. So, like, I understand why people were upset. But at the same time, they were very careful about this. Because in the end, they weren't exactly lying. It's just that they were very misleading. But I think they took it down in the end.
I mean, this is pretty much the government saying this. They'd say, recently, an online game targeting female players has sparked widespread controversy.
True. It has spread widespread controversy.
The game features a storyline where the male protagonist breaks into a woman's home late at night.
They do not say break in specifically. I think they just meant he went in through the... I don't know. I need to see the Chinese text again. I don't know if they use specifically the break in, but just go in.
Accompanied by
through
offensive
the
promotional
balcony.
slogans such as, "What's wrong with letting a wolf into the house?" Packaging the illegal act of trespassing as a romantic encounter. This
Yeah, so this is again reporting what's going on, what the controversy is.
kind of entertainment-driven, traffic-driven creative work disregards public order and morality, crosses legal boundaries, and may ultimately endanger public safety. The safety of women living alone is a serious public issue concerning personal rights, social order,
None of this is wrong. That is true. The safety of women living alone, it is a serious public issue.
and the protection of
You know
women's
what I
rights.
mean? Like, they're not saying anything wrong, but at the same time, it's very misleading. And that's what I'm like, oh, this is so
And
tricky.
it is by no means
They're
material
so tricky.
for arbitrary
They're so
adaptation
sneaky
or
with
meme
this.
creation. Chinese law strictly protects citizens' rights to housing, and no one
The
may
Wonder and
illegally
Wonder
intrude.
rerun
China's
speculation
criminal
is now
law
canon.
clearly stipulates that those who commit the
To
crime
promote
of illegal
Chinese
intrusion
culture,
into
yeah,
residence can be
probably.
sentenced to imprisonment for up to 3 years or detention. If a game packages such behavior as fun interaction, it may be suspected of promoting and glorifying illegal and criminal methods, which is not only a disregard for the authority of the law, but also a blatant transgression against the spirit of the rule of law. Even more dangerous is its intangible erosion of public perception. This creative logic that prioritizes traffic can easily mislead the public, especially causing cognitive
Oh my
bias.
god, is none of the English going into your heads, guys? I feel like this is so... I don't know, this kind of English is so is it just me? Maybe my English is not as good as I think it is, but this is so... Like, it's rotting my brain. My brain is melting. I know! The minors, like... causing cognitive biases in minors whose minds are not yet mature. This game is not
is
for
in
minors,
minors
though.
whose minds are not yet mature, weakening their vigilance against dangerous behaviors and seriously undermining the effectiveness of public safety education. I just want to point out that this game is not for minors, okay? It's
Thank you.
It's mature only, 18 plus. But still, this was the narrative and you couldn't do anything about it. They would then continue. Some might argue that games are games and reality is reality. They shouldn't be confused. However, facts have shown that online game content that crosses ethical boundaries can seriously negatively impact the healthy development of teenagers. In 2018, 15-year-old 𝓥𝓲𝓮𝓻 became deeply addicted to a violent video game. Seeking the thrill of killing in the virtual world, he brutally murdered his 23-year-old.
If it was objective, then the English translation was wrong because it treats the less as fact, not this is what's being claimed and no. Okay, I think I know what you mean. I know what you mean. But maybe I think it's just the tone is different when it's written in Chinese. I just need, because I remember looking at it in Chinese, that's why. But anyway. But I know what you mean though, Brittany. I totally know what you mean.
Female
I know,
neighbor.
I'm so happy I actually talked about this game not being for minors, thank God.
Tragic case should serve as a stark warning to everyone. You then have an image of Valko, so Valko was
Yeah,
acknowledged
super
by a government
misleading.
agency as being a source of a problem, and then they would continue, the virtual space created by online games is never a lawless zone. Laws and regulations, such as the regulations on the governance of online information content ecology and the regulations on the protection of minors online, clearly prohibit the production and dissemination of content that may incite minors to imitate unsafe behaviors, induce bad habits, or violate social morality.
I mean, you know what I mean? My brain is melting. This is so hard to digest in English. I'm like, what?
Thus setting a clear bottom line for the creation of online game content. As of now, all relevant
It's very official government. Oh, is that why? Official government language? It sounds like hot garbage if you don't use it daily.
characters and
Maybe
storylines
that's
in the game
why.
have been taken offline for rectification, a move that addresses public concerns. However, taking it offline is not the end. Deeper reflection is needed. This incident serves as another warning to the industry. Any content production that deliberately blurs the lines of illegality, glorifies dangerous behavior, or undermines public safety will ultimately be subject to legal sanctions and public resistance. So
咁你全部都取消埋咯，係咪？ Just delete everything. Just delete everything. I mean, come on. Like, I get it. I get what they're trying to say. But if that's how far you're going to dictate creative spaces, then delete everything. Everything. Everything must be deleted. Like, I mean, come on. Can you name a game that does not blur the line of illegality? Like, you have gacha games. They're practically gambling games. Like, glorifies dangerous behavior. Do you know how many gacha games where they have like these Lolita childlike looking characters that are throwing bombs at people, jumping off large buildings, riding dragons? I don't know. What do you think? Just delete everything, lol. I mean, like, right? I don't get it. I don't know. I'm sorry.
here they were acknowledging that Valko got removed, that this was the right step, but that
need to calm
deeper
down.
reflection was needed, indicating potentially
Thank
even
you for
further
joining the
censorship
Brute
now that the game had a
Sarkad.
target on its back. They would then end this by saying, to address the chaos in online game content, a comprehensive approach is needed across the entire chain of creation, review, and regulation. Game companies must abandon profit-driven motives and improve their multi-tiered content risk control and review systems to eliminate misleading and harmful content at the source. Regulatory authorities should adhere to
I don't know
strict
why, I'm
governance,
hearing this in
refine
English
review
and I feel
standards,
like I'm
and
reading a
resolutely
totally
hold
different
accountable companies that
document.
overstep their bounds and violate regulations. Simultaneously, families, schools, and society must work together to strengthen legal and safety education for teenagers and safeguard the healthy growth of minds.
See, I don't disagree with that. This is all true. But this is in the realms of a game that's not for minors. So I feel like all of this ends up being useless. You know? Like, all that, like this, yeah, I can agree with all of this, yes. But we're talking about games that is not aimed for minors. So then this becomes useless in the end. Like, this only adds if it is a game for kids. But it's not. I feel like I'm repeating myself. So, like,
Minors.
anyway.
The title of this, by the way, was Glorifying Intrusion is Unacceptable Even in Online Games. This was a disaster. Attracting the eyes of a government
exactly.
agency like this and
Mayfa
having them
is
write
like,
such a
yeah,
staunch article against you was the
romanticizing.
literal last thing you wanted as a Chinese company. You'd rather have your entire executive board get fired than this. Now look, the global side was already in disbelief, and I'm going to talk about how they did their best to fight against this decision. But seeing that Chinese media was talking about this and seeing that this article from the Ministry of Public Security had been made, many global players would start spreading misinformation. Like, this person right here would make a post with over 2 million views in which they would write a fan fiction saying that someone powerful in the Chinese government got angered enough that now all otome in China could be permanently affected. Or
I did not see that. What? Wait, what? I did not see that. I absolutely wish I could say I didn't believe the words I wrote, but unfortunately they are making more sense than most of the things I've seen about this situation. Oh no, I think I have seen this. I have seen this.
someone powerful in the Chinese government got angered enough that now all otome in China could be permanently affected. Or how this post with over 1 million
I've seen this also. I've seen
views would say that allegedly the dev team is threatening to leave Paper Games if Valko isn't reinstated.
Yeah, I didn't get that. I'm pretty sure they did not threaten to leave. But I will say though, I wouldn't be surprised if the dev team is now salty or has no faith in the company that they're working in. Because something that they put their blood, sweat, and tears in gets easily cancelled or shelved like that, I I would lose faith in my employers. So I wouldn't be surprised if the devs are salty. I wouldn't be.
These things are not confirmed in any way, shape, or form. But this is what happens when the developer of a game is on a different internet than yours, using an entirely different language. But global players, as well as many Chinese players, weren't simply going to sit idly by watching their favorite game get destroyed right in front of them. And so, a global movement would be born overnight. A movement that is unprecedented in terms of scale that I have never seen before. Barely 24 hours after Paper Game's very unpopular announcement saying that they were going to remove Valko from the game, a new topic would start trending on Twitter with hundreds of thousands of posts within 24 hours and millions of posts within 1 week. The hashtags Valko is loved and We love Valko would go absolutely viral, and global players would demand that he come back home. As I mentioned earlier, this was overblown, and the audience for Love and Deepspace wasn't stupid. Oh, boo-hoo, he stuck into your home? Well, what about the other love interests? Silas kidnaps you, Raphael and Caleb stalk you.
Wait, what? He talks about that? Woo! Yeah. Okay, I know a lot of people are complaining about the Silas kidnaps you part. Like, although that wasn't his intention, that is unfortunately what it looks like to MC. So you can't, if you're saying Silas did not kidnap her, it's like invalidating MC's experience. She felt locked in there for 3 days. She felt like she was kidnapped. She felt like her freedom was in jeopardy. She felt her life was in jeopardy. So saying that, oh, because Silas didn't intend to, he wanted to keep her life, she didn't know that, yo. So unfortunately, that is what happened. Silas did, in the end, kidnap you.
And one of them is your adopted brother that you grew up with as a kid, and then later on, when you both grow up, you're there just scissoring like chimpanzees in heat. This is
This has been released to hundreds and thousands of people now. No.
kid, and then later on, when you both grow up, you're there just scissoring like chimpanzees in heat. This is the
Scissoring like chimpanzees. No. Go go. Fight go go. No, they caught you. They caught you. The world knows now. Oh no, the embarrassment. My face is so red shit. Crap, my face. Oh, my face. Oh no, I'm blushing so bad. I'm so embarrassed.
didn't make any sense.
Oh,
and while
God.
yes, 731 was a really stupid mistake, it was in the game for
we've been so exposed.
2 months before people somehow now finally noticed and took offense to it. It was overblown, it felt staged, and it just didn't make any sense.
Okay, thank you. Okay, all right. Sometimes it's hard for me to understand whether he's like saying it himself or if he's just reporting on the whole thing. So I like how he moves
But
it.
Paper Games had made their decision. They removed Valko and actually took this seriously. And so the consequences immediately took place. If they thought that these toxic Chinese players were their biggest problem, they had no idea what they were dealing with. A huge chunk of silent
God,
Chinese
I'm
players
so
were their
sad.
Oh,
biggest problem. They had no
Look at that. 香港台灣. We are like 0.0. I think MO is 澳門, right? I think this is Macau. Yeah, MO is Macau. 香港台灣澳門. Like, this is so sad. This is a sad thing to see. But to be fair, there aren't a lot of players in Hong Kong.
idea what they were dealing with. A huge chunk of silent Chinese players that weren't toxic and crazy would be very disappointed in Valko's cancellation. In fact, you can track revenue that the
What
game
was
makes
that?
in
Deep
China,
squeak.
and while there were many people
No!
frustrated over Valko looking Western or gay or whatever, the revenue would only start taking a dip after they had cancelled Valko, showing us two things. The first being that they might have underestimated how many Chinese players actually liked Valko, and the second being that maybe Western players also underestimated how many Chinese players were going to boycott this game because of the whole 731 situation. Within just a week, they would lose 50% of how much they would usually make. Within less than 24 hours, they would lose over 100,000 followers on multiple platforms, and eventually they'd lose over 100,000 on TikTok, and would lose so many on Instagram that they would end up privating their profile. They would also get absolutely review bombed.
Is that why they privated their profile? I wasn't around to see that. I didn't know that they privated their profile. Is that why? Like, what would happen if you do that? Would that prevent you from unfollowing them? Like, what was the purpose? Like, does it help? I don't know. I felt like maybe the privating has something to do with comments, maybe, rather than the unfollowing.
Bombed on the Apple App Store with a rating that's now below 3 out of 5. And on Google Play, their rating is now 1.3 out of 5.
Oh, that's
one of the most abysmal ratings I've ever seen. Hell, people were so pissed that they brought back a good old tradition that had occurred during the first anniversary of Genshin, which was not only review bomb the game, but also review bomb Google Classroom. If bad reviews start reaching Google Classroom, you know that this controversy is massive. At the same time, you'd have a petition on iPetitions Get Made that has over 240,000 signatures to bring back Valko.
Oh, call some bot followers. I see. I didn't know that's what it was for. Okay. Someone that's actually got Xavier as HR violation for phone calls and text. A violation. That's true. How did he get our number at first? That actually was the first thing that came to mind when Xavier messaged me or messaged MC. I was like, how'd you get her number? And I felt that was like creepy behavior, but at the same time, at that time, I wasn't exactly sold on Xavier yet. Like, that was the beginning of the story. If anything, those feelings are valid because then you get to experience feeling wary about them at the beginning and then slowly falling in love with them, which is really cool, I think.
Valko, and you'd also have a change.org petition with almost 100,000 signatures now, with change.org's own social media page making a tweet about it, bringing more attention towards it. One 𝓥𝓲𝓮𝓻 player would take this even further and report the game to the Consumer Protection Agency of their country, Mexico, because this was a false promise in their opinion. This is a product, something was advertised, and then withdrawn, which makes it false advertising. All of 𝓥𝓲𝓮𝓻's social media would get flooded with hashtags such as Bring Valko Back. Even their ads on TikTok would get absolutely flooded. Compared to this, what was going on in China was nothing. Everything here was being absolutely invaded. And to show the developer that this was financially a really bad mistake on their end, someone would create a website in which you could enter.
Actually learn Chinese to sing and create a song for Valko. That is so pretty. I don't think I saw that one. What? See, because I'm not online. Fortunately, I missed some of the nice things.
How much money you spent on the game and attach a message to it. So far, the amount of cumulative money that was spent in the past by players who chose to support Valko is now over $15 million.
Damn. I mean, look at all this is USD, right? US dollars.
Messages behind that huge number. They were screaming to Paper Games that they were making a mistake here. But while the frustration is understandable.
Oh wait, is it USD? Because I see a lot of Chinese comments. It might not be USD. This is probably in Chinese yen.
They were screaming to Paper Games that they were making a mistake here. But while the frustration is understandable and their socials being brigaded was to be expected, what really stood out here was how a big chunk of the global audience decided to protest. While Valko haters were busy sending manure and other things to the HQ of Paper Games, the global audience that wanted Valko in the game decided to instead use their money for good. Some would fundraise enough money to buy a billboard in Times Square saying bring Valko back, and this billboard crowdfunding
Oh, it's USD. Okay, thank you.
Strategy.
Yeah, that's an insane amount of money.
Would occur all over the world, in New York, in the Philippines, in Malaysia, in Thailand, hell, even in Peru.
Is so nice
this was them truly showing solidarity between each other, even though they came from such different countries and regions. But I mentioned this audience using their money for good, and that's exactly what they did in Valko's name. They would donate to a women's shelter in Canada and say that this donation is from Valko. They would donate over $44,000 for the 𝓥𝓲𝓮𝓻 flood relief in Valko's name as well. This was a place that was hit by severe flooding in China, and these Valko enjoyers were pretty much helping them out. You'd have 11 Deepspace player that normally...
You did good, guys. Like, we can be proud about this, I think. You know, we can be we can be proud about our actions. There's so many actions out there that we can be embarrassed for. So for once, we can be proud about this one. You know?
Spent $1,500 every 2 weeks on the game, decide to instead use that money to feed over 400 dogs in 3 different shelters, while again doing so in Valko's
it reminds
name.
me of the army project.
There are
as
so
well. You're
many
right.
examples like this.
Wow, this is so nice. I'm so happy they put this in here.
With donations coming from global players for Chinese causes like wildlife conservation, or uniting to save an endangered species, or raising money over $20,000 for wolf conservation because Valko's a half wolf guy, and also donating over 100 chocolate milk bars to 100 kids in Indonesia, all while using Valko's name and appearance, making him out to be a symbol of hope rather than a symbol that threatened women's safety like in China. All of this was done in the
Oh, that made me sad a little bit. I feel like I'm tearing up a
hope
little
that on
bit.
July 9th, when 6.0 had come out, Paper Games would change their minds. They would still decide to release Valko even though they cancelled him. And they would take this activism even IRL, because 𝓥𝓲𝓮𝓻 Deepspace would have a booth in Anime Expo in the US.
Is
There,
this the
they'd have
AX?
different cosplayers meant to represent every love interest. But unfortunately,
God.
it seemed
This is so depressing. If I were there in person, I would be so depressed. Like, this is a screaming reminder. Hey, we had 6 cosplayers prepared for you, but now you only have 5. Like, wow. Like, look at this. I mean, I would have at least taken out this part, but then looking at the platform, it's like one huge chunk. There's no way for them to take it out. Then maybe put a separate booth for merch or something. I don't know. Making it look like this is just so depressing.
like there was
Damn.
one booth meant for Valko that was cancelled last minute. So what did they do? Did they bring cow poop or a weapon?
Aw.
No. Instead, they go
Cow
around
poop or
asking
weapon.
people to pick their favorite
Yeah, Tama did the interaction with Zane. I saw the picture. That was really nice.
lad by placing a star around them, and Valko would receive the most stars. This was again meant to showcase the staff that we want Valko back. But while they did make it to Anime Expo, on July 8th, they would start canceling different events that they were meant to attend. Like, for example, an event that was meant to take place in Japan, saying, after carefully reviewing the event content in light of changes to the in-game content, so removing Valko, we have decided to cancel the event. On that same day, they would also announce the cancellation of a massive
this
event
is
scheduled
sad.
for Bilibili World, a huge event in China.
The one time I was actually planning to go. The one time I was actually planning to go. But I underestimated how difficult it would be to get tickets, so either way, I wouldn't have been able to go.
And so by now, this was attracting all sorts of global media publications, with Jing Daily publishing an article titled, China's top otome game lost 70 million hearts in 10 days. Hell, even TV news channels were talking about this too. And hell, even 𝓥𝓲𝓮𝓻 would talk about this somehow.
I
A
saw
chatter
this.
would tell him about the drama.
But I will be honest, I'm not really familiar with 𝓥𝓲𝓮𝓻. Is there a reason why it's so significant that he talked about it? Is he a nice creator? Sorry, I'm very wary when it comes to male creators. I hope you don't mind, but like, yeah. Who is 𝓥𝓲𝓮𝓻? Should I look him up? Is he a nice guy? Because like they made it a big deal that he talked about it. I think I even retweeted it because apparently everyone was like, "Oh my god, he talked about it." I'm like, "Okay, I guess that's a good thing." He's a top streamer. Oh, okay. A huge streamer. Okay. Okay. All right. Okay. He's very wholesome. You wasn't familiar with 𝓥𝓲𝓮𝓻. You weren't familiar. Oh, okay. He seems chill. Super popular streamer. Okay, see, I am probably living under a rock. But that's the thing. I think his face is familiar. His face looks very familiar. Like, I probably seen him in some shorts or something. But I didn't know who he was. But he does look like a wholesome guy.
𝓥𝓲𝓮𝓻 would look into it and say,
Nice to know
𝓥𝓲𝓮
that he
Deepspace is wrong for scrapping its newest character, saying they didn't bring out the character because the fans said he was ugly. That's messed up. So look, all of this was meant to raise awareness, but also showcase to the Chinese government agencies that this game was not an element of chaos. It was an element of goodness. These donations in Valko's
That is
name
a
were meant to
very good
spread
point.
positivity and
That is a very good point.
goodness across the world. And to be honest, they did. Objectively speaking, that's exactly what they did. Instead of fighting fire with fire, the global audience decided to fight fire with good, with water. It was also done to show Paper Games just how much of a mistake they were making by listening to the toxic side of their fan base instead of the good side. The one that was willing to donate hundreds of
next to me
thousands of
under that
dollars to
rock.
charities
You
in
also didn't
Valko's
know
name
Carmen.
was the one who was really being hurt with this. The hope was that
As long as he's not that other person saying, coining the word gooner. Ah, okay. I know exactly who you're talking about, sadly.
On July 9th, Valko would still somehow show up when they would open the app after updating. But unfortunately for them, that day would end up being the darkest in this community's history. On July 9th, 2026, the 6.0 update would come out for 11 Deepspace. Many players downloaded it hoping to open the app and find Valko waiting for them there. Instead, they found nothing. No Valko, no new main story, just the new kitchen feature, and that was just about it. Some people would have issues downloading this update, and so 11 Deepspace would make this post saying today's update has concluded while giving some pointers as to how to fix these errors, like reinstalling the game, for example. This would be the last post on their socials up until mid-July. And so everyone would take out their grievances right here. It would get over 17,000 replies. Again,
wait.
everyone would take out their grievances right here.
Address me. Wait, I feel like I saw this, but why is it so funny seeing it in the video?
It would get over 17,000 replies.
That's hilarious.
Again, ratioed multiple times with people in complete disbelief. How could you? Instead of listening to the good side of the community, people who are willing to put money where their mouth is and donate to good causes in Valko's name, how could you listen to the toxic people who send you literal cow shit to your offices?
I get he's only voicing what other people are saying, but again, I hope you guys also understand, it's not that Infold is listening to the toxic people, it's just that they unfortunately are the ones that could make or break how the government deals with them. They're already in sort of hot water, so I hope you guys at least know that it's not that Infold is listening. I know it looks like that. It definitely looks like that. I also thought it was like that. But then when the government started getting involved, I was like, okay. I get it now. Now, does that mean Enfold is entirely blameless? No. Frankly, if they had just communicated with the players from the very beginning, I think the outrage wouldn't have been this bad. Because believe it or not, because of that whole otome rule that the Chinese community has about dropping a love interest, as they say, out of the blue, there still would have been a lot of players who didn't like it, no matter what. However, I think the other Chinese players who did not like the release of Valko because it meant they were ignoring the current, the existing issues that the game had, at least that group wouldn't have been contributing to the loudness of the crazy ones. You know what I mean? So unfortunately, yeah. I think at the beginning, the crazy and also even the logical, they were barking because of what Valko's release meant. It meant continuing the story rather than fixing existing problems. However, I would still say that that logic is a little bit because it's a story update. Of course, they're going to continue the story, unfortunately. But again, Infold is just too passive when it comes to talking about the game. I do not understand why. I try to think, I really cannot understand. But yeah, they're not entirely blameless, but it doesn't change the fact that they are a victim in this situation.
The global players felt like someone had put a knife in their back. And what didn't help was that this update was extremely buggy.
Oh, no.
I mean, there are certain things in here that my nightmares wouldn't even be able to conjure up. Like, what is this?
Baby, my baby. Is it weird that I would still love him like this? He gets to live his artistic dream. He looks like a Van Gogh painting. For all we know, Van Gogh is some sort of person he looks up to. I don't know. this is Jesus Christ.
Like, what the fuck is this? Like, how does this even happen?
These are so scary. Oh, you know what these look like? You know what these look like? You know those observation duty games where you have to find the anomalies in each room? This looks like one of those anomalies. This is the anomaly, guys.
Like, I don't even know like what kind of code.
Picasso, yeah, Picasso.
Like, how does this even occur? Here's my favorite glitch personally.
No, shit.
What the fuck is that? Anyway, the first thing that
I love
players
that
did
so
after
much.
not seeing Valko was
What
go
in
to
the
the love
Picasso?
interest character selection screen and see whether the whole coming soon text was still there. And to their extreme disappointment, it wasn't. It seemed like
Yeah.
Paper Games was
I think,
intent on the
Yeah, this part, like, but then I understand the logic. Someone were saying there were also explanation how since Valko's release, that coming soon would have been gone anyway. That makes sense because I know because of the suddenness of the cancellation, they did not have a lot of time to take him out of the update. That's probably the reason why the update is so big. He's still in there. He's just locked. So it makes sense why the coming soon is gone. But at that time, I felt like I was stabbed in the chest 100 times. Like, it was so bad. I felt so bad.
promise of no more new characters. This was the worst possible news for just about any player. The community was devastated. This was a character they were very excited for, that they couldn't wait to interact with, and he was gone as quickly as he had arrived to their lives. Slowly but surely, any remaining hope players had was being removed right in front of them.
Oh,
like,
yeah,
for example, the
this one too.
Valko channel and the Love and Deepspace official Discord server
I
would be
saw that.
deleted
I
after
was
the
there for
update would go
that.
live. And after all this time, things were really starting to set in for many players. So we're just getting a stupid rerun of a banner instead of a new love interest, a new main story update, new cards, new myths, new poses, new interactions. This wasn't just about Valko. This was the biggest update of the year, and all of a sudden, it's not coming anymore.
Yeah,
And I remember how
exactly.
people were now fearful of further censorship now that the game had attracted multiple government agencies. Well, that's exactly what happened. All the love interests had a certain theme of an outfit in which they had numerology on them, numbers that signified different meanings.
I don't know if the numbers signify different meanings, though.
Well, they were all censored.
I saw posts that showed that there were some meanings to it, but I cannot for sure think that they intentionally put meaning in these numbers. I also think these were randomly generated, honestly.
Or just straight up removed. Look at this, for example. It said 95, now it says gibberish. This was no doubt done to avoid any other 731 issues.
To be fair, like, to me, this is just minor stuff. This is just aesthetic stuff or cosmetic stuff, not necessarily groundbreaking. Like, it's the what's the word? The censorship of the story that I'm worried about. But we will never know. Now we'll never know because we would not be getting the full story. We'd be getting the censored story. So yeah, we're in this limbo right now.
And that's simply what happens when you become an element of chaos in China. Many global players and even Chinese players warned these extremely toxic and loud fans in China that any censorship, any removal of something in-game will result in even more censorship. And that's exactly what was happening. What added more fuel to the fire was that some rumors would start spreading about the role that Valko would have played in the main story.
Oh, I saw this. Caleb's arm was fixed by Valko, but I think that's been debunked, wasn't it? It was Lucian who... What's his name? You see, I hate this guy so much. I can't remember his name. Problem. Lucifer? Lucian. It's Lucian, right? Right? I'm not right. I'm right. Professor Lucian? I'm pretty sure it was Professor Lucian that fixed his arm. We read it, didn't we? It was in his World Underneath story. We talked about like how Viper was there talking about his upgrades and whatnot. So I'm pretty sure this was just this was just a rumor. Okay.
Like the fact that he was the one who fixed Caleb's arm, or that he's a friend to Zane.
Lucius,
These dynamics
sorry.
between the characters in the story is
Lucius,
exactly why
thank
people
you,
played
thank you.
Love in Deepspace. And there they were, having to watch it get
I
confiscated
wasn't that
from
far
them.
off, guys.
And so people started drawing up
I think I did pretty good. See? Lucius. I said Lucian, but it was Lucius. I deserve some credit.
comparisons to another game made by Paper Games called Infinity Nikki, which I made a video about around a year ago. That game had sudden censorship one day where
The one that got me was they left his phone poses in and gave them... Huh? They left his phone You mean his photo booth poses? Wasn't that shown already? That was just the general one? Valko's specific poses weren't in-game. They didn't give it to anyone. The general one got released, yeah, but Valko's specific one, no. There were 3 sets of poses, I think? Or was it 4? 4. One was the general couple pose, one was the Valko MC pose, and one was the Valko pose, and one was the MC pose. And I think the one that was Valko specific just wasn't released.
its tutorial level, its actual lore was changed for no reason. It was retconned. And even
Oh,
though
yeah,
the
the
community had boycotted the
retcon,
game
yeah.
for months and created a large movement around
Yeah. See, exactly, Vice. Those were marketed as general poses since day one. Yeah. I think it's because people couldn't go back to the post. The post was deleted, right? So maybe they couldn't double check. But I remember it was a general pose. The Valko pose was different. It wasn't that one.
it, Paper Games didn't budge. That terrible tutorial level is still there today. And what was also interesting is that the update that removed the tutorial level came with a lot of bugs. So at this point, it almost seemed like it was a pattern for any game Paper Games had made. And it didn't really inspire optimism. This was really the worst case scenario, but bear in mind, not just for global players, for Chinese players too, even the toxic ones. This Chinese player here would make it very clear in a post they made on Weibo. They'd say that with this outcome, everyone loses. More importantly, though, this game was a great outlet to promote overseas players' understanding.
This part really get me. Japan has anime, South Korea has K-pop, and the only Chinese games that have any real popularity are Genshin, Black Wukong, Honkai, and yeah, Paper Games.
Of Chinese culture, as well as Chinese success. Now, many of the players that were affected globally are not just
Oh, it's still up on Twitter. Okay, sorry, I thought it was gone already.
vowing to boycotting Love and Deepspace, they're vowing to boycott any Chinese game. This player would go very hard on these toxic Chinese players, blaming them for halting the success of a Chinese company and therefore a Chinese cultural export, while also lamenting the fact that this game was pretty much ruined, as well as its reputation in anything made in China. This also led many Love and Deepspace players to look forward to a competitor's release called Silent Whispers, another 3D high-quality otome game in which they hope to be treated better. This trailer right here was released 2 months ago, and all the top comments are just
I think I watched this a little bit.
people being like,
Yeah, no, I watched this one. I did. I was going to make a recording, I think. I recorded halfway, but then I realized my reaction was very... I was like, I've been raised that if I have nothing good to say, I'd rather stay quiet. So I didn't release it.
like, use this fumble from Love and Deepspace to rise, or goodbye Love and Deepspace, hello Silent Whisper, because this game would also be giving them something that they wanted for a long time, a PC client. It seemed like they were actually listening, unlike Paper Games. But, it would take a lot at this point to fully crush all hope that the community had for Valko releasing. One player would point out, hey, listen, when 3.0 came out and 𝓏𝓲𝓮𝓻 came out, he didn't come out on the first day of the update. He came around in the second half of the
No. This is really bad though. This is giving false hope. It was already announced during the teaser that there would be a 2-parter to the live stream. They didn't mention that this time, so they're not going to do it again. Again, remember, Info has a pattern. Since they didn't mention a part 2 live stream, then I don't know if they will. But makes sense though, because for 𝓏𝓲, they would have a separate one. So, like, they would have probably mentioned it, but because of the backlash, they didn't. So, unfortunately.
So in other words, hey, when the second half of this update comes out on July 17th, let's hope that we'll find Valko there waiting for us. What they'd end up finding
that
instead,
passed
though,
already, though, doesn't
pure
it?
and utter disappointment. At this point, Love and Deepspace Chinese revenue was doing horrendously bad, worse than it's ever been. On one day, they'd maybe make $200,000. Now they were making $60,000. Yes, it's still a lot of money, but it's less than half of what they made before. This showed that the Chinese audience, genuinely, the majority, the people who actually spend money, were outraged still at Valko not being included. And these were the consumers that mattered. And at the same time, as people were hoping that Valko would come in the second half of the update, they'd get an in-game notice saying,
That's the thing, right? Now that Valko is cancelled, so where are these players? The one that wanted Valko out of the game. Valko's out. Where are you? Why is the game still going downhill? I feel like it's pretty obvious that the ones who were screaming no Valko are pretty much the minority now. I don't know.
that actually the second half would have a heartfelt gift for Zane, a free 5-star memory in which you interact with him. Now it's
Oh, okay. I don't think Silent Whispers is out in 2027. No. But here's the thing though, when in last time for Bilibili World, they did have Raphael, Xavier, and Zane cosplay, but that was like, I think 4 months? 4 to 5 months before the game released. So if we're going to follow that pattern, which I don't think all companies follow. Maybe you'll see something in 4 to 5 months, which means the end of this year, maybe. But there's no trailer, no release, no talk about what the actual gameplay is. So
What's interesting is that the official social media accounts wouldn't make this announcement. As I said, it's been a ghost town since the 9th of July. It would only be announced through an in-game notice.
Was very
so further making their communication style even worse, and going against the promise that they made at the end of June saying we'll communicate more with you guys. What was really interesting though was that there would be this Twitter account with the handle Z with a Zayn profile picture that would leak the trailer for this memory, something that was meant to be posted by the official social media accounts. Once enough people found it, the account would delete itself. Many players pointed out that they didn't like the trailer because the face of the protagonist, which is the character that you create, the woman that you create, would be hidden throughout the trailer. The reason why this is a problem is because many Western players like to self-insert themselves into the game, while Chinese players don't like that. It seemed like even with this trailer, they were still trying to...
Wait, no, that's the opposite. Isn't it the opposite? Chinese players love to self-insert. They think MC is them. They try to make MC look as close to their ideal type, if not exactly them. But the reason, actually, why they don't like seeing MC is because when they see MC as a separate entity from Zayn, then it looks like a third party. Because that's what they like, right? They like the self-insert where they see Zayn in their point of view. So it makes them believe that he's looking at you through the phone. But yeah, that's the thing. The problem is they really like to self-insert. So I think this is not accurate. It's just that they feel like seeing MC as a whole person and not through her eyes. They think she's an intruder. That's why. Not necessarily. They love to self-insert. In fact, that's the rule. If you're not self-inserting, then why are you playing an otome game? Yeah, exactly. That's why they hated the home system, because they see MC as a third person and not exactly through her point of view. So, yeah. It's not that they don't like MC, because MC is them. They don't like MC being portrayed in the game as a separate entity. And if you see her interacting as a third person, her interacting with Zayn or any love interest as a third person, then it becomes less self-inserty. Like they will think as MC as an other party. It's all about perspective, basically. It's kind of weird for me. But I can also understand the mindset. I understand the mindset. I get it. Also, not to mention, in Japanese otome games, like long time ago, the female MC would have no face. You know, it will be a blank face. This is a normal thing that happened in otome games where you don't see the face of the protagonist. It's normal. Like, it does happen. So this doesn't bother me that much. I feel like they're trying to keep to that. But at the same time, if you're going to give an option for you to spend hours in creating your MC, then what's the point in hiding her face? Right? So, like, I see the both sides, if you know what I mean. So, like, historically, a lot of MCs do not have a face. And at the same time, why give the option to customize your character so detailed and not let them see the MC that they created? It's crazy.
Satisfy the most toxic players in China. However, even after all this, there was still hope, because something positive out of China would come out on July 15th, 2026. Various media outlets would publish positive reports related to Valko, ones that might be deemed as government affiliated. To be specific, there'd be 5. The first one being Reform Network, the second one being Tencent, the third one being Business Daily, the fourth one being NetEase, and the fifth one being Phoenix News. However, by July 16th, 4 of the 5...
Yeah. Like, I'm saying, like, old times. Japanese otome games have MC's face visible now, yeah. Because it's the trend now. Nowadays, newer otome games, the female lead, because of the times and how the desires of women, the want of women, even the mindset of women is changing as we get older in the generation, right? Our wants and needs are changing. And now women independence is more desired, right? So because we're feeling so repressed, we want more independence. We hate being the damsel in distress. Whereas back in the day, the damsel in distress was a lot of mindset for women who want their knight in shining armor. it's just the times. It's the times has changed. So now, because of how women feel, of course the MC would change as well. But like, I'm just saying, like, historically, MC didn't have a face, and that was your blank slate MC. She was also very bland, in my opinion. I think some people don't agree with that. But in my opinion, I felt the MCs back then were quite bland because of the self-inserting. But now, MCs are fully fleshed characters. Very
5
fleshed.
would be deleted, and only 1 would remain. And that would be the one posted on the website of the National Development and Reform Commission, otherwise known as the NDRC. The 4 others would be paid ads, and it would be mentioned at the end of the article.
Oh, I saw this.
I don't know whether it's players wanting Valko back that paid for it. I don't know whether it's Paper Games that did that, but it caused a lot of confusion. The reason why this article was a big deal was because it was somewhat state-affiliated, and it talked about the efforts being made to bring Valko back globally
I
in
like
a
how he
positive
mentioned
manner.
it was state
It would say, with overseas
affiliated.
players continuing to voice their opinions, how can Chinese games translate global feedback into increased content? As of July 15th, the main petition on the overseas petition platforms iPetitions demanding the reinstatement of the romanceable new character Valko in the game Love in Deep Space had garnered over 240,000 signatures and 80,000 comments.
Damn.
Meanwhile, on Change.org's game petition page, 3 main petitions related to Valko received 96,000, 21,000, and 5,900 signatures respectively. This 2-week-long cross-platform participation indicates that overseas users' demands have not subsided quickly despite the character's removal. Following the cancellation, overseas players' actions gradually expanded from petitions to fan art, charitable donations, and offline events.
See, I feel like, again, this is that article that is not entirely directed as to Infold. It's not like, I don't think the government wrote this, but they sanctioned it to show up on the website. They sanctioned it as a message. And I feel like this is saying, hey, you anti-Valko. Can you not see the bigger picture of this whole thing? You're trying to see the bigger picture. And that's why I feel like right now, Infold it's not that they don't want to release them because they think the government doesn't want to know. They can't. Because right now, there's still a bunch of haters and organized smear campaigns that are still going on. Not as big as before, though, because now a lot of the media is taking down their articles. I think they got the hint and decided not to participate, I guess. But online, though, in online communities, it's still going on.
Unlike the initial comments and emotional expressions that emerged during the early stages of the game's controversy, the actions of overseas players have now continued beyond the originally scheduled launch date. In the comments section of the main petition page on iPetitions, some users stated that they were inspired by Valko to download, return to, or
pretty
continue
much,
following the game,
Duckling. That's
while
exactly.
others suggested compromises
Look at the
such as
money we
delays or
could be
modifications
making.
before release. This article will then take this further, giving us numbers, saying that 60% of the revenue from the game comes from China, but that the rest comes from global players, highlighting just how important their opinions are. This was significant because up until now,
MCs are
everyone's
still a
data
toss of
points
the
were
coin.
all over the place. This is a privately held company and they typically don't really reveal the demographic portions, but seeing that this is a government-affiliated publication, these numbers hold more weight. And what really made Valko enjoyers optimistic while reading this article would be one of the final paragraphs, where it would say, whether Valko will be reinstated should be determined by Paper Games based on content quality, market data, and long-term planning. However, the continued growth of overseas petitions has provided a significant signal. When a character can generate signatures, creative works, charitable activities, and offline actions in multiple countries and regions, re-examining and product validation of them is not merely a response to public opinion, but may also be a repricing of global user needs and existing content investment. For a leading product like Love in Deep Space that already has a global user base, turning this feedback into richer content offerings and more refined overseas operational capabilities is perhaps more valuable than letting related demands remain outside the game in the long run. So for many Western players, this was as if the Chinese government was telling Paper Games, hey, whether you want to keep shooting yourself in the foot or not, that's just up to you. We don't really care. But you should probably reinstate him. So as I
Yeah, that's where I feel like the nuance is lost. Because if you understand Infold's position right now, you would get the idea that this article is not necessarily targeted at Infold, but at the people who are an obstacle to Infold. Yeah, MUJIN has a nice voice, which is why I like putting his documentaries in the background. Like, you can listen to it without being tired, I feel.
said, for many, this article was a celebration, like, oh my god, our efforts are actually doing something, and they kind of are. This article acknowledged all the good things they were doing, like these news were reaching China, which was wonderful. At the same time, it also see Chinese government agencies reminding people that malicious reviews, harming the reputation of businesses, online harassment, use of bots, paid accounts, AI-generated posts are against the law. So again, to many, this felt like they were directing this towards people who engaged in this behavior against Love and Deepspace. And that
You know what's funny? There's actually a lot of AI chatbot platforms that got taken down because of this. There were a lot of AI chat platforms that got taken down. It was funny because like some of my friends were creating I don't know, I think it's some sort of curriculum based on those AI chat platforms because the students are like Chinese, right? So they needed a bot to speak to them in English, but they needed a Chinese bot. So yeah, they couldn't use it anymore because it got taken down. So
that
sad.
they were about to get in trouble with the law. This against
when they told me that, I was like, does this have anything to do with Love and Deepspace?
signal to people that, hey, maybe things are finally calming down. Some Chinese players would even use a VPN to get on Twitter to thank overseas players for the positive...
apparently not a lot of people know. Chinese players have... Chinese, like people in China, they don't have access to Twitter. They don't have access to YouTube. So, like, if you see any Chinese players commenting, either they are overseas or they are using VPN, and that is generally against the law. That is generally illegal. But is that a law that they crack down on? No, they don't. They just do it anyway. But I like how they really go through this extra stretch to just show that Valko is loved. I really appreciate that. That's why when there are some Chinese girlies telling me, hey, actually the majority of Chinese girlies really don't want Valko, I cannot agree with that. I still, I don't know. Like, I understand they also want me to see the Chinese point of view and saying, hey, actually Valko is still the majority unwanted. And I'm like, I don't think so. But then again, the internet is vast. It's huge. Maybe to them, the majority does not want him. But for me, I travel side to side and I can see that a large number also want him back. So
engagement they were bringing to the game and to Valko. Like this post saying, overseas sisters, without you all, none of this would be possible. Honestly, it was very wholesome. It was wonderful how a community so large could work together regardless of borders or distance or culture. But of course, in parallel, the toxic Chinese players had a movement of their own.
Yeah,
and there was coordinated effort on Chinese social media to counter any positive news coming out from Valko fans. But we just read a government...
Yeah, so this Chinese girlie was telling me most of the posts are all against Valko. And I actually wanted to reply and say like, yeah, because the ones that are positive keep getting reported on and deleted. That's why. So maybe that's why you don't see a lot of support, but generally I see a lot of support. I don't know. Sometimes I feel like, yeah, they want to reach out to me and let me know their side. But at the same time, I feel like, why do I feel like I'm being gaslit? A little bit. Sometimes I feel I'm being gaslit, but again, that's just speculation on my part. But at the same time, I do feel some burden, you know? Like, in a way, I did want to bridge both sides, but I didn't want to be an official bridge, you know? Like, I just wanted, like, commentary and tell you what I saw. Nothing official or anything. But yeah, I do appreciate the Chinese girlies who reach out to me and try to get me to see their point of view, though. Like, I still appreciate that.
Government-affiliated publication just highlight these positive things, so I don't know if it's working that well. When it came to Love and Deepspace, though, as I said, they had a total media blackout. The only thing they had said ever since the July 9th update post would be a Facebook reply about winners of some giveaway or something, or competition. Here, they'd indicate that they were going to post again on July 29th, talking about the winners.
Oh, I saw this.
While, of course, getting like 36 angry reactions.
I think...
Does this mean that their media blackout will last until the 29th and then they'll post again regularly, maybe updating the community? Who knows?
I don't think so.
But so far, as I said, total media blackout, even with a new free memory coming out in-game, still nothing, and no trailer as well, of course.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, I did see some posts saying like this new free promise card was planned to release so they would get people to join in the game. But I'm like, no, that's not true. This is just part, again, of the pattern. a pattern of how the promise is released. This was a pre-scheduled thing. Like, they already deleted one giant portion of the update. The rest should still keep rolling, especially if it's not Valko related. I do feel it's sad though, because this would have been a month for Zane girlies, especially like the newer Zane girlies who probably weren't able to pull for God of Annihilation. And then not to mention, you also get a free card. I don't know what color Stalactrum this card is though. What color Stalactrum is it? But yeah, like, at the same time, I see a lot of people saying, oh my god, Info is doing this just to get us to log in the game. And I'm like, no, it's just on schedule. What are you guys talking about? What do you mean? It's so anyway, I don't know, maybe people are just angry. They're just anxious, and yeah, I get it. It's yellow? Okay. That is actually a good color for Zane. That is a good color for Zane. Damn. He needs the yellows.
So look, overall, the ball was now in the court of paper games. Are they actually going to bring back Valko? Or are they going to listen to this disgusting, toxic side of their community and throw their global community that's willing to donate to charities in Valko's name under the bus? It remains to be seen. But honestly, seeing that they had made the terrible decision of removing Infinity Nikki's amazing tutorial and backstory and refused to change it even after massive backlash and a big boycott, I just don't know if this developer is capable of listening to the community on such major issues. This also might truly be out of their hands. This might be out of their control completely, but we don't have proof. We can only assume on what's going on behind the scenes, and I prefer not to assume. And I do hope that Valko is brought back to this game. If you had to ask me though, I'm not very optimistic, but hey, seeing that this community has been very optimistic and donating to so many amazing causes, you know what? I'll change my mind and be optimistic too. Let's hope for the best. Because if that happens, it'll be a wonderful story that will be never forgotten on the internet. And with that, I want to thank my wonderful community for making this very comprehensive Google document though. Is there a way I can look at it? Valko, with sections like speculations, a glossary for people who have no idea about the game and the different terms used,
even have speculations,
memes, Twitter links. I'd even asked them to do this. They just did it by themselves because they're so passionate about this game and the community. So thank you to 𝓥𝓲𝓮𝓻 𝓖𝓾𝓲𝓵, Mimi, Ray, Red Rose, Sen, Starfall, Watt, and Woof. You guys are the best. And if you want to propose topics for me to talk about in my videos, or just talk about different topics with like-minded individuals, then definitely join my Discord server. Thank you so much for...
Oh, it's in the description? I'm blind. It's literally right here. I didn't... Okay. Yes. I will be honest. I did not look at the description. Okay. I will check it from now on. But yeah, good job. I'll look at it later. But good job, guys. You did
watching
put
until the end.
A hell of a lot of content.
It, especially this video, because it was such a pain in the ass to make. This video was posted one day early on my Stacked. I don't typically do this, but this needed to be definitely double checked by some people in my community. But if you want to see exclusive content from me there, definitely check it out.
Does he do that often? I feel like I've been watching his content, but I don't think he does this often. So I like that he takes the time to get it checked by the community.
It's a start at $1. And if you want 10% off your Gamer Subs order, then definitely use the code MUJIN. I'll see you in the next video whenever that is. And I love you so much platonically. All right, I'm not a Love and Deepspace character, okay? Mwah!
He knew you guys would want him as a Love and Deepspace character. I love that. Okay, I've heard enough eviscerate Valko. Jesus. He never vets videos early. Okay, I appreciate that. I appreciate that. I think even MUJIN himself knows that this is like a domain or a part of the gaming industry that he's not that familiar with, so he needed community help. But yeah, honestly, I'll tell you the truth. When this whole thing came down, I actually wanted to reach out to MUJIN because I knew it would be hard, and I if there were anyone that I felt could have delivered it, you know, with a more neutral mind, I thought it would have been MUJIN. But at the same time, I was scared because, you know, I was still scared because I saw how he played the game, and then I was like, I might not be happy. I don't know. But in the end, I think overall, I know what you guys mean now. Like, in general, it was a good document. Just for a recap of what everything, how everything went through. And I agree. Overall, it was still a good document. And I like how those jokes of women being the butt of the joke, you know, that none of that is there. I like that. I appreciate that. So overall, I think it's still a pretty good documentary. I think he did a really good job. I am impressed. I am very impressed. So thank you, Mujin. Thank you so much. Hihihihi. Anyway, what about you guys? What did you think? He still needed another pass through. Yeah, there are definitely some errors, but I feel like unless you are like knee deep into the game, it'll be hard to like figure out. So I can understand the mistakes, you know? It's okay. He posted in his YouTube community the day before and asked for people to review it so he could adjust it. Ah, okay. That's good. That's really good. You had no idea? Knowing the global community came together to do something so meaningful made you cry? Aw, TV. It's okay. I feel like not being too involved in fandom spaces can be like a double-edged sword. One, you're not as informed. But two, you are also free from all the negative, you know, feeling, the negative experiences of a fandom. Sometimes that's a plus. I like how he doesn't insert his own judgment into our community. Yes, that's it. That's literally it, Duckling. That's what I keep seeing in a lot of like the commentary ones, especially the ones that are like gacha game focus. You know, they play Wuwa, they play Genshin, they play what's another gacha game that I don't know? They play, I guess they play Snow. Fuck, you guys told me. Snowbreak! I remembered! Snowbreak. They played Snowbreak. Unfortunately, women is always the butt of the jokes. But it's also interesting how they feel so offended by shirtless men. Like, shirtless women is not the norm unless you're in a beach setting. Right? Touching and poking on boobs is not a normal setting. Unless you're in a relationship, I guess. But like, for some reason, to them, seeing Silas hugging you or seeing Silas lean in you, it's like, oh my god, what is this gooner shit? I'm like, okay. It's more telling on the male mind more than anything. I don't know. But again, I think it's also the concept of what an otome game is. They don't really get. I feel like they just don't understand that you're in a relationship. These things are acceptable because they're your partner, right? I don't know. Yeah, specific men who try to cover the situation. I'm not naming names, but I know a few. But I will say though, it's not like they're doing it maliciously. I just think that they don't realize that they are making fun of a community. And, you know, whatever. I mean, you see the people that watch them, so that is the community that they're in. They think this is acceptable. So that's why I'm very glad that we have our little community. Oh yeah, Arc Knights. You know, I kind of wanted to try Arc Knights. It did look interesting. You remember one of the commenters were saying that some lads players, if the game goes EOS, they would join one of their games and they were essentially playing hot... I'm sorry, what? Do they not realize that the majority of people who play Love and Deepspace already plays gacha games to begin with? Although I can understand the mindset, since a lot of the players are showing how they know nothing about gacha games in general, or otome games. I don't know. I feel like I'm also generalizing, so maybe I shouldn't say that. But at the same time, I do think, like, especially the more rational part of the fandom, they already play gacha games. Women are gamers, you know? I played Genshin when Love and Deepspace was out. I played ZZZ. I played Honkai. My Genshin account was a whaling account. I don't know. They do make it sound condescending, I know. That's why when I see, I'm like, I do try to steel myself. Because, how do I say, their community is obviously a community that does not play Love and Deepspace. So they don't know the situation. And of course, having more people know about it, spreading the cause, as one would say, spreading word, it's a good thing. It's a good thing. It's just that I get nervous for how they spread the word. So I try to watch it. I find myself clicking out after like half the video. There was one content creator, after 5 minutes, I could not watch anymore. I could not watch anymore. I was like, oh, okay. Ignore! Sea-Dog covered the topic well. I should watch it. He knows he's not the best person to explain anything? I feel like I watched a bit. Like, I've seen clips for sure. I'm pretty sure I watched some of it. I can't remember. I will admit I've been watching like clips while I was working, so my brain is a little fuzzy. I can't remember. But I think I did watch a good portion of it, I think. Lads is technically your first gacha otome game? Oh. You're lucky. Once you start playing the other ones, especially the dress-up one, oh, that one will drive you crazy. Oh god, the pity system is insane. 70 is generous, guys. You know, the normal pity is like 100. 100. But maybe it's because they could gather. No. I still think, yeah, gathering resources for that is insane. Seeing the recent news on Chinese side, not especially about lads, but about cybersecurity and cyberbullying and how business could be affected. Your hope is growing. Yeah, I feel like that is a way, like a very sneaky way for government officials to promote healthy competition between companies. Because, like, that's the thing. They're not going to outright say who they found investigated partaking in, you know, ruthless tactics, I guess. But yeah. I just, again, remember guys, when there's nothing confirmed, do not make accusations. We don't want to be like them. You just know that Connor spoke up on Valko's situation. Pity as in like how many times you have to pull until you're guaranteed a card. In Love and Deepspace, if you pull maximum 70 times, then you are guaranteed a 5-star card. But in other otome games that also has gacha elements, and mostly the older ones are like dress up gacha game where you have to dress up your MC. The pity is at like 100, I think. Fate Grand Order pity system is a joke. What pity? I played New Carnival. New Carnival is sad. They have a banner with like 3 characters under one theme. There's no precise wish. If you don't get the character you want, you have to keep pulling. You have to keep pulling. That one will drive me crazy. Like, I think I could only pull on 1 banner a year for New Carnival. Like, my favorite character on New Carnival is Edmund and Kuya. I know in English they say Kuya, but it's Kuya. So those two. So when those two were, I forgot which one. No. Yeah. Kuya. No, Edmund wasn't in it. I don't think Edmund was in it. Kuya, Ray. I think it was Kuya, Ray, and one other character I forgot. I wanted Kuya, but then I got the other character instead. And then there's no precise wish. I have to keep pulling and reach pity until I get it again. I'm just saying, like, guys, Love and Deepspace pity system is actually quite generous. I don't know why they're saying that they're greedy when out of all the otome games I play, the pity system is even worse. Oh, 𝓮𝓲𝓮𝓻 is really old. Ooh, I haven't played 𝓮𝓲𝓮𝓻 though, but I know of it. They make really cool trailers, 𝓮𝓲𝓮𝓻. Like, I'll watch it just for the trailer. But yeah, the limits for 𝓥𝓲𝓮𝓻 is like, because it's 2D, but it's like rigged 2D, especially the smutty scenes. But again, I think 𝓥𝓲𝓮𝓻, like he is one of the best written MCs in a lot of games that I play. Like, especially since he's like a switch. I really like his character. One of the most well-written MCs, in my opinion. And since it's 2D, they have to like design fully from head to toe. It's not just the same hair, the same thing. It's like new hairstyle, new outfit. Like lads, yeah, but the new hair, it almost feels like a clip-on. That's one criticism I've said before that I didn't like. Oh, bye Montoya! Thanks for dropping by. Thanks for spending time. Have a good day. But yeah, for 2D games, I feel like they have to redraw the whole thing from top to bottom. $150 diamonds for one card. The pity of lads is so harsh. 150 diamonds. Huh? What do you mean? I'm sorry, I'm not sure what you mean, Vedshri? 150 diamonds for one card? Oh, you mean for one pull? I feel like that's it's kind of standard from other games. It's more or less the same. Especially Chinese games, the number is always 150 or 1,500. That's always been in any Chinese game. Sorry. Even as a low spender, lads is not that bad. You've never not had enough. Yeah. I think so too. Genshin is 160. Yeah, there you go. They should have put Valko in the game without warning. That would make a lot of Chinese girlies angry. Remember, there is a biblical law. You're free to play, have some mercy. Do you want to see my free to play account? I have every single myth just because I grinded the game. Honestly, Love and Deepspace for free-to-play player is one of the most generous, where I can play the game without spending any money and not miss out on any content. I told you, my Silas account is just Silas Focus. Free-to-play, I don't spend anything. I can't spend anything. I get all his myth. I even R1 the Archfiend as a free-to-play player. The only thing I have to do is maybe skip 1 or 2 multi-banners. I get everything else. I get his birthday cards. I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, for free-to-play, you can sustain one love interest fully. Yeah. Exactly. I don't know. I just feel like maybe... I don't know. Again, it is a game. It is a free game. Maybe you want a low-effort game that allows you high rewards, but financially, like in a business point of view, that's just not possible. Not to mention, this game is focused on 5 separate LIs, so if you focus on one, you have a lot of time in between to save. When you started at launch, you pulled all 3 myths? Damn. Damn. When I started at launch, I didn't have the need to pull every card. I just wanted to pull for one particular love interest. And then I kept saving and saving, and I realized I want to know all their stories. So I made separate accounts, and then I've saved enough. Like, I would not touch any banners for 3 months, and then I would save enough diamonds where a new banner comes out, I'd be able to pull and save, pull and save, pull and save. To the point that ever since then, I would have not missed out on a lot of banners. I would miss out on one or two, but otherwise, almost every multi I would pull. But the solo might not be able to pull. Because I feel like I get more from pulling the multi-banners. Because if you pull on a multi-banner, within 140 pulls, you can get 2. But in a solo banner, in 140 pulls, you only get 1. So I feel like the multi-banner is so much better. When you were a free-to-play player, you were always able to get at least 2 cards in a multi-banner. Yeah, see? That's why. I feel like you just need to manage your diamonds properly, and if you farm, I mean, would I like a better more methods to farm? I would. But is the game made to a point where it's unplayable? Nah, it's not. If anything, it's actually very, very generous. Yeah, MUJIN has over... What? Was it 300? I thought it was 200. Last time I saw it was 200. I'm just glad that he managed to lay out the entirety of the whole thing in one go. So yeah, I'm glad. At least, you know what? I'm glad. I was nervous, but I'm happy that we got to watch it. Thank you guys for watching it with me. And it is now 2 a.m. It is now 2 a.m. I apologize. I am so sorry. It is 2 a.m. Holy shit, I am in so much trouble. Okay, guys, I gotta go. I gotta go. But that's the thing, because we're talking about this whole thing, I'm so awake. I'm so awake. I don't know if I can sleep. To be fair, I haven't been sleeping well. But anyway. Yeah, we can talk about the diamond thing next time, but... Anyway. Guys, thank you for watching it with me. I feel like because you guys were there, I didn't get to freak out so much. And also you did ask me to just keep watching and let him cook, which is good. Which is good. Anyway. Good night, guys. Thanks for watching things with me. I really appreciate it. Yes, I have work tomorrow. I have work in 4 hours. Good night, everyone. Take care. Have a good day. Have a good afternoon. And have a good night. I'll see you guys next time. I'll post and let you know if I'm coming on live again. Good night, everyone. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.